upstairs.
Check. Robot. 225. Tamam pas. Ben pas. Namri. Two race call. Sit one race call. Namri. Simple call. Three pass. Four pass. Six pass. One call. Show them, please. Yep.
Valanda su baba rigam dega. Su baba no bigsta. Me baba dega. Me baba dega. Chef car just on the floor.
Una putada, lo del dinero. Solo me pueden dar 15.000 en efectivo. Luego lo pensamos.
Na bus mnie
Si hay
wpiło.
problema, lo pensamos.
Na bus wpiło to się jaliwa.
Other table for bonus. No, eight. Sorry, eight. It's a mistake. Yeah, I'm waiting for
The show table.
Stuck mic.
Ah, no, no ha habido salto todavía. Son tres.
lower, so
Oj.
yeah.
necessary to go this large.
355 is the bet. No, sorry, that's what he has called. 380, you're absolutely correct, Jacob. 380 is the bet. Keys not staying in.
What would that flag be?
King 9.
Cyprus?
For Pavlo, yeah, that's Cyprus, absolutely. It is.
And Vachi here, it's the bottom of his opening range. I don't suspect we'll see him continue here. They're not quite deep enough for this to be a profitable set mine.
No, we'll believe that he will stay in, but we'll see.
He did take some unorthodox lines yesterday, so it's definitely not out of the question that he wants to C3
Yeah,
here.
you had him on the TV table yesterday.
Yeah, we had quite a few hours of gameplay with him. Also, a guy who wears the emotions outside.
Yeah, you can see the decision he has.
You don't want to look this frustrated and into the pot.
Yeah. Could be a good Hollywooding if he had aces here now. Then.
I'm all in.
Let's the 5 go, and
Yeah.
Pavlo can pick down another pot.
Yeah, I think with the massive
Uncontested this
3-bet
time.
sizing, it's just not gonna be it.
Yeah,
Take a little color up here.
yeah, I think so. A lot of chips in Vachi's hands, so we're gonna make those blue and replace them with the. Should we call them golden
Yeah, the
chips?
golden 25Ks.
25Ks. Yes, and we do a dealer change at the same time. And now, as you can see in the top right corner, confirmation as well. 14 players left in this field of 1,025. Just broke the guarantee. 1,000 players needed for that. So the full guarantee is being paid, and some more than extra on the top.
Yeah, having a 500,000 guarantee in a 500-year tournament is quite insane. But once again, we've managed to get there, which is awesome to see. We have players from all over the world participating, and people just love to come to the Bangkok Casino and play the festival, which is awesome.
Definitely, and it's been fully packed in the side tournaments as well. We do had one tournament just 2 days ago, I think, that had to be delayed. The start of the one that you were actually playing, the Hendon Mob.
Yeah, the day 2 I wasn't playing much. I did like 3 hands before I busted.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a huge poker room, this, and despite of that, we just have so many tournaments and so many people wanting to play that that we even have we had a half an hour of just not enough tables.
Yeah.
Which is quite the luxury problem, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. There's a lot of tables. I don't have the exact number actually how many tables are active on this stop, but it's
Over
on
100.
2 floors. Yeah, over 100, and it's on 2 different floors and the 5 different rooms, I think. So yeah. A lot of action, and now action on this TV table as well. That's Keys opening with the ace-5 on the button against the blinds. What about Sayago? We haven't seen him active.
Sayago, we had him come onto the feature table yesterday, and straight after arriving, just making a massive hero call in an all-in pot against the Danish guy.
Oh, really? Yeah.
On a big bluff. It was really impressive to see, and yeah, he's definitely got heart, this guy.
Yeah, Jesko staying in with the 8-6 off. So let's see if he can favor by the flop. He does flop the top pair and mid pair for Keys. So yeah, might go for some action actually on this table now then. We'll see.
Yeah, it did outflop him here.
Yeah. Jesko staring down. That's some evil eyes, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's first to act, of course, from the big blind. Still mulling over his decision. I checked it. Now then, of course, Keys with the flop mid pair goes for the continuation, and he makes it 80K.
Seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Jesko, of course, though, almost getting like the dream flop of his here with the 8-6. Not much more you can ask for with that hand, but let's see if he chooses to go for the check raise here now then. Putting the pressure back on Keys. He's only having 900 behind, as you can see.
It's quite a draw-heavy board.
Yeah.
You could see the idea of doing a check raise here. Keys is playing quite an awkward stack depth here, so
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to maneuver this one.
And And as we say, Jesko, the chip leader going into today, he had 3.2, so he's managed to hold on to that stack on the outer table before he was just moved here and started. Looks like we have the
All in.
all in. Wow.
Maximum pressure here.
Yeah,
The pay
definitely.
jumps are getting large, right? So
And of
applying
course
that
now, I
pressure on
mean,
the small stacks is really, really cool to see.
yeah, and for Keys now then, only 900 behind, and he has the mid pair, and yeah, of course, he'd expect Jesko to do that move with a lot of hands. I mean, he could have two clubs with a 4 or a 7 or something like that, and a lot of draw board, but yeah, lays the ace-5 down, correctly so.
I think it was quite awesome play of Jesko to utilize his big stack here on a board where he could just jam a lot of straight draws and flush draws.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we have it, the chip count of the feature table right now. There you can see Jesko and Rimar up front with 58 and 56 blinds respectively. Vachi, Hungary, also 54 blinds, and the shortest stack then is Keys with the 15 bigs that he now has after folding that ace-5.
Yeah, plenty of room to play for almost all of the players here. It's going to be quite the interesting day because usually at the deep stage of tournaments, like it's so much short stack play, and it's going to be a lot of all-in and folds. Here, they're going to have to take it post-flop a lot and actually show off their poker abilities.
Yeah, that's not the case here. So now, yeah, we are deep stacked, and absolutely there will be plenty of play. We don't have that all-in play just yet, and we won't probably because this is a deep one, and we're going to have a slow structure as well. 50 minutes levels
Yep.
playing throughout the entire day, unless the players make a deal on the final table, because then the length of the structure will be shortened. All right then.
And look who just walked into the booth.
Here he is, the wizard himself,
The
the
main
duck man, George Sanford, our main commentator for the day as well. And just after being running a bit in the gym, he's fresh and ready to go. And Jacob, you're leaving for the airport.
I'm leaving. I have to go home. It's been an absolute pleasure this week. Thank
It's
you,
been
Andreas,
real.
and thank you, George. It's always awesome to be here with you, and I wish you a great final table. I will definitely be watching. Bye-bye.
Expect nothing less than you to be watching us. Thank you, Jacob Didriksen, for being here the entire week doing comms. And the main man, the duck man, is back. George,
Hey.
how are you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
And we're just 6-7 hands into this third day, I should say, of the main event. The final day, final 16, now down to final 14.
Mhm.
And we lost player just on this table. The very first hand that we had on, Aziz had to leave us, and then also then one player from the outer table. And now it's Sayago. Action is on him. And now then, Rimar has not been active on this table so far, but now finds the ace-king in the small blind. Big stack as well, one of the biggest for today, 3.2 million right now. So, good one. Good job, Jacob. Safe travels. We get in the chat as well. We'll make sure Jacob gets the feedback. And as he's leaving for the airport, and me and George are ready to take this to an end today. We're playing it down to a
Absolutely.
winner, of course, and still, Rimar, is he mulling over his decision?
Yeah,
Takes
some
his
time,
time,
with the
yeah?
Ace King.
Is he awake? Yes.
I thought we'd almost got a freeze frame there for a second.
Sure, exactly. And decides to go with the limp, does he?
Yeah, so he's going to 60 big blinds effective.
Oh, he actually made it 200, yeah?
No, I think he's limped and the big blinds ISO'd him.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, you're correct.
The big blind has
Absolutely.
gone
So,
for just over
yeah,
3x.
so Vachi
raise.
fell for the trap.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Now we've got to take Rimar another 12 minutes to decide, I think, right?
yeah, just looking to make some pay jumps, I guess. We could have a little look at Yeah, there is a pay jump at 13, so an extra 775 euros up for grabs.
Yeah,
So
and he
just not looking
limped,
to waste any
jammed
time.
it though.
Just sent it in for 60.
Yes, why not?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well,
Who wants to play out of position, right?
yeah, exactly. Not sneaky at all, that little limp jam. And but she's still eyeing him down. Is he
Yeah,
like,
good.
what you doing over there, boy?
Yeah, this is my patch.
Unorthodox. Yeah, so we recognize a few of these guys. Oh, you had them on yesterday's stream as well, George.
Hmm.
And but we unfortunately then lost Aziz just before you came. Now he was on the stream playing a lot of hands yesterday.
Aziz
Active guy.
was a very fun player, yeah. Loves
And
to
he
get in the
had
mix.
the unfortunate of shoving the King 10 into the Ace King of Vachi.
So he did run into it at some stage because it looked like he was one of those indestructible men that just
Yeah,
continued to get the 20, 30 open, big blind open jams through somehow.
yeah, didn't work though
No.
today. The final day when it all matters. But
Who managed to catch him?
it's Vachi in seat number one
Uh-huh.
won that one. So I think they were in the blinds actually. And Vachi raised it and Aziz just shoved it from the big. And of course, snap call and Ace King held. So yeah. Nice pot for Vachi. Started the day with 2 mils and now up to 3 as Severs, one of the table's short stacks. 1.1. Calling, checking.
Yeah, I
These
don't
guys
mind
in the
taking this one
blinds.
back. I think it's a little bit too thin to jam for so many chips at this stage, just in case you do run into a hand, and it's nice to have a playable holding in that check back range. You're going to face a decent amount of aggression on a king or a 10 high board, so nice to have some coverage. And does
Yeah.
go check, check.
Gut shot for Vachi. Does not get there on the turn. Another club. Both
Yeah,
of them having one
Vachi.
of them. And Vachi with the ace.
Please take your seats. The tournament will restart in less than 2 minutes.
Apologies for the loudspeaker in the background. Deafening, almost. So, what's going on here? Severs is going to float the turn in position, 2 overs. And 10 on the river, so he does improve to top pair. Let's see if Faxi is going to follow that one up. He was probably looking for some kind of club, maybe a straightening card towards the bottom to help him out. No luck, and instead just left with ace high here. Let's wave the white flag, let's see. So over to Severs now, mulling over his option. We know a bet is coming. Far too strong to surely consider checking here. And I don't think Vaxi's going to be able to do anything with this kind of combination. There's lots of potential hands that could have improved on the 10 that connect with the 9-7 continuing on the turn. And he does go rather big as well, so ace high, having missed that double gutter, not looking to be the most attractive spot. Not snap folding though, we definitely saw some theatrics from him yesterday, but does manage to get out the way.
Some information for the players and viewers. There is a 30-minute dinner break. I repeat, 30 minutes dinner break.
Yeah, deafening speakerphone here.
Yeah,
Sorry about
and
the,
it's not
the
for
audio
these
quality.
guys having. There's no dinner break in the main event right now. We'll
Yeah.
show you. So
Yeah.
that information is for the other parts of the casino, but it's also being heard in this room where we are situated. But this is the final 14, and they'll have to wait for their dinner break until later today.
Yeah, much later.
Yeah.
Barely got started.
Yes, exactly. Now then, some more action perhaps on this table. Keys, though, folding the king deuce. And now then, Jesko, the chip leader going into today. 3.5 and still up top. And I just told the viewers before you came, yours, that on the outer table, Mr. Molinar, that won last year, double up the very first hand.
Okay.
Ace Jack versus Ace King.
He gets that.
There's a Jack, of course.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So
Molinar.
apparently the very first hand he doubled up, so
Got it,
he
yeah.
should be on a healthy stack as well now then.
How about Mr. Stranak?
Should be still in, but I
Yeah.
haven't no information if he's won or lost anything during these first hands. But we'll maybe keep our eyes on Mr. Glatzer's blog as well, that you can find on
Absolutely, yeah.
thefestivalseries.com. And let's see if we have some information about the outer tables. But just managed to snatch that hand of Molinar before getting in the booth here now then. So yeah.
It's all too easy
Yeah.
for Michel.
And actually, I did the opening speech for this day 3 and just managed to say exactly that he didn't need any luck to be on the final table. But apparently, there was some luck involved then with the Ace Jack.
So Samo Stranak was eliminated in 16th, but he came
Oh.
in extremely short.
All right. So one of the notable names still was in the field.
Yeah,
Out in
brutal.
16th. Then.
Got 10th in the Festival Series Malta main event as well, so that's 2 close scores there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he won't be too disappointed. He's had some good runs elsewhere. It's just one of those things.
And now then the pot between Jetsko and Vachi. 650 in the middle now then, so plenty of chips in the middle, and Vachi only with the king high. Jesko with the pair eights and the gut shot, going for the bet. Seems like he gets it through. Yes, he does. So almost nearing that 4 million mark then for him now.
Quite an interesting hand selection as well. Kind of middle pair gut shot with the flush draw blocker. Right in the middle of the road, wasn't it? It's
Yeah.
tough to say whether he was just trying to deny some kind of hand as his opponent had. Does seem a little bit thin with the middle pair after facing a continue on the flop, but gets the job done and is a well-esteemed and well-renowned local player, Peter Jesko.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of runs here, grinds a lot of the tournaments around the city. And due to the amount of action that's on offer here in Bratislava, you can make a living just grinding the multi-flight day ones, and
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
that's just
A lot of players doing that, and we know some of our Nordic friends, for example, having moved here and playing a lot of live poker. As you said, there's a lot of day ones to be played, low buy-ins, big guarantees.
absolutely
And, yeah.
just try and get a stack throughout the week. Do a couple of other things, and then obviously every Saturday, Sunday, you've got yourself the big sweat to see if you can take home some serious money.
Yeah, definitely. And some serious money are to be won in this one. 80k up top. So that's what we are playing for. 80,000 euros to the winner. Maybe expect them to do some kind of a deal once we get
Potentially.
close, but
Yeah.
we'll see. Maybe if we get one huge ship leader, the Frankie style, maybe that denies all deals.
No.
No. Yeah, we just before you arrived as well, George confirmed that Frankie was the winner of the cash game challenge, so there will be a trophy for him as well. But as we said, he will surely be in the mix of the OFC that's being played, the high roller, later this afternoon. Now then, as the short stacked keys moves all in with the ace king, gets it through, wins the pot uncontested. So a bit more chips for him, and no panic for him either. It's sitting on about 16, 17 blinds now then.
Have we had much table chatter, or has it been?
This has been rather quiet so far,
classic day
actually.
three
Yeah,
shenanigans,
exactly. We had a really talkative table yesterday, I think,
Uh-huh.
but today is rather quiet. It's quite early, poker
It
terms
is.
speaking.
Yeah.
So
Maybe they're feeling a little bit groggy after a long sleep, trying to get themselves ready, and just the situation and the occasion.
yeah,
Uh, very large at this stage, looking to navigate their way to a significant final table on the European live circuit, and only 5 players left to navigate. So certainly fair enough that there is a tense kind of feeling in the
definitely.
room.
Now then, Rimar, the other big stack on the table, going for the open min raise 120.
Yeah, we saw him in the Bratislava deep stack. He was the winner of that one, right? And he's, yeah, played some rather unconventional stuff, but managed to find some well-timed aggression to take that one down.
Yeah,
And what a week he's having. That would be quite some story to win a side event. He had almost next to no Hendon Mob cashes whatsoever.
oh really?
Young Polish player.
Yeah.
Wins the side event for 14.4k. All of a
Straight in
sudden,
the, jumps
straight in the
into the
main event,
main.
right? Parlaying it over. And yeah, could be a pretty rich young man after 2 massive scores. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And look at this, just continuing to get the decent distribution as well. These pots are super important. All of these little 5, 6 big blind pots, they add up. So just getting a little piece more often than not, it's going to keep you ticking over as you mount your bid for that final table. Bets a quarter pot and takes it down. Not trying to give anything away with the mouth and almost all of his body completely covered. And as you see, you mentioned Jesko, he's the table chip leader. Sayago we saw make an insane hero call yesterday. Really well played. Blind versus blind with ace-4, which was third pair on the river. Vaxi and Pavlu in the middle of the pack as well, and then Sivas and Kiz, they are relatively short compared to the others, but no real danger zone yet. 22-17 bigs. No, there's no need to panic whatsoever off of that stack. Still plenty of chips in play.
Definitely so. And as we said, the structure is 50-minute levels all through the tournament and slow structure. So yeah, they'll be here for a while, these guys, if they want to win it.
There will be, and we're down to 13 by the looks of things in the top right of the table. So
Yeah.
that will be the pay jump I was talking about, up to 5,275 guaranteed each.
Correct.
So now Kiss on the button.
So we don't have any confirmation just yet, I think, about who finished 14th, but it was on the outer table, so we lost a player. Still 7 players on this table and 6 players then on the outer table. Now then, Keys opening, committing 2 of his 15 blinds with the King 10, but Sayago was waking up with the Ace Queen from the small blind. Seems like he's sizing up, going for the raise. So we make it
here. It's pretty chunky, doesn't it?
350, 60 something.
400. Is that 405?
Looks like that, yeah. You're correct, sir.
Very big, yeah. Just trying to force his opponent all in or fold, essentially, and
Yeah.
gets the job done. Doesn't really leave any room for his opponent to get in a worse hand, but and doesn't need to worry about busting because he does cover his opponent. So yeah, just not looking to take a post flop by the looks of things. Happy with the pickup. Next hand, kind of take the lower variance route of trying to force them out. Not chancing that you give them a good price, they outflop you, and then all of a sudden the situation rotates outside of your favor. Wonder what he would have done if Mr. Jesko had some ideas there from the
Yeah.
big blind of clicking it up. That could have got quite fruity.
Really.
You would be right in the middle, in kind of no man's land with the ace queen at that point. But obviously very tough to find either a bluff or a strong enough hand to do so for Jesko. So opening up from the end of the gun, Baxi. We saw him as quite an active player, getting in there.
Yeah.
King 3 suited was a little sort of like goodbye open in the end of day 2 that he was trying from under the gun. Continuing to not be scared to pop things up. Ace 8 facing Sayago here.
This time he lays it down.
Yeah.
And Jesko not staying in with the 9-7. What
Certainly
about Rimar? King Deuce suited. But just you just mentioned also King 3 maybe the
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Vachi, but
rolls reversed.
yeah.
I do feel like he'll come along for the ride for
Yeah.
just a min
Expect
raise
him
here.
to.
Getting a great price.
Cost him in 16 to 270, and he seems to be going for the call. So heads up for the flop then. Rimar and Vachi. King 8-4 action board.
Certainly is. Should see Baxi usually continue here. Small bet.
Oh,
8
actually
with
goes
the
for
nut
the
kicker.
check back.
Okay, interesting.
Another club on the turn. Neither
Thought
player holds any.
Thought you'd use that one as a bet to try and get some value / protection from some of the overcards, but just snap checking it back.
Goes check check, and we're on the river with the 3 of spades.
Yeah, surely
Now
we're
then,
gonna see
Rimar. Yeah.
Yeah, go for the big bet here, facing a double check back. Lots of hands we can target. Some 8x, some hands like pocket 7s, pocket 6s. Can be in there. It just looks... It's one of those spots where you can go really big and your opponent can potentially level themselves into a thin call because they think, well, I've checked back twice, I must look really weak. So I think,
Yeah, quick call.
yeah.
Let's see what the sizing was, but 175 and snap call from Vachi gets the bad news. He's the king of Rimar. So now then, crossing the 4 million mark, at least first on this table. We don't know exactly the chip counts on the outer table, but 4 millions to his name now. Rimar of Poland.
Yeah, could very well be the first man up there at the dizzy heights as we are on the 60k blind level. So plenty of chips in play for the poll.
Yeah, Gabriel Rimar is his name. Started the day with 2.3 million, so almost doubling his stack now on these first 15 hands. And among the other chip leaders were Peter Jesko with the biggest stack, 3.2. Also Bo Alm of Sweden, 3.2 million, and Treba from Spain, 3 million exactly. So those were the big stack going into today. Among the smallest stack we had last year's winner then, Michel Molinar, but we heard that he doubled up the very first hand. So
and he came into day 3 with about 1.3, 1.4 million, something like that.
1.270, yeah.
Yeah, so he should be around 2 to 3 million right now.
Yep. And of course, a really experienced player, Mr. Molinar. Not only did he win last year, he's on a couple of big scores and plays a lot. And yeah, he'll be tough to beat if he gets chips in front of him. So we'll see. Once we get to the final table, expect him to be on that one. But we need to lose 4 more players before we have that final table of 9. As Sayago goes with the Queen 9 suited raise to 120. And look at this one, Rimar now with the favorite hand of a friend of mine, George Sanford.
The Ducks!
The Ducks
Come
are
on.
in the house. We've got a rubber duck in the booth.
Got the wise guy goat.
Yeah, he's
Should have been
here.
with me on the cash game table. I got a bit of a pasting from our very own Frankie.
So how do you play this one now then, from the small blind, George? What do you say? The raise from Sayago, you're sitting with in the small blind with deuces.
Wow, look at what... Is he going for a 3-bet here? Looks like it.
Have you coached this guy?
Yeah, maybe.
Is this what you've been doing all night?
Maybe he's been, yeah. He's been tuning in. And,
Yes.
And emulating us.
This for the fans,
Just
for the
for a
comms.
disclaimer, this is why we're commentators. We have our favourite hands, and we just simply commentate the action. Please don't try this at home.
No, exactly.
Wow, this is quite out of line, but we did see him in the closing stages of the Bratislava deep stack employ some really unorthodox aggression,
Yeah,
and it is going to work.
it is. Now you almost want to rabbit hunt this one now.
I want to go and give him a high five.
Yeah,
It's great to see.
yeah. So now we know who George is rooting for the
Yeah.
rest of this
From
day.
Team Poland.
Until someone else does something
Exactly.
spooky with the deuces.
Usually they have ace deuce there, and they don't have the full faith in the deuces. But this guy knew exactly what was up.
Yeah. Now then, quick dealer change, and we get on to the next one. And Rimar now will be on the button. Yeah, extending his chip lead of the table a bit, and
Mr.
We'll
Leader
see.
says the money is on friend from the north of Sweden, Tommy Alm.
Tommy
Let's go.
Alm. Okay,
He
he was
is
named
quite a character, isn't he?
Bo Alm in our
Yeah, Bo.
rankings here, but Tommy
right.
then is the correct name. And from the north of Sweden, welcome then, Mr. Leader. What's the temperature today
It's got to
up
be
there?
-5 to 10, is it?
I would say more,
More,
actually.
like lower.
My guess is 13. We'll see what
Minus
leader
13.
said. Leader said, but we actually checked the map of Sweden the other day when we were talking about north of Sweden, and you asked about how north is it, and yeah, Mr. Leader, he's far north if he's back home.
So cold you struggled to get a consistent internet connection, no?
Oh, look, you were on the spot, right? It's
-8.
-8.
Nice
Nice day. So the sun is out, and yeah, he's on the beach,
Yeah.
Mr. Leader.
He just can't believe his luck. Outside shirtless.
Yeah, and 3 hours of sun, daylight and whatnot.
Yep.
Perfect, fantastic. Welcome to the stream, though, Mr. Leader, and you do have a festival cap to be catched from us as you won the guessing game the other day.
Certainly did
On
for
the
the biggest
Cash Game
pot in
Challenge.
the Franke game. It's
Yeah.
850 kilometers north of Stockholm.
Yeah, where do those places, Mr. Leader? Now, because now George is on the map.
Yeah,
so
I'm having a little look. Always interested.
are we in Skellefteå or where are we?
Leftio.
Maybe he doesn't want to disclose his exact position.
Yeah,
so
maybe he's
you have
VPNing in or something.
but you have to then search for 85 kilometers, 850 kilometers
I can
north
do it,
of
actually.
Stockholm.
There is a tool. So Stockholm.
Skellefteå, look, I was on the spot.
Yes. That looks like Skellefteå to me.
Yeah, that's to you,
And
yeah.
you go Skellefteå.
And while George
yeah,
is
we did
looking
have a
at
look
the
at this one, right?
Swedish, yeah, we did, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So there we have it.
And it's a beautiful day of -8. Lovely to
Yeah.
hear.
Probably a meter of snow and something like that. I came for the Norwegians, staying for the Molinar, says Senkel. Yeah. Did we have any Norwegians left in this one for the final 16? I think not, right? No, there are a few Danes in and one Swede, but no Norwegians in the main event, unfortunately, for day 3.
Yeah, it was a
But-
pretty rough exit for Drea.
Oh,
Last night she went out with where she got into a great spot. She got into a 3-bet spot with aces.
Oh,
And
really?
a guy peels ace-10 suited with a player behind. It was and flops a flush draw somehow. So it was a bit carnage. There was like a sort of 30 to 45 minute window where it just felt like poker was completely unfair,
Oh,
and everyone
right.
was just busting out left, right, and centre
Oh.
with doing absolutely nothing wrong.
All right, yeah. Could
So
be
there was-
cruel sometimes, that this game. Let's see now if Rimar will get crueled. No, he's well ahead. Of course, the gut shot for Pavlo, but on backdoor flush. But still, Rimar is probably going with the continuation here, and hard for Pavlo to stay and perhaps.
George, if you can call it Skellefteå, then your pronunciation will be on point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
She left
absolutely.
you.
Yeah, yeah. Good one. Good one.
Nice work.
Yeah, absolutely. And Senkel
Yeah,
is saying that Wed Junior, he was deep as
yeah, that
well.
was versus Tommy.
Oh,
Tommy,
okay, okay.
that's why I felt like Mr. Lido was potentially being a little tongue-in-cheek, although of course nothing wrong with rooting for your fellow countrymen, but Tommy was, yeah, the real landmine there.
Oh, okay. They go to a turn here now, and Pablo hits the six. And another club. Neither of the player holding one of those, though. And Remar still ahead. 570k in the middle of this one. Expecting Pablo then to come with another check, perhaps? Or are we getting active now once we hit our six? Representing the flush draw, the straight draw? No. Decides to go for the check. Remar, did he get scared about that low club card? Yeah, checks behind. See now then if Pablo can get there on the river, and that's another club though, but that doesn't help Remar, so he's been counterfeited by Pablo now
Yeah,
then with the
Rimar
6-4.
actually loses a hand. That's
Yeah. Check now from Pablo.
Pavlu with the stare down as if to say, don't you dare.
Oh, checks it. So
Lucky.
bad news for Remar now then, as he sees the runner 2 pairs for Pablo. 6-4 gets it done for him.
Hitting a nice clean 4 on the river,
Yeah.
as Senkel identifies there.
Easy game.
We were seeing some rather optimistic players yesterday, and I was trying to find my political way of
Oh, okay.
describing them, and it's getting a little bit of stick.
Yeah, I see. So if you just tuned in, this is the final day of the main event, the Bratislava Festival Series 2023. We're in the Bangkok Casino, and this is the final 13 players now then. This table and one outer table, those are the only one remaining in the 550 main event with 1,025 runners. So we'll play this one down to a winner tonight, and the final table of 9 will be coming to you later tonight. There will be a short break once we get to the 9 players, and then we'll restart and play the full final table. Now then, Sayago, King, Queen suited. Nice hand, opening it up under the gun. So far, no takers. Keys, not likely to stay, and just having 12-13 bigs in the big blind with 10 deuce off. Or is he going to honor Doyle? No, he does not. Lays it down, and Sayago can pick down the blinds and
Probably
antes.
wants to wait for different spots in his poker career to on a Doyle like
Yeah.
this rather than
He could pick another spot, yeah.
the final 13 of the festival main. Interesting that we've got the mystery bounty. Did you touch on that one a bit earlier on?
No, I did not actually.
Yeah.
We just mentioned it that it's being played day 2, but nothing much more than that.
Yeah,
and
so the
so
final-
now the envelopes are being introduced.
That's right. Final 35 players are in the money. Just getting the details on the live blog and who's got the biggest stack there. Some meaty ones. Ruben Korab as well as Theodoros Karagianis. About as good as I can do there.
Yeah.
Not too many names there. Walter Schrubers from Malta, I believe.
Oscar Vedder
Oh,
in with
Oscar
a short
Verde,
stack.
yeah. He's got the 5 big blinds, so
Few
can
Norwegians
definitely
at
be
least
getting
in that one.
spun wide in that format. And the biggest bounty is going to be 5.65k, so
Yeah.
that would have collected, I think, a shade under 300 players, I believe.
Yeah, quite a
So,
big one.
decent turnout
Played
for a 250 side.
late last night, and
So back to it.
back to it with the now rather short stacked keys in the small blind. It's been folded around to him and just mulling over whether he's to shove this one and steal the blinds or if it's giving up. And color matched outfit for Mr. Keys. Looks like he's going for the limp. Sayago then, 8-5 suited in the big. Big stack. Looking at keys. Hey boy.
Mhm. What are you up to there? Do you just always have a limp fold here, but doesn't elect to do anything? Some decent playability. Just going to check it back with the suited 8-5. I was surprised. I thought that the king would just be jamming for
Yeah, I
sort of 12,
thought so
13
too.
bigs.
Yeah.
Um,
Still in the lead though with the king high. As they both brick the board. What about the turn? 10 doesn't do much. No flush draws, no nothing. But maybe Keys, the short stack, will take the passive route and might be up for a bet from the bigger stack, Sayago. We'll see what happens. Once for the check on the turn. A close up on both of these players. They both check. Queen. No flushes.
he's just going to, I guess, try and get this one to showdown, and let's see if Sayago decides to try and rep something. It's going to be quite difficult at this stage, and does check it back.
Yeah. So
So
Keys will
Senko's
be
been-
happy to have some 4 extra blinds to his
Senko's
stack.
been trying some pretty dirty tricks to prize the name of the next stop location out of us.
Aha, who has?
Senko92 says, Franke invited me to come to the next stop, but forgot to tell me where it was. Could you guys just please inform me? As he seems to you're not going to pass it on.
I see.
What's the official correspondence on that one?
You have to talk to Franke, I think, about.
It's out of our hands,
Yep, he can maybe book the tickets for you, Henkel.
right?
We're not sure where we're gonna send you.
Anonymous plane tickets.
You know, we are kept behind all that kind
We're
of
in the-
information
we're
just
in
to
the
not
dark.
spoil. Yeah, we know the dates though. They're out on the festivalseries.com in the live blog and other social media. So all the dates has been ironed for next year. I think the first stop was February 25th to March 3rd.
Yeah, that sounds
The
about right.
locations has not been confirmed yet. So the way Frankie was planning to do it, I think he was announcing actually today the 4th stop. So he's going to go for backwards, starting with the November stop will be announced today, and then he'll do the 3rd stop in the coming week and the 2nd stop just next
I feel
weekend.
like
I
the
think
November stop isn't going to take a rocket scientist to work out.
might not be no.
We definitely have a good idea of
But
that
we
one.
are not rocket scientists in this booth,
We're
so
not.
we
That's
don't know anything.
That's why we're here.
Oh.
So Pavlo in the cutoff. Ace 5 off.
Yeah. Let's see now then.
And Kier's actually up to 15 big blinds now after the small pot BVB there, checking down and winning with king high. And a perfect spot now to shove it in with his 15 bigs.
That's true.
Yeah, Franke is a rather unique spirit animal, that's for sure.
Yeah. Hasn't been much of sleep for him this week. He's been
No,
active
he's
all
been-
over
he's
the
been
place.
in the mix,
Definitely.
for sure.
But a lot of fun, a lot of action, and yeah, a lot of laughs, a lot of Frankie
Yeah.
laughs
Whatever
around
the result.
Yeah. Now then, as we have the hand all in from Keys with the Ace King versus the opening from Pavlo Ace 5. And
Whoa,
he's
whoa, whoa,
just-
what's going on here? He's just saving face, right?
Yeah, I
He's 15
think so,
big
right?
blinds, he's got ace 5 off. I thought he was reaching for the call there, you know, when...
You got scared.
Yeah, yeah. When it all goes a little bit slow motion. You think,
Yeah.
no.
He was just maybe reaching for chips to get a reaction from Keys or something, but surely has to lay this one down, right? Yeah,
Oh,
he
what a
does.
theatrics that was. I mean, come on.
All right, so I'm off to a short break
No
now,
problem,
but
sir.
George will be with you, and I'll be back also. And of course, we'll follow all the action through the winners. So we'll be here for a long ride.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So 12 left here. 4 eliminations already at the start of day 3. And 3 to go until we do break for the final table of 9. The remaining 9 contestants will have 7.3k locked up with 80,000 euros up top. So thanks for joining us for this one, and give us a shout or a follow, as well as a share across the socials at the festival OG for Facebook and Instagram as well. And for updates on anything going on here as we come to the end of this Bratislava stop, it's over at thefestival.com.
Position 3, 4, and 6 pass. 7 pass.
Full time to the blinds. Jesco with the 9-3 off.
And 8 pass.
35 big blinds effective. His opponent does show ace jack, and Jesco not exercising the right to find any aggression there, just relinquishing that one. The Molinar out. Really? Surely not. Is that little fake spoiler? I almost can't believe it. Oh. Wow, lost with the Ducks as well. 13th place.
4 pass.
Ay, ay, ay.
6 pass.
Yeah. So we can reveal that as we are 12 left on the ticker. But unfortunately, Michel Molinat defending the title would have been a hell of a feat. To have made the final table, does bow out in 13th place. Yeah, no spoiler right now. And Sayago opens the cutoff with the sixes. Gets it through to the blinds. Don't think we're going to see Sivas defend this kind of holding so deep in the tournament. Offsuit one gapper, and lets it go. Hey, caramba. So that's going to be Molinar out. And that could mean that these players utter a sigh of relief in some ways, as he was probably the most well-established or well-studied, let's say, player remaining in the field by quite some margin. Kids now playing six-handed, has the offsuit ace, playing for the full big blind ante. Plenty of incentive to find some. Is he shoved? 20 blinds going in with the ace-9 off there. Wasn't expecting that one. Wow. Forgive me for some surprise there, as couldn't quite believe the tower going in. Just seemed to me like a more of a raised fold candidate, but he had other ideas and steams that one through by the looks of it. Goes for the patented momentum shove. How many players left? Lovazir, it's in the top right of the screen. 12 out of 1,025. So thanks for joining us for the coverage of the festival main event. Absolutely right. Pavlo in the small blind, Looks like they're going to be playing north of 20 blinds now after quite an adventurous open jam in the previous hand. So we do see a 2.5x raise from King 10. Wonder what Kiz is deliberating here. Is he going to go for a funky non-all-in 3-bet in position? Nope, just lets it go. Two to the power of 10 plus 1. Very clean indeed. Just go. You also played 1E on Friday, but aces didn't work. Probably alongside you and many others that hit the rail throughout this tournament. It's a rough way to go out, bowing out with the pre-flop nuts. But some days, unfortunately, you just have to live and die by the sword. Pavlu with the ace-3 offsuit on the button. Taking his time once again. He's going to go for the raise fold, but the blocker by the looks of things makes it 150 to go. And Kiz, another dreamy spot here. Had the ace-king versus Pavlu's ace-5, and now the ace-jack versus Pavlu's ace-3. Some really great spots just to pick up, and he even gets a nice little cherry on top as Pavlu has been so kind to make it the 2.5x sizing as opposed to the more usual 2x. I'm not actually sure what the name means. I assumed it means something to do with the bank, but let me have a look and on Google Translate Slovakian. Oh, and I did not see Sayago lurking in the big blind with the ace-king offsuit here. So we'll get back to that one shortly, but here we've got a massive all-in confrontation as the Hungarian found a great rejam spot versus the button, but one of those rare occasions where the big blind has actually got a calling hand behind, and ace-king certainly is going to be that. And it is a dry king high as well. That is not what we're looking for when we're on our tournament life, all in with the ace-jack, but does turn the gut shot. So 4 outs to the 10, and the 10 only will save Kiz in the main event. Not to be on this occasion, as the Spaniard once again wins another huge pot and is up to 4.5 million. And Kiz took a great spot there versus the button, just unlucky to run into it behind. He's going to be bowing out in 12th, so 11 left all of a sudden here at the festival main event. And we've got a table of 5-handed playing with the full big blind ante. Let's see how they are going to be adjusting to that one. Yeah, it just means bank casino. Does what it says on the tin. So Sayago there, VPIP 38%, 34% pre-flop raise. See if we can get some more insight into the statistics this week. Sorry, for the rest of the stream today, as we haven't seen so much of those throughout the week. Yeah, I kind of agree actually. I think it might have built more suspense if we just started the coverage for the FT. But there's a lot of kind of time banking, random tanking, and nitty play for sure. Siva's just going to be jamming it in as we are on a blind increase, 40-80k now. And he's taking no chances with his ace-king off. Sayago out the way, and Jessico is not going to be able to call the king 8 off in the big blind. Seems to be represented in the numbers that have tuned in as well. Maybe some not sticking around for too long, wanting the final table, or it could just be a byproduct of the competition on Twitch on the weekends, especially Sunday. So I don't think his got the 7th place payout, but more likely the 12th. And for those of you tuning in, 12th place was good for, bear with me, the list of payouts. Here we go. 12th place was good for 5.275k, so now we're up to the dizzy heights of 6,080 euros locked up for each player. Yeah, they have been going out thick and fast, but it's not necessarily been anything outlandish, I guess. So what do we have here? Jessico going for the 3-bet with the Queen Jack versus the table chip leader, or now so, Sayago from Spain, who's simply going to exercise some TV time with his Jack 7, unless he's got some extremely devilish ideas of taking it upstairs in the form of a 4-bet non-all-in. Surely not with this combination. Does get out the way. But yeah, certainly wasn't expecting 5 players to be out already. We knew that only really Stranak came into the day super short on chips. He was around about 600k at the 60k big blind, so had some work to do, but been dropping like flies. And I'm looking forward to a final table with our man Tommy Bow in the mix with chunks of chips. He was a great watch on the Bratislava Deep Stack final table as well. Played that one with Gabriel, who's the Polish player that moved over to the other table. And those two styles definitely brought some interesting collisions. So Siago looks like he wants to take this up a notch and work through the gears here. Jack 7 on the button, 7-5 suited in the cutoff now. quite like what I'm seeing from him. Looks to be taking this opportunity to try and run away with it. 2 players to go until the final table. Doesn't see an awful lot of aggression being forced back at him. We did see a 3-bet from Jesco there that got the job done. But Thiago might be thinking that this is a great opportunity to exercise that big stack advantage on his fellow opponents and try and motor away from the field. That's that one going. Potentially gives the green light over to Jesco to do some work. He's going to make it 175k to go. Graphics taking a while to refresh. Let's see if we've got any idea on what these 2 guys are holding. Pavlu taking some time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's even going to VPip the hand, as he's been a little bit dramatic with some of the raised folds. He will defend on this occasion though, positioning his mouth behind the side of the hood. Queen 5-5. Goes check, check. I was expecting Jesco to just continue with a very small size here, so interested as to what he might deem to be checking back here, and goes for 200 into 670. Quite a chunky sizing actually. 200 into 470, sort of halfish. And now the ace of clubs on the river. Now 350 into 850, so again, just south of half pot. Not sure what exactly Jesco is representing at this stage. Was he potentially betting some ace high for value on the turn, checking back and now rivering top pair? You feel he might want to go bigger with some flushes. Some of the turn straight draws, hands like 9-8, 8-6 suited, 6-4, you would have felt had good interaction with the 5 potentially and might have just bet the flop. So it's quite perplexing here, and Pavlu with the 7 looks rather curious, and I don't blame him. It's a rather strange line, and he does just fold. Let's see if we're going to get any idea as to what Jesco had here. He did have the ace-7, so he does improve. So a rather disguised nutty holding there. It's quite tough to have have an improvement there. because it did feel like he wasn't going to bet just some kind of ace-high holding for that size on the turn. But ace-7 certainly makes a lot of sense. It was actually unfortunate, as his kicker would have played him, would have won a pretty decent-sized pot had there been an undercard on the river. Not to be, though. So Vaxi limping in. Is that a limp? Yeah, does look to be a limp in the cutoff with Jack 10 off. Maybe overly concerned about Sievers, and in this occasion he would be right to be concerned, but I'm not sure we're absolutely like desperate to VPIP so much that we have to build a limping range here. And I'm also not sure that if we just use an open that means that Sievers is going to shove like a percentage of the time that we'd want to protect against. So yeah, wasn't expecting to see the limp there, and Sievers just getting a free little one big blind top up as he squeeze jams. Can't quite believe we've lost Molinar. I thought it was the cleanest of runs for him to embark on a back-to-back Bratislava Festival Series main event feature table. Final table, I should say. But it looks like the crown is going to move away from the Netherlands. Yes, indeed, no remaining Dutch players. He was the lone contestant. And the nations that are most represented, Hungary and Denmark and yeah, Hungary and Denmark with 2 each by the looks of things. Sievers getting one through, and after the jam he got through with the ace-queen last hand and that little raise and take, all of a sudden he's on 20 bigs and not looking too bad. Things were getting a little bit hairy as he hit around the million or under mark, but now a little bit of momentum coming his favor in this orbit. Sayago's definitely not going to let this opportunity up with the ace-8 off. And is going to open things up on the button here. And Vaxi does find the rejam with the pocket fours here. 11 left. Is Sayago going to raise call ace-8 for 20? I don't think so. And does let it go. Sorry about that, we're just muting ourselves because the Tannoy was bringing us live time information about the open face Chinese high roller, the 1K that's getting kicked off. And Jesco looks to be attacking his Spanish opponent. Button versus cut off, deciding to employ some aggression. Does get another fold. So good timing there from the local regular player, who's done a great job of working his way up through local tournaments and has had a number of big scores in the local area. Let's have a look at his Hendon mob. I believe it's just a string of Slovakian caches. Yeah, 155,000 in total live earnings, and the best live cash was for 17k. Just serial amount of caches here, and all of them essentially in Slovakia. Biggest one this year was a cash fund 6th in the 170 Banco Masters in August for 6.4k. But just someone that grinds a really high volume of local tournaments, the ones that are running from sort of 100 to 1k, that kind of range. And I would imagine would be making a relatively decent living doing that. Not sure what the hold up is here. Saw a wry smile from across the table, but it is over to Sivas on the button, and he does have the option. So 160 to go, going for the min raise. And this time it's Pavlu taking it upstairs. He goes for the non-all-in 3-bet to 450k, facing the open of 160k. Would love to see some whole cards here. Do we think he's capable of finding... if you do use Ace X offsuit here, it is rather easy to be overdoing it if you're not going to be inducing hands like ace king suited, ace queen suited. If you're likely to jam those hands, then all of a sudden your value range becomes extremely narrow, and there are potentially lots of bluffs that could 3-bet fold. So would have loved to have seen the showdown or the whole card info on that one. Very much so. But unfortunately we don't get to see it. I don't... what's my guess? It's hard to say. It depends if players that are playing a lot of online at the moment, there is definitely a meta in those spots for ICM considerations, or in ICM situations for people to be taking the Michael a little bit, which is kind of an English idiom for overdoing it, let's say. Sievers with the King Jack. Once again, getting some decent candidates to steal with. And Pavlu now, ace-6. Is it going to be back-to-back for the Cypriot? His opponent is slightly shallower now and does relinquish that one. So a6 in the muck. Sayago not interested either. And Jesko in the big blind with the 6-5 offsuit. Facing a min raise, getting a pretty good price, wanting to defend that big blind ante, I imagine. Yeah, he's going to come along. There might be something to be said for sizing up somewhat into blinds that are likely to defend a decent frequency, so just kind of disincentivizing them to defend with the addition of the big blind ante being 20% each. You're just giving them such a good price to defend from the big blind versus just the pure min raise. Something that might be worth considering for these guys. Over to Sayago once again. Are we going to see a Sayago on Jesko battle? Seen the Slovakian come out ahead with 2 3-bet spots so far. Doesn't dare the third, and still struggling with the whole card information, so I do apologize on that one. Potentially going to need a new deck. Sometimes the scanners within the cards can get a little bit worn out with too much use. It is Queen 10 deuce. Two-tone. Checks over to Sayago. He checks back. Facing the second check, looks like Sayago's not going to be able to help himself, and he does fire just under half pot, Looks like 210, and that is going to get the job done, just leaning on what he deemed to be a slightly weaker range. So Thiago, let's just go do the work once again. Let's see. He does go for the slight size up, and I like that adjustment. Just talking about the big blind ante being so large and giving such an incentive for people to defend versus these smaller sizings, that I think that this is warranted and potentially even can go bigger. So he does get a peel from Vaxi in the small blind. Typically you'd imagine Vaxi to have some kind of Broadway or suited or somewhat connected holding here. Definitely usually a capped range, but it's going to have some usual kind of centering around the middling to high cards there that just don't want to jam themselves. Ooh, what have we got here? Is that a... Nope, Jesco took that one down. I thought that that was gonna be a complete misdeal there for this for a second, but another small pot in the direction of the Slovakian, just motoring ahead now. It seems like him and Sanago are doing a bit of a ducking and diving job, taking it in turns to lean on the rest of the field and just whittling them down slowly and improving both of their own respective bids for the final table. So Thiago, once again, opening it up, just continuing to lean on the shorter stacks here, as Pavlou hasn't had much of a response versus the bigger stacks, but was able to get a 3-bet through versus Sievers. He is going to defend 80k into 440, getting a really good price to continue, so why not? King 8 deuce. All spades. We'll say I'll go for a smallish bet here. Got about 4 stack to pot ratio. Another spade on the turn. Surely you'd think would favour the out of position player. Who does follow it up with a 150k bet out of position. Just feeling like he's going to have the advantage here. It'd be quite rare that Thiago checks back all that many hands that are going to have a strong spade in them. Could be wrong. Thiago does come along for the ride. And it's a paired board to close it out. Pavlou could definitely have some bluffs, I guess bluffs would be like 4-5, 5-6, 6-5. And he could be looking to get something like the 7 of spades to showdown now. Unsure whether he would be able to justify himself another bet in this particular stage of the tournament. So he does wave the white flag. And is that a surrender? What ideas does Siago have here of reopening the action? What would he be saying that he's got or representing? Some slow played hands on the flop. And he is reaching for chips, and he's going to go for a size of 500 into 700. Pretty meaty bet, and is going to get the job done. Again, it's a shame that we don't have any of these insights from the scanner. A couple of interesting pots where we don't get to see if our opponents just simply had a good hand or there is another level being played here. So I have had some information that we're going to be struggling with the scanners at the moment, and we're not going to see whole card info, but we are going to see the flops, of course. So apologies for that one. Bear with us. We're going to try and guess our way as to what's going on here. Actually coming in for another limp. And Pavlo is going to jam. Last time Vaxi didn't have a hand that would consider calling. And this time the same again. I do feel like for the most part when people start to build limping ranges in these types of spots, they do tend to under defend and just want to find a way to VPip the hand with weaker holdings as opposed to look to now start to trap my stronger hands type thing. So could be that he's very often folding there, but tough to say without the whole card info just how wide he's going there. We saw a Jack 10 offsuit last time, so must have been in that kind of ballpark. Is south of 20 big blinds now, and Pavlu has picked up a nice couple of jams, and he is almost at the 25 big blind mark. So Siago versus Jesko, these are the two big stacks at the table. And Siago respecting that in the form of a limp, and Jesko not looking to isolate in position versus the only player that could eliminate him on the table right now. Board would seem somewhat neutral. Don't think there's going to be anyone really with a massive advantage here. Siago starts with a check. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be weak though, as these guys are not necessarily incentivized to tangle. There's almost like an unspoken agreement that, okay, you open that one, I'll let you I'll let you work on the other side of the table. Okay, you fold that one. I'll do the job myself. Seems to have been the dynamic that has been developing here. And also occasionally Jesko would put his foot down in the form of a 3-bet. And Jesko is going to bet 150 into 240 on the turn. Representing some 8x, representing some potential 2 pairs on the turn with that bet. And on the river, on the diamond completer, goes for 250. Which kind of lines up with, whoa, just snap mucks. We don't get to see the showdown there. Size down, trying to represent an 8. I'm not even interested in seeing what his opponent had. 6-5, there we go. So it looks like there's some action developing on the outer table as a couple of these guys are interested in seeing how that develops and all in on a call.
Next, okay. So already shuffled. Anyway, he already shuffled the last card for us.
Unfortunately not, Jacob. Michel has hit the rail. An unfortunate 13th bust for him. But I'm sure he's not going to be too disheartened with that one. So, Pavlu, still not seeing the whole cards pre-flop, so bear with us on that. And I believe that we may be down to 9 players here. I think that's what the table are insinuating. And yes, indeed, the dealer has been asked to stop. Looks like we've had 2 bust outs on the other table, so we're going to be taking a little bit of a break here, waiting for the continuation. And after the break, there will be a dinner break as well. So in terms of live time, we could be taking around about a 30 to 45 minute break here, and we will keep you posted on that one. But from us at the festival, we will be off before the final table continues in under an hour. So stay tuned and see you soon. Bye-bye. So welcome back here to the festival main event final table after a lengthy break, after we did see some pretty quick eliminations. Started the day with 16 already down to 9, and details on those players here, as you can see. Is that 9 unique flags on a final table? Wow, that is quite something. Macedonia, Slovakia, Cyprus, Hungary, Germany, Greece, Sweden, Poland and Spain. And it's going to be Gabriel Reimar from Poland, who is the winner of the Bratislava Deep Stack on Tuesday. And he's going to look to win 2 of the bigger titles of the week. Obviously the main event, the biggest tournament of the week. And the Bratislava Deep Stack was a multi-day 250 that he won for 14.4k. So coming into this on some form. Jesko, the local hopeful, who will be looking for a top 5 or better to eclipse his best score. And I like the way that Siago's played so far. He's looked very good. Made some good decisions.
Okay, any questions? Perfect. So I wish you the best of luck. I want you to enjoy it first. And like 48, you be one of the 80 dealers. Shuffle up and start this.
So it looks like cards are going to be in the air as we going to continue here at the festival main event. In first hand, Reimar just folding the 10-6 off, blind versus blind, not even considering a complete. Fairly tentative stuff to get things kicked off, as you can imagine. Quite a serious looking group of players, no one daring to break into a smile potentially. Playing for some serious money now, as Ninth will be taking home 7.3k up to the winner of 80,000 euros. How you doing, buddy? Joined by Michel Molinar in the booth.
Hello.
So how did the deuces hand go? You get short as just a rejam?
No, I started the hand with 1.7 million, PV 60k, small blind raised, so I
Just put him in.
put him in and got called by ace 9 suited by Mr. Ilya Sosevsky, who has kings here. Yeah, he won the flip, so
Fair enough.
yeah, hand of poker.
Yep. C'est la vie, eh?
Yeah, not much you can do, just like, got very lucky first hand of the day, winning ace jack versus ace king.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah, so that happened, and then
And you thought, here we go again.
yeah, I mean, I took the good spot, and fortunately it didn't fall my time this time.
Yeah.
But nice low run again. Obviously good result. Can't really ask for more.
No. How did you sort of approach the situation in terms of not like falling into the same storyline. You know what I mean, or like getting ahead of yourself or anything like that.
Oh no, I was saying before I entered the tournament that I was gonna back to back it.
So completely go the opposite way.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Just all
I
out confidence.
Yeah, I mean you kind of need it, and
Yeah,
obviously the year I've been having, it helps, and
certainly.
this wasn't a particularly like how do you say that nicely?
Tough.
Yeah,
Mm.
it,
Yeah.
it wasn't too challenging throughout the days,
Last year
and
was
obviously
seemed
when you
tougher.
just yeah, obviously when you are lucky as well,
Yeah.
it just helps so much. Like,
Mhm.
you'll need a bit less luck when you just say win a more than fair share of pots, I guess,
Yeah, absolutely.
which helps. And yeah, I mean, but yeah, now I'm here again, so
Mhm.
it's fun.
And in terms of the final table participants, anyone that you would say to watch out for? Anyone you think could be your favourite?
I see the Spaniard is now opening Ace Queen O.
Yeah, he seems
Make a very nice play yesterday, calling the Ace 4
Ace
versus
four,
Ace 8.
yeah. Yeah, I thought
In
that
the
was a
blind for blind stuff.
really clean catcher actually.
Yeah. Other than that, Peter is pretty known to be a regular here,
Mhm.
or at least a Slovakian regular.
Yep.
And yeah, Ilya has not really done anything weird over the couple times that I've played with him.
Yep.
I think he's a regular here as well.
Was that the Macedonian guy you mean?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. It's a pretty weird lineup now. There's those three guys, which with I'm assuming most of the chips in play, all being next to each other, so they don't really want to clash. But
No, exactly. It's going to be a little bit ducking and diving going on.
yeah,
It almost felt like on the second final two tables, the Spaniard and the Peter, the local reg, were kind of taking it in turns to have a pop at the other guys. Basically, it was almost like an unspoken thing.
yeah, that kind of makes sense to some like half avoid the other regulars and other big stacks when you really don't want to clash with those, especially in this like this structure where it's so much play.
Yeah. And so, who are we rooting for now, Tommy?
Oh god, I don't
Swedish
know.
player.
I honestly don't really
Yeah.
care at this
You're not
point.
invested too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked some with the guy that's what's his name? I guess it's the German guy. I
Mhm.
talked a bit after I was. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
Also, the Spanish guy is like having seen some of the streamed play. He seems solid enough to.
Give him some respect. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say it would be fun if Tommy Alm just like
Just takes it down.
owns
Yeah.
everyone and just keeps.
Absolutely
yeah.
runs away with it.
There's definitely some characters still left that I've played with. So
Yeah, absolutely. And what did you think when you watched back the Ace 5 fold?
I mean it's not too weird of hand to have, right? Because he had a gut shot and then a backdoor flush draw or something.
Yeah, but you're not targeting that at the time, right?
No, but my value does just
Yeah, it does
exclusively
beat
beat
it,
him.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I kind of just because there wasn't too much on the river, like
Mhm.
my basically all in.
45, 50% or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want the snap folds from missed flush draws, right?
Yeah.
Like all his King Eye, Queen Eye flush draws that just bricked off, and if blocking some 9x that he can have,
Yeah.
like 9-6, 9-7 hands, which probably wouldn't take this line too much, but you know, top pair, backdoor flush draw, straight draw, can definitely see that
Mhm.
play out in a similar fashion. Yeah, just happy to see Ace 5 fold and not make a hero call.
Yeah.
Like, I definitely would have gotten a bit curious with that one,
Yeah. I
especially
think so.
when you realize it's only a bit less than half pot that I'm betting. You
Yeah,
just
that
end up
and also the. Yeah, just the.
you just end up with a lot of hands that are folding if you're folding ace X,
Mhm.
which might end up being a bit of a problem. But you know, I had 7-eye, so I'm happy to see a fold.
As you can imagine.
Yeah.
So Nostivra is cheering for Tommy. Let us know if you're tuning in at home who you're watching out for here at the feature table. as I imagine things in terms of eliminations might slow down a touch now. I mean, that's pretty quick to get 7 eliminations in the space of merely a few hours.
Yeah, it went pretty fast when I was still in. Just like,
Yeah,
I believe there was some double bust out maybe on stream, or at least it seemed that way.
yeah, yeah.
Uh, yeah, just it can go really fast like that when everyone's like kind of battling to finally reach day 3, and then
Yeah,
there were so many
that's
20, 25 baby stacks. Yeah, they just have to clash at some point, right?
Yep, it's
Uh,
inevitable.
Yeah, and now you kind of have the same song and dance where the German guy over here in small blind against a what seems to be a 1 million stack in big blind is just probably gonna have to put him in
Yep.
quite often, and having the high card here. Yeah, we see him go for what
Gonna
looked like
go
a non-lane
for
raise.
2.3 or
which I don't mind.
2.5 or something.
I could even go clean 3x, but 190, so goes less than 2.5x,
Yeah.
which yeah, big blind's just gonna be allowed to see a flop with 2 cards,
Mm-hmm.
which
Yeah,
not,
I see what
yeah,
you
you
mean.
don't really want that, but
You don't want
let's say
force-
you make it 4 or 240 here, obviously queen 5 off, not a hand, as we see a kind of troublesome flop. Queen 5 off doesn't really benefit from playing post too much, and obviously if you make it smaller, people can defend it more.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're definitely seeing a turn here, unless Fashi is gonna decide that that's enough, and
Just snap all
as
in.
you go,
Yeah.
run your equity. Yeah, I'd like to see a bit more of a pretending here, because I wouldn't expect him to snap in with some weaker king X. Maybe it would actually.
Yeah, potentially just any kind of pair or equity within the flop is. It was kind of that hand against you reminded me of that. It's just like the snap action there.
Yeah.
It's really unnecessary at this stage of a tournament. It's not going to do you any favors, but could potentially cause harm to you later on.
Yeah, for sure. So you see the chip distribution.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a bit cagey seeing 4 stacks quite even. Like,
Mhm.
Pavlu doesn't wanna lose like 10 big blinds here.
Yeah, right in the bottom of the
like,
pack.
Yeah, and then obviously Peter to Sayago are not really happy to battle with the Polish chip lead.
Yeah.
Because we might ramp up a bit of aggression. Obviously,
Mhm.
being sandwiched between Sayago and Tomiyam,
Yeah.
might behave a bit more than he might be supposed to, but
Yeah, let's see. It was a mixed bag in the. He actually won the side event, the Bratislava Deep
Oh,
Stack,
right.
on Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe, and he was yeah, sort of, kind of taking the reins, but then also missing a lot of open jams and stuff. But
right.
it's difficult at this stage, right? When you've got 9 left and you're just surrounded by people.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be open jamming this.
No, of course not.
There's some distributions where you can, and
Mhm.
the problem with it is variance just kicks up so much when
Yeah.
you can just go for a normal parentheses normal open with your entire range,
Mhm.
which isn't unreasonable here, as we see Vashi does go for his patented look with pop the collar up and go shake in his hands. It was pretty interesting to see yesterday as well in some pots, but definitely yeah, just has ace king off. Just easiest decision of your life. As we
Yeah.
see streamer Yevakim in the chat.
Welcome, welcome.
Good seeing
Build
you
up.
again. Festival regular.
Yeah, and on an unfortunate run of live non-caches.
Yeah,
Quite
I
the
saw that.
opposite to you, so
Yeah, exactly.
it's brutal when that happens.
Yeah, especially live. It hurts so much more because you travel for an event and stay for a week, so hotel costs and food and stuff adds with it.
Yeah,
And then,
exactly.
yeah, the time frame of not getting any money in your hand is a bit more rough than it would be
Yeah.
in an online session.
Exactly. It's yeah, it just lasts a long time and
Yeah.
costs you a lot of change outside of not only the play but just the moving around as
Yeah.
well. Andy just jumping in saying small blind never has bottom of range here, eh? When he goes for the Phil Hellmuth lock up there.
No, Andy definitely. Speaking of a guy that's been running kind of bad live this past year, also in the same bit of a boat as Yevakame is. But
Can't
I'm
catch a
sure
break.
he'll be fine.
Mm.
You see Tommy kicking it up here with the A60, announcing his race. Gonna run into Christopher's pocket tens.
Good old Tommy going for the 2.5x from +3 with A6 off in the middle of the pack, just making it happen, the lad.
Yeah. And if you hadn't seen Tommy play yesterday or earlier today, you might be a bit afraid of doing much aggression against the action.
Yeah.
But obviously Christopher has played a bit with him and realized that Tommy is sometimes up to no good. And then obviously just becomes fist bumping.
Close your eyes and
Yeah.
put it in.
Hope no one wakes up behind.
Ever making it like 1.2 million just in case there's like 2 jams behind or something?
Yeah, that's actually yeah, that would be a pretty good
That's a hand
spot in this
that's-
spot, but
yeah,
if you make it somewhat too big, you can't really fold to two jams behind anyways.
yeah,
Because there's still gonna be like ace queen, ace king in there, which yeah, tens does surprisingly well against.
yeah. I think it would be very rare to see ace queen and ace king get both in behind in
Yeah.
this kind of level tournament. But
I guess against two all-ins, you just if it goes beat or all-in, and then Ilya wakes up with it behind, yeah, then you definitely know your tens are dead and buried.
Yep.
But sometimes you don't want to put in 2/3 of your stack and still have to fold because you might end up with just dusting off a bunch of your chips while not seeing 5 cards.
Yeah, or sometimes people have put in like half of their stack and been like peeled and been put in a really weird post-flop spot.
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. That's the best. When you see those ones.
Yeah, you see someone raising to like 5 VB and then
Yeah.
end up SPR 0.5 and be like, fold, I guess.
So Christopher, a lovely pickup for him.
Yeah. It's a bit of a nice momentum to catch on the FT.
Oh, it's lovely, yeah.
I've definitely had FTs where it's just been you 3-bet bluff once or twice, and then all of a sudden you go from, I don't know, 40 bigs to 20 bigs, and then blinds go up, and you're just like, why do I do this?
Yeah, you
know?
feel like you're
why
sort
do
of-
I get dealt like king 6 suited on the button versus open?
Yeah, looking over your shoulder thinking, oh dear.
Yeah.
What's been your cleanest main event final table this year?
I think Dublin was.
Dublin,
yeah,
yeah.
Definitely Dublin. Yeah,
Pretty good
Was-
lineup as well you had there.
yeah, I was. I believe I got in 4th in chips. I started the day 3 pretty shallow, but
Yep.
bluffed my way up and then won an all-in pretty close to the final table.
Yep.
And the distribution was kind of nice, where I had a big stack to my direct right, we didn't, and was another big stack to my left, so they would kind of were afraid to clash with one another, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So that led to me getting more spots myself.
Yep.
Then there were 3 shorties below 10 BB that just busted one after another.
Ideal.
I took out 2 of them, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, and then won a flip for a heap, final 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then stacked number 3 in an insane 4-bet pot. Where my second pair was good against 3 high.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
4-bet pot.
And treated himself to the old
To the
3
old
deuce suited.
3 Dewey. The
Yeah. The clean diaper. it
yeah, I
was,
was gonna
yeah.
say it can't be the dirty diaper. It's the less dirty.
Yeah, so that was definitely Yeah, definitely cleanest. Just heads up to basically forever, but we were both 100 bigs deep.
Yeah.
Think we ended on hand 75 or something,
Ooh.
which, yeah, pretty much was more hands than the entire FT played.
Yeah. What's that in live poker? 75. Is that like an hour and a half of heads up or
Probably like two.
2? Yeah.
I'd imagine like two or a bit more because there were quite a bit of. I started with a pretty big lead
Mhm.
because I just won that big pot,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then I grinded him down a bit, and then he grinded up again and won a few big pots himself. And I think it concluded me.
Was there any ever talk of a deal at that stage?
No,
No.
there wasn't.
And that was your or both?
I
deals?
it just didn't really come up. We didn't talk much in general, but like
Yeah.
we were kind of both recognizing that yeah, a deal wasn't really gonna be happening, especially at the start of final table or
Yeah.
start of heads up, where I think a 3-1 chip lead, and my opponent Thomas was also just
Never
probably
never
pretty
really heard of
confident
this guy before.
in his abilities as well. He played like reasonably throughout the FT.
Yeah.
Maybe had some like interesting tidbits of strategy heads up,
Uh huh.
which I was able to take advantage of in certain spots.
Mhm.
But yeah, also just getting good cards and winning seems
That's
seems like a
fairly
good strategy when
unfallible,
you're
yeah.
1v1.
Get good cards and win big pots.
Yeah,
Absolutely. You heard it here first, guys. If you're tuning in, looking for the insight.
tide is right and all that. Win all ins.
Oh, Tide is right. That's
Yeah,
that's a bit of a missell, I think.
it's not gonna be me.
And then there were four Irish players at the table.
Yeah.
Were they kind of, more the spots, quote unquote, or?
I mean, not really.
No.
So Patrick, Andy, and I believe, yeah, it was just
Liam and Glenn, something.
Glenn was really active.
Okay.
Was a really aggressive player, so
Yeah.
noticeable with his bust out hand, of course.
Mhm.
I got told he
King
was
Diaper.
pretty, yeah, he was pretty relentless in his aggression. So yeah, that's definitely a bit harder when you're talking about ICM pressure and being a top 3 stack against another top 3 stack. You don't really wanna
No, you don't
want to be
have
put in
this
the
kind of
mixer with
guy.
like some underpair.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
like, yeah, he could be bluffing, but
Yeah.
there's 3 other guys waiting for me to put in my chips. You know.
Mhm.
You see Peter picking up Jaxer and cut off.
Going for the 2.35x. One of the only people that we've seen implementing larger than.
I think that's pretty interesting against chip lead when
Yeah.
you're already gonna be a bit tighter, and you
Because
don't.
you're just saying I'm opening a stronger range anyway.
Yeah.
I might as well size up a little bit.
Yeah, when you're opening. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just might as well give him a bit of a worse price to call with a bit of a stronger hand. I would need to see him do this with like some near the bottom of his range, right?
What would the bottom be here? Like a King 10, King 9 off, something like that?
Yeah, something in that direction. Yeah, like I don't really think you should be going too tight, to be honest.
Yeah.
So it's like, let me think. Like some suited queens, maybe like queen 7. You can still open them more.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just gets a bit tricky when you're just, as he's bet pretty close to pot here, which I like. Especially after the bit bigger open, definitely putting in more chips than the average. Let's see bet at third because it's flop. Yeah, it just recognizes that jacks definitely need some good protection here on the 8-7-3 rainbow. And we might see Reimer do something here with the bottom pair and under, which he might regret. Oh yeah, just correctly folds after flopping the pair, which is also the sign of a player that recognizes
The strength of
him being big bet, and then
Yeah.
yeah, just not getting too stuck with the 3 deuce, which is good.
Yeah, good
Definitely
stuff.
looking for some more backdoors than just the two-pair draw.
And what did you think about the payouts of the final table in general when you were coming into day 3?
I thought they were pretty flat actually. Like,
Mhm.
so last year had 200 more runners,
Yeah.
but yeah, it kind of reminisces me of a certain site that I'm not gonna name, which yeah, I mean it pays up a bit more for ninth place than it did, or somewhat similar to ninth place as it did last year,
Yeah.
which just yeah the
And
missing
last
prize
year
pool
was
basically is taken from the top, which
yeah,
could
20x.
you could argue that it should.
20x ninth was the winner last year, right? Or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
exactly,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's quite a jump.
Yeah, so they've definitely flattened that a bit out, which might be a bit better for the lesser um, seasoned players in the field.
Yeah, exactly.
They actually get um, a bit more bang for your buck for actually running deep in a tournament, making the FT.
Mhm.
But yeah, if you're like me, wanting to mainly win tournaments, it's it's a bit less than
Bit of an
less than
inconvenience.
ideal. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe we'll take it though. Yeah, I would have taken the 80k with a very happy smile on my face.
Absolutely.
But were you saying Michel definitely a Bumble enjoyer? You would be very much wrong, Andy.
It's like Senkel going on with the random curveballs of conversational
Yeah.
starting. What's wrong with Bumble? What have you got against Bumble?
Not much. Just
Yeah, just not your way to go.
not a great success. Yeah.
No,
Much prefer Tinder Premium.
you could just link the mob straight there.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I've got my winners photos on there, and
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
didn't seem to work.
didn't seem to work.
Terrible.
Just a
Yeah.
little bit smarmy, maybe. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They're like,
Too
"Oh,
big of a trophy,
look at
maybe.
this guy, yeah. All right, mate. You and your poker tourney. Flomo, welcome, welcome, welcome. I finally managed to get the payouts done for the
Oh,
command,
nice.
so hopefully that works. Let's have
Give it a
look
little
now.
tester.
Don't let me down, Nightbot. There we go.
Oh, we saw do some stuff with the King 5-0 there versus UTG.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. On the A7-3 with two clubs,
Mhm.
which might have been a contender to. I mean, besides folding pre,
Yeah.
yeah, Queen Jack just correctly in the bin.
Tommy.
He's definitely not afraid to put chips in where he believes he can put on ample pressure. That's for sure.
Yeah, he also made the final table of the 250 Bratislava deep stack,
Ah.
and
So you're saying we have a bunch of very hot people,
yeah, I mean,
hot running people here.
two final tables in two big fields. The Bratislava deep stack got about 380 runners. This one getting a shade over 1,000. So to make two, yeah, fairly mass field tournaments and then the final table stage in the same week is quite some going.
Yeah.
And Tommy was on there and Gabriel was on there, and they both sat next to each other. And I remember Tommy, the Swedish gentleman, 3-betting 10-3 suited, small blind versus button.
Oh.
Checks the flop with essentially no equity. Blocks a king on the turn and then just jams 3.5x pot on just a random card on the river.
Yeah.
And gets-
Basically saying good luck calling, sir.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
like, let's say it was like 10-4-4 or something, king turn, and ends up getting like nines to fold. Just, but still being curious as to like, what the hell is this guy rapping?
Yeah. At some point when the bets get too big, you're
Yeah,
probably
yeah, you
getting
just kind
a
of
call
like-
more often than
Mhm.
you are getting the fold when you're betting half pot in certain stuff.
Yeah, especially after he'd stabbed one big blind out of
Yeah.
position on the turn. So the moral of that was just to be aware that he is pretty capable. Sometimes seems like he's going to be quite loose passive, but he's definitely capable of pulling a move or two out when he needs it.
You see Christopher with another primed spot to just put in all his chips.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
Swallow a bit versus First the hijack 3-bet, hoping to not get absolutely snapped off here.
What did you think about the size of the 3-bet? It was
Sorry, I kind of missed it.
it was like 215 to 575.
Uh, yeah, I don't mind it.
A little too chunky on a final table, no? It's like
No, you
2.8,
definitely
no?
don't want to invite.
You don't want to. Yeah.
You don't want to invite him into playing post, even though you're in position. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the smaller 3-bets in general.
Yeah.
So it's like
Okay.
see Sijevski just like having a bit of a rougher start to the FT, just getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, so to say. That 3-bet.
Yeah,
But
that was kind of the scenario that you were giving us insight into earlier, right? It's quite frustrating, especially if you see relatively passive play or
Yeah.
relatively standard kind of things going on around, and you're the one trying to make something happen.
yeah, or just like get hands that should 3-bet, like King Jack, and then people waking up behind, of course.
Yeah.
Who just it's a bit of timing that's is a major part of run good as well.
Hmm.
Like stealing the blinds a couple times and not having to wake up with it. Or
Yeah.
not having to raise call in certain spots. See, say I go folded deuces in the
Variance within
hijack.
variance kind of
Yeah, exactly. Like the hidden run good, so to say.
thing. Hmm.
See Sayago fold deuces here in hijack is kind of interesting. Having the chip leader to his direct left, and yeah, okay,
That's really tight, isn't it?
that wouldn't be me
Yeah.
from any position. To be
No.
honest.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
getting pipped across the deck. And we did see some stuff like this. This is why I said that he
Yeah, and
did
here we
this.
see Jack 7 off just folding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Also
this
a bit
is
of a
just-
red flag or
It-
red card.
a couple of people are getting sent off in this hand, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yeah.
might see the VAR show up here. and just- maybe I'll get a spot on the final table again.
Exactly. It's not fair. But for the most part, I think most of these players are playing for poker career, or however they view their time spent playing poker as a defining part of
Yeah.
that chunk of time.
Yeah, I mean,
So
they're playing for 160 buy-ins, right?
Yeah.
It's very hard for not a full-time player to even get that amount of tournaments in say, a 2-year span.
Exactly.
So yeah, but the Polish.
Yeah, that was a bit
yeah.
disappointing. I wasn't
You
expecting-
definitely need to ramp up the aggression being chip lead here, especially in the lineup where all these players behind him are kind of similar stacked. Besides Tommy maybe, but he doesn't mind getting in a pot with Tommy, to be honest.
Mhm.
Or shouldn't mind. And the other guys are just kind of praying to to get a rejam through at some point, as we see Andy here. Getting dealt the A2 suited, and
Wow.
and I don't
just
think
get away
Fashi
with it.
looked at his cards, and he's happy at it, and I don't
That's
think.
good.
God,
It can only be a negative free roll, right?
Are you never look at your cards when it's folded to you?
In a tournament, I don't think there's any upside to it.
I like seeing what I had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to treat myself with a bit of pain when
Treat yourself with a
get-
little bit of sour
yeah.
grapes when you get a walk in a big spot. You're like,
yeah, the game says never as well. Yeah,
I prefer not to. Yeah.
I don't know. I just at least you can't say you've been carded, when you've gone and walked with a premium.
That's one way of looking at it,
Yeah.
I guess. But
And the
then
other-
you didn't get any action anyway, so it's
Yeah.
just going to be. I don't know. I feel like it can only bring more salt.
It's pretty fun as well when it's me in the big blind and someone jams. I was just like at a card and then another
One,
card.
two.
Yeah, just like like end of day 2, small blind jammed for 25 effective or something.
Yeah.
I was like Jack, call. It's like up against Jack 10.
Good luck.
Yeah, call. Yeah, then today someone jammed, I believe, hijack for 12 BB or something,
Yeah.
or no 15.
Mhm.
And it's like 4 fold. Just,
Yeah. I'm
okay,
out.
go
Can't
bye.
call.
Don't need to see the other one.
No.
It keeps it a bit of fun as well, a bit lighthearted at the table. Just seeing a deuce and be like, okay, yeah,
All right,
okay,
you got
bye.
it, pal. What? You
That's
didn't even see your other one.
Yeah, could have been a deuce as well. Yeah, okay.
Always look, embrace the pain, says Mr. Lidor. What do you think, Roning? Thanks for the kind words, by the way. It is definitely getting long into the week here at the festival, but we've still got a lot of work to do. 9 left, and this final table will be rocking and rolling for many more hours. That's
See
for sure.
Christopher treating himself to an overcall here with the ace-10.
Yeah,
Definitely recognizing Tommy's a bit at it.
that's certainly one
yeah.
upside, isn't it? So Rima now is opening 7-6 suited +3, but doesn't fancy the Queen Jack in the
Yeah,
cutoff.
that's a bit of the thing that
the wrong way around, right?
Yeah.
You want high cards on final tables, not the
Yeah, especially when you're opening in a bunch of rejam stacks, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It seems a bit.
Just random.
I
Yeah.
didn't even want to say random, just erratic.
Yeah, erratic is
Uh,
good. Yeah, maybe it's
Yeah, you see it a bit online as well on when you see the final table replays, which I guess aren't much different than this final table.
No,
Seeing
but you mean
seeing
like
people just opening a hand and then they orbit the next orbit. They get a slightly better hand in earlier position or in a later position. They just muck that, and you're like,
yeah.
but where's that?
Is it just
Sometimes
like
it doesn't link up. Yeah.
Do you think it's just like based on an intuition or a feeling that they have? Is that what they're working off?
It's
or?
probably some kind of feel or just
Yeah.
You
I
you
don't
could just
fancy
be on
this
on
one.
a small rush and be
Yeah.
like Remar could have felt card dead for a bit and might have
Mhm.
picked something up from big blind even who
Yeah.
had kings. That could be a real thing where
Potentially,
he just observed the table and saw him look at his
So
cards.
the
as
big
he,
blind fall out of his seat. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
oh, and we see Remar correctly fold to 7-6
Yeah.
of spades, and now
Would have been a juicy
regretting his life, but there's still the club flush draws out there,
Mhm.
and some better hands like ace 5 sevens.
And are we going to see Tommy go for the second barrel here? Because we did see the rather unorthodox style. He would, I would guess he goes for like the small size down.
He's an Amethyst bet, which seemed like 450. Yeah, Christopher, kind of an interesting spot, but I don't think you want to do any jamming here.
No.
It's gonna be really bad to get snapped off, especially with Tommy's range having
Just all
a
sorts.
very big part of suited hands, which you only have 20% yourself against.
And he's capable of even having hands like 9-8 off, you know.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's like,
Yeah, we
it's-
saw the 10-9 off yesterday, beating Jonathan Wede's pocket jacks on the
Mhm.
10-high board.
Yeah. So a real-
Definitely something to keep in mind when playing against players like this that
Yeah.
give a lot of action. You need to have some balls in calling down, but also recognize that okay, there's a bit more nuttedness than you might see in a normal
Yeah.
hand available. But that also means there's more air, right?
More random hands.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And also Tommy, we did see him. Sizing schemes were usually somewhat indicative of
Hand strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely.
I hadn't picked up too much on it, but yeah, obviously.
Like randomly sizing down is like an uncommitted bluff or a hand like this that doesn't feel that they can match the size in the relation to the pot as the previous action.
Oh, as we see a raise come in, this is a bit.
This is a bit like I've got equity, I'm raising, right?
Yeah,
I'm
the
sure.
problem is if Tommy says all in here,
Yeah.
you're not very much loving life,
I
right?
really don't want to raise call.
I mean, I guess you kind of have to give him maths.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you give him,
opening
right?
the door to that.
Tommy can just have 5s or 7s, and you're just
You're just looking for a club.
you're
and,
you're 2.5 or 1.5 feet out the door, right?
Mhm.
Which you really don't want to put yourself in these spots.
And like your opponent's probably not going to fold ace jack, ace king, ace queen.
No.
I mean he might have he probably 3-bets ace king.
Yeah,
But
ace king
it's
definitely seems like a
hard to say
3-bet hand.
what sort of hands that he's got in this flatting range, how strong his ace-x could be. But yeah, I don't think this really achieves an awful lot. It's kind of like, oh, I've got a club. I might just raise it up. His bet looks weak, but not
Yeah.
really fully considering
Yeah,
the
it's a bit weird.
decisions beyond that.
Obviously, given this reaction by Tommy, it's just like,
I did. It's
Yeah.
the hand's over at this
Yeah.
stage, right?
I mean, you can still call.
Maybe. Let's
That
see.
just gets put in the blender on the river, of course, on some board changing stuff.
Yeah, I've
Because
looked-
you're not really fist bumping when like the three, or I guess you are, but like a 3 or an 8 still make some better hands. Obviously, being there for Christopher, who's gonna have some relatively what do you call that? Significant part of just nut flushes, right?
Yeah.
Which thought, okay, Tommy can have a straight, Tommy can have a set. Let's put more money in with those hands instead of awaiting some board changing river again.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden your flush is looking like, okay, a bluff catch. Yeah, it just folds like it's telegraphed a minute ago. Yeah, seems like a fair hand. The way as played, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Would you like a water or anything? Gonna go and grab
Sure,
myself
yeah.
one. That's fine.
I'll take a bit of a break as well, so we'll be right back in a minute.
Two plays, 200. Take toss. Four toss. Five toss. Six toss.
Queen Jack. We're back, and it's Reimar who finds the open with the kings this time. We were speculating as to whether he was missing out on getting in the mix, but it's certainly playable with number 2 hit. And yes,
Yeah,
go.
yes, go.
Showing some final table awareness there.
Yeah, definitely don't want to true bet even that
Yeah.
much against your plate open. So, yeah,
You just peel jacks here on the big blind.
you probably should be. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If I'm actually doing it is another question. That it kind of depends on how the opener is playing as well. If it's a guy that takes every suited ace, as some charts suggest, you should be
Yeah.
like very much rejamming aggressively against 3-bet, then you can just take some wider value range.
But in reality, unlikely to be occurring here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're also like very easy to use as bluff catchers, right? You
Yeah.
just have a pair, okay,
Have
you
a
call
pair
down a
and
couple times.
Call down a couple of streets.
Yeah, probably be
Okay.
comfy because there's mostly not gonna be much money get put in, as we see kings check back turn, which I mean, just very easy bet after he's bet small. Disco is definitely looking to get the showdown here, thinking his hand is good, like the overwhelming majority of the time.
Yeah. Very comfortable now.
But yeah, he's just running into the river full house of chip lead. So he's probably losing some chips here, to be honest. Um, there's some give ups that now are gonna feel mandatory to fire again, like Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen
Yeah.
10, Queen 9, all the like high cards.
Jack 8 suited,
Garbage,
Queen
basically.
8 or something like that.
Yeah. Kind of depends on how much chip leaders open. It's go really tiny on the river.
Yeah.
Which I guess, yeah, just
Almost
easy.
insulting of a size, isn't it? You just kind of.
Yeah, this is like, okay, I want to induce, I guess. Don't see another reason for this. It's just
What
yeah.
are we inducing here?
well, we want to raise and then
Yeah, but what
Yeah,
we consider
exactly.
raising on this texture, right? Or this run out. from-
I
from this
mean,
build?
maybe if he has like 5-4, just blocking some other stuff, but or just like random high cards, right? Like 8 high, with a backdoor flush draw, like I don't know, some sixes that wrap around the 5 a bit. And those could also just check raise flop, which you might be missing. Oh wow, that's a very disciplined good
That's a
fold.
really
Yeah,
disciplined fold there.
probably
It's so
definitely
easy to-
seeing what he's up to there.
Yeah, you can kind of soul read him there.
Yeah, they definitely missed out on some turn value there, and instead went for a very curious river size, which did not get rewarded, rightfully so, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think what Peter's thinking there is just like that he's not going to give his opponent credit for finding bluffs for that size, even though, you know, mathematically you'd think, well, I'm getting X price and I need to call this amount of my range. What actually happens, I think, for humans when they do that size, is they're on the final table, for example, as the chip leader, it's just going to be a greedy, I
Yeah.
want to get called.
Yeah,
most of the
probably.
time.
I think
With some kind of hand like queens or king X.
it also helps that he's gonna get the information in like 30 minutes.
Bit later on, yeah.
Yeah. Which
But,
I'm gonna assume both of them will still be around given the stacks.
Yeah.
And given the pace of play in this past hour. You see Pavlu probably opening the button with ace 8 off. Could consider an open jam,
Yeah,
but
thinking that.
I don't know if you wanna play that much in terms of open jams, but it's definitely a contender. Just goes for the min raise though, which is obviously very good. Ilya and Peter might both 3-bet to some.
Yeah, these are
So
the
previously,
two
yeah.
types of players that I think are going to find a decent enough response.
Yeah.
So,
They might not find all of them, or
yeah, but
might not assume they find all of them. But at
Uh-huh.
least you're getting 3-bet some bigger percentage of the time. That's not
yeah, that's
non-zero.
non-nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't
and
know
so would
Peter's
that
card
mean
here?
that we are more incentivized to just want to jam, and we do see Peter there.
No, I mean not really. You just build your strategy on how you're supposed to play, right? And then you might deviate from it by
play a bit tighter, 4-bet.
yeah, you
Well,
can deviate it in a way where let's say okay, you can maybe open more because you're getting away with more opens. But we see Peter 3-bet here again, and
And
yeah,
6-0, there we
yeah,
go.
exactly. We see the type of hand that you might not expect many people to show up with here.
No.
No.
Outside of online, a lot of the time, people in live just simply don't find these
Yeah.
spots.
And
so-
these are really nice hands where you want to basically only 3-bet and not call these types of holdings.
Ooh, that's a beat.
Been
Okay,
putting a bit much
stay-
on my hoodie, so it's like somehow gotten a hole in it.
What,
Well-
what do you do when you face these like almost comical sort of aggressive stare downs from these kind of players?
I mean, I can stare back. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, hey, it's more than seeing the eyebrows go in frowny a bit.
Yeah.
It's mostly happens in spots where they want to fold.
where they're just annoyed.
Yeah, they're just like bit curious, but then
bit curious, but
Can't
not
really,
enough to do anything about it,
yeah.
right? And they just want to
like if he just has,
make.
I don't know, queens there, he's not gonna be all angry looking at you. It's just,
Yeah, yeah. And
It's gotta-
we did see Peter almost sort of break into a smirk on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
side.
exactly,
He was kind of
yeah.
like, all right, you're folding then.
yeah, yeah. It's funny when you're actually next to each other as well, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There's some very comical
Yeah.
photos of that during some high rollers where it's I believe it was Stephen Chitwick and some other regular that really likes to stare people down.
Who's the guy? Not Bonomo, right? It's more of.
That could have been Bonomo.
It could have been Bonomo.
That-
Bonomo's a bit of a starer.
They were right next to each other and just kind of looking each other dead in the eyes. Like you were kind of wondering, are they gonna?
Are they gonna kiss?
Yeah. They gonna kiss or are they gonna fight? You know? Yeah, exactly. As Ilva says, like, stare downs when you're this close together. It's
Yeah,
it can be
I
really
wouldn't
funny.
be able to help from laugh.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
just don't take myself that seriously to go for like the full 45-second stare down.
I mean, it can be fun at times when you're playing some post flop hand, especially when there's some more information to be gained.
Rather than the pre-flop kind of trying to stare into the abyss as if you're going to pick up anything.
Yeah, exactly. Do you see Pavlu pick up another nice one now? Get the open. You see kind of the same. Was a bit afraid he was gonna snap back there, but he's taking his time a bit against the 2.75x, which is obviously gonna take into account a bit lesser of the non-all-in options, which I was thinking about.
Yeah, definitely. It's just I think we're just jamming here, right? Versus the
Yeah, you just take it.
Size.
Yeah, as you said. Yeah,
it's quite unorthodox. The 2.75.
Peter once again not showing his cards, kind of getting the old. I think it was Phil Ivey that didn't like that. Like to do that.
Puts them on like the side of the scanner on purpose.
Yeah, just be like, oh yeah, I put him there.
Feigns ignorance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just giving away as little information as he possibly can, which Peter being I believe a Slovak regular,
Yeah, live pro.
both in here and around the country. Yeah, he realizes that some information is better to keep hidden. You know, he might have made a very big fold there, and we'll never know.
Yeah, exactly. Because they were on the edge of the.
Yeah,
Edge
like,
of the reader.
yeah, he's fold already.
Thanks for the raid, Ever Kim. Stare downs when you are 20 centimeters from each other is a bit fun, and she's saying, "Are we drinking some apple juice?" I think
No.
your apple juice tenure is over this week, right?
Well, I've had one drink after I busted some
Yeah.
some nice Glenfiddich, but yeah, we'll keep it at one.
Just the water for me.
Yeah.
It's the way to go.
You gotta be serious here in the commentary booth, you know.
I'm not sure about that, but definitely got to stay awake.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you've had an interesting night, Lil.
Had some degen grinding. I mean, I these kind of games that pop up where you get a player that's 3-betting like 100% of the time, and then like 4/5 betting almost the similar thing. It does become a little bit flippaments and
Yeah.
based on which seat you have and card distribution. So
That was fun walking into the casino and seeing you there, and so some other guys, and it definitely looked like the entire table had not left their seats.
yeah, pretty much.
And definitely got the vibe from talking to you and some other guys that were there.
That we were all just
Yeah.
getting battered, basically.
We see a bit of chips being taken out of play here, making the stacks a bit more readable for everyone. You see Remar with Jack 10 suited in big blind. First open from Ilya. Could have jammed, maybe. But taking the safer route, obviously, Jack 10, always happy to see a flop. Or mostly happy to see a flop.
Yeah, I quite like the option to jam.
Might be a bit intimidating, given the amount of chips and the size of the spot that it is.
Yeah.
Um, not aware if
What's
if
the
our
raise
chip
fold?
leader has any big scores to his name.
No, just
No?
the Bratislava deep stack, of course.
All right, just that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
it's
about
really.
6k on Hendon apart from that.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay, so
like
really.
super low stakes stuff in Czech Republic and a couple of like €100
It's a
events
really
here.
nice background for him then.
Mhm.
Nice. Yeah. That might explain some of the folds he's been making.
Yeah.
Not wanting to blunder into some bad race calls.
Mhm.
Uh,
But I mean, the raise fault gap for Savievsky here is just insane, right?
Oh, yeah, of
Like,
course.
What can he even call?
I mean, if
Ace King
it,
10, something like that.
it kind of depends on how he views Reimer to rejam, right?
Yeah.
If Reimer is taking all the suited tens and some probably
Ace deuce
offsuit
suited or
aces,
something.
yeah, all that kind of stuff, then you might go down to like ace queen
Yeah.
of the suited variety. Yeah, then I don't think the payouts help too much with how much you're allowed to call here.
Yeah, it's not like you're incentivized to
Yeah, you're not.
play for the win. with
Yeah,
it being so
exactly.
flat.
Like last year, there were some spots where I took some really thin race calls.
Yeah.
Maybe you remember the queen jack suited.
Mhm. Mhm.
Even though that was four-handed, I believe, with me obviously having a lot of the chips in play already.
Yeah.
But those types of spots definitely show up more often when you're opening a very wide range, as Sayevsky was doing here, and also the win takes out so much more of the prize pool than it does this year. Yeah, we see Reimer even laying down here after he went check turn.
Yeah, getting away. Whether that indicates a theme of overly eagerness to take the passive option, or whether that just indicates someone that's seeing something that we're not around the
Yeah.
table and making just
Could be a bit of both.
yeah.
I mean, the one kind of naturally follows the other,
Mhm.
where a strong read might lead to more folds than it does calls in certain spots. Especially, you're mostly looking for strength when bluff catching. Or maybe not, but it's one of the easier things to identify. Instead
What
of
if
the
someone's confident and
yeah, when they're just like their whole demeanor is like confidence
Yeah.
value bet, and in this spot especially versus like check turn and then all of a sudden ace hits after c betting flop, you're like, okay, that's
Yeah.
a large part of the
That
opponent's
lines up
check
well.
back anyways. Yeah, like story checks out. So it could be just mainly that, as
Yeah.
we see Ilya wake up with another hand. It's definitely getting the after. I think we saw like minus 700k last time we saw the stats.
yeah, the
and
king jack off
Yeah.
bet not working out, running into
Yeah.
whoa, hello.
catching a bit of hands. It could be interesting to see what Rimar's strategy is gonna be here. Ace Queen now definitely a contender to just 3-bet. But having seen some of the more passive options, we might see him flat here, which could also be leading with Tommy being in the big blind.
Yeah, exactly. That's not a
Facing the
bad
2.5x as well.
eventuality. Facing 2.5. Got a player behind it, the big blind, that he's somewhat incentivized to allow to come in with all the wider, worse variety of hands.
We at least see him grab chips, which
This feels like a 3-bet demeanor, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We can't quite see it because of the hat of seat 6, but
yeah, it is definitely a 3-bet.
let's see what sizing he goes for. So they are 45 big blinds effective, and he's gone for 800.
Yeah, this is
I think that's pretty reasonable.
yeah,
right?
this is pretty reasonable.
Just over 3x out of position.
Yeah, kind of putting the pressure on Ilya here, being like, okay, what are you gonna do with your 4.5 million, as he just makes the relatively quick call.
That'd
I
be-
definitely
think a little
would
bit
take
longer.
some time, even
Yeah.
even if your decision
Even
is
if
always
you're
going to be
sure.
call. You know, like, you don't want to be easily categorized in a certain amount of hands. Where
Yeah.
you're just playing a
Okay.
bit too face up,
He's
maybe.
called quite quickly. He's never
Yeah.
four betting type thing. or he's
Oh,
never
and what a
flipping.
flop!
Wow.
Just all the equity in the world. I mean,
Yeah. So we've got
asking for 2 overs with a 10.
top pair backdoor
Not
flush
the
draw
worst.
versus the open ender.
Yeah. You see Rimar definitely buried in his hoodie, thinking, please don't have jacks or nines.
Please.
Yeah.
And his
Yeah, this is
hand
gonna happen.
shaking a little bit there. But
I mean, it can
as you
just be a big
imagine-
spot, of course.
Of course, it's a
And
massive.
it goes for the
thing.
quarter pot here. Or 550 instead of the 450. So slightly over quarter, slightly under the third. Definitely reasonable.
I think a good ballpark to be in
Yeah.
this kind of spot. I don't think we want to like be 15 or something on this.
Yeah,
board.
no. I'm not the biggest fan of the extremely tiny bets.
No, I mean neither.
It just, yeah,
Let's see what
you
we
gotta
actually
know what
achieve.
you're achieving. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And yeah, this seems reasonable. If we see a brick turn,
Oh wow.
that's not a brick. I mean, tens is gonna stick around at least for one more small size bet.
Yeah, you can easily talk yourself into.
Definitely
another-
don't want to be jamming this combination of ace queen.
No.
There's definitely no use to it. You have so much equity locked up already.
Do you think he could even sometimes check and?
Checking could be a cool option, yeah, as he does.
Yeah, I like this. Actually,
I think when you have aces or kings,
we don't
either with or without the heart, you don't really want to be putting in.
getting three streets here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it tends just getting a free card here, also not the worst. There's some cards that, yeah, and we see a
Not that
break.
one. Yeah.
Maybe ace queen goes for the double check here. I have to see that kind of fainting to be the ace king variety and
Kind
some
of ace
some
five
other
of
scam.
diamonds or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Like some suited kings, but it just goes check, 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 and yeah, just shows the winner. Obviously,
Ever consider like a B10 in position with Tavievsky? Is it just no, never?
no, you definitely don't want to reopen for that
No,
small.
no.
But you definitely with this type of hand where B10 only invites jams here.
It does, yeah. It
And,
leaves the door open a little bit to
yeah.
hands that you just win versus now shoving on you.
Yeah,
potentially.
exactly. Yeah.
No, he's never
Yeah,
calling
no,
with
he
tens
asked
there.
if he was gonna call if he bets river, and it's just like no. Which yeah, makes sense. As you see the regression frequency, which might not be what we're feeling.
Yeah, it didn't feel
Yeah.
like that exactly. A
Yeah,
couple of missed
yeah,
opens, but-
definitely the more active player
Mhm.
in terms of hand selection at least. And
Yeah.
we saw Peter pick up a nice 3-bet bluff.
Yeah, Peter was showing someone that's done some work off the table as well there
Yeah,
as well.
showing some
That's not
recognition of the game.
It's not intuitive whatsoever. The ace-6 there, and you'll just see it snap muck for the most part.
For some reason,
See 2 Jack 10 offs, both hitting them.
Mhm.
That was halfway in the muck. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, both early position, not
Yeah.
looking to get in the mix.
Yeah, no. Peter could treat himself to an open air.
He's got the Polish chip leader on the button now, is he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that might definitely be.
A bit of a sway
Yeah.
again.
The same with the ace 8. You might not wanna
Yeah.
do that much. Yeah, I wouldn't expect button to fold here.
Not with much.
Uh,
And it does
no.
have Queen 9, which is...
Give me 2 Yu-Gi-Oh!
Whoa,
Oh, no. You can't be doing that.
That's I'm stacking chips from the last hand, and I'm quite happy with where I'm at right now.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly. Yeah, but then again, you have Queen 9-0
Yeah.
on the button as chip lead against.
Just chippy V open, right? So
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, that's the second time we've seen
Maybe
a
him
thing
to
like this.
potentially be a little fearful of the spot, and also with the ace queen, not finding a river bet there as well could
Yeah.
could potentially lead to maybe being overly worried about some boats in his opponent's range or some sort of king 10.
Yeah, and just it can be quite comfy to just check call.
Yeah.
You know, in that spot at least,
Yeah.
I can see it being a nice spot to pick off some kind of bluff from your opponent.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the folding queen, I know, is just
Yeah, a bit of a red card
Yes.
there for sure. As
not
Tommy
the
is-
first offense. Is it?
Tommy's gone for the 2.6x open and the
Oof. The
the
old
meaty bet.
the old actual dirty diaper.
Yeah, that's the dirtiest of diapers.
Oh.
Nicely done there.
But yeah, nicely recognizing that his raising range is gonna
Yeah, be
just
the
hitting this board like quite hard.
goes for the old. I'll raise the top and the bottom.
Yeah, he might be. Yeah, we can only assume so, right?
Yeah,
And
they
we,
are. We can only see the cards and
Yeah.
and
we can see one combination of hand, and then the rest is up
our
to
best to-
everyone's imagination.
yeah, do our best to join the dots here.
Yeah, exactly.
What have you got planned for the upcoming weeks?
Well, I'll be going home either this night or tomorrow, so back to Vienna,
Yeah,
and then I'll be joining a couple friends in Prague for the early stage of the EPT there.
yeah. I guess we're getting a taxi back to Vienna after the
Yeah,
week.
probably. Yeah.
Not been too
It's
bad,
probably
right?
not great to
Yeah.
to do a train when it's also been snowing for
Yeah, or the bus.
yeah, yeah.
With a fair few euros in your pocket, more than likely.
Yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be a taxi type.
The old door-to-door
type fee.
job.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And taxis here from Slovakia aren't too
It's like
expensive.
45 euros.
Yeah,
probably,
it's crazy. It's
Yeah,
like
not too bad at
3-4 times as much going from Vienna to here, which definitely some yeah.
Treat yourself to the convenience. I
Yeah, exactly. Just put it onto the bill, onto the expenses bill.
think. Taxis, apple juice,
Massage, massages.
Yeah, Little Netflix subscription when you get home.
Yeah.
A couple of days.
the DTO sub monthly.
yeah. The elite sub.
Yeah. To Christopher who's splashing a large raise here with the ace 5-0. I don't really know Andy's stack here. Ooh.
Oh no, just want to be jamming, right?
Yeah.
With the
I mean, you're
yeah.
not raise folding ace 5
No.
after you've gone a full 3x against this.
It's actually a bit gross when you do get shoved on after you've made it 3.6x, but obviously
Yeah,
folding.
then just maths happens. So you're
Yeah.
like all the suited broadways and pairs you're not even doing poorly against, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially putting in like over a third of his stack. It's
Yeah.
like, okay. Oops.
Yeah.
I think some people might forget that sometimes when.
And you go, oh, I've run into it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, oh, you have me, yeah.
Yeah, you
And
got me.
You're
yeah.
getting like 3 or 4 to 1. You're like, oh, you got me. Yeah. And you're like, yes.
yes, I do.
Yes,
Get
you
out.
have the worst answer. No flipping today.
Yep, I've got Queen Jack suited, desperate to pick that one up.
Yeah. It's nice getting those through.
Yeah. But a great start nonetheless for Christoforu.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's picked up some nice cold 4 and 3-bet jams,
Mhm.
which
They're
are a
really
main part of the FD swings when
Yeah.
you know you can just run into it once there and just be
And it's-
at the
yeah.
cage, at the cash out there, at
As
the
you
cash
said,
out table.
The run good within the run good, you know.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Distribution and
Like you can get dealt Ace King O as an open on the button and just get 2 folds, or just
Mhm.
get this, you know.
well, yeah, just get an open and a 3-bet, and the 3-better is actually the player that's finding the 3-bet folds.
Yeah, exactly. As we see, some
Sadly,
FD
FD
here. Just
doesn't
Just
fit
folding
itself
against
this
his
time.
short stacks open, not unreasonable. Could have done some 3-betting,
Yeah.
but yeah, probably don't wanna commit yourself too much, especially given the tables
If you did make
somewhat
it like
loose players.
575, 600 there, what are you doing with the 9s? Just it's kind
I
of
guess
gross.
you just say.
Yeah.
I guess when you make it small enough, you can just peel, but like you kind of just puke in your mouth,
yeah,
right?
these pairs go.
Like EP versus EP, you're just like,
Yeah, they're
okay,
just
it's
shooting
just
down in
queens
value.
plus side.
Yeah.
I just see the ace for this two-tone. Tommy flatting cut off with Queen 10 versus the small stack.
Rather unconventional for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you can 3-bet it.
This looks like a pretty chunky c-bet out of position.
Yeah, this seems like 300k
yeah,
to 800.
325, I think.
So
Yeah.
nice little B40 here.
hmm
Yeah, might have just picked up that Tommy is a bit on the loser side in terms of flatting, so might want to protect his nines a bit here.
Yeah, just looking to get out.
Definitely any yeah completing turns or just flush completing turns or whatnot. They're not absolute bricks or an ace on the turn. It's just gonna be the end of the nines here.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to barrel twice here.
No, such a good card for your range, but such
Yeah,
a...
and he does
Whoa.
do it, but Tommy now with a gut shot as well.
Yeah, he's not going
On top
anywhere.
of his second nut flush draw, you just yeah. Yeah, this is just gonna be a call again.
Call again and jam the river when check 2 kind of spot, and
Yeah, or just
we'll
you know
just give up. Yeah.
can still hit a jack. Has 13 outs again.
hmm
I played with him also at the latter end of day 2, where he was contemplating some turn versus jam when he had a 6 high flush draw with a gut shot.
Oh, what, he was in the tank?
Yeah, it was very much in the tank for like 1.5x pot, and it was a pretty large pot. Same kind of idea, realizing that he does realize how many outs he has, and that might be a bit scary to barrel into, right?
Yeah.
Where
This is
some
someone
people
that's-
might just be like chasing draws and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't want to be...
Tommy plays a lot of hands, and
And isn't fearful.
yeah.
either. Looks like
Yeah,
he's got the call
does
card
call.
out there, and this is going to be really
Yeah, this is
spelling
gonna
alarm
be a
bells.
very alarming or
Yeah.
very defining river for this FD, I feel. And oh my god,
It's absolutely disgusting,
god.
as that is the one card that could be potentially sending Pavlu.
Yeah, snap all in, snap call. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Good game, sir. Yeah, disgusting.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely ill for the Cypriot, as he did go for a rather unconventional double barrel. Found what he thought to be the gin card versus the ace tens, the ace jacks, and instead runs straight into the flush
Yeah.
of the tricky Swede Tommy there. Rewarded for some bravery pre-flop, finding the peel, obviously never going anywhere on that particular run out, and Rivers Gin to send home Pavlu in 9th place for 7.3k. That's going to be a tough swallow for him.
Yeah, god, that's definitely painful to just get the gin river and just be exited out of the tournament, being dealt out of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we see all 8 remaining players lock up 8.8k now.
Yep.
The pay gems are gonna be kicking in, or have kicked in already, but it's gonna be a bit more important every stage to survive here. Yeah, again, given the nature of the payouts, right?
Yeah, really interesting to see this dynamic emerge now
Yeah.
with Gabriel and Tommy on the direct left, and he's been kind of shy with the opens, and now maybe...
Yeah, Gabriel is, if he's not been locked up yet, he's definitely gonna...
going to be wary of that now, having seen the Queen 10 suited there and
Yeah.
being like, ooh, okay. Maybe I
Maybe don't want to play against the guy that can flat a lot,
play a 15 million pot against
Yeah.
this guy, yeah.
which definitely might happen. Like Tommy's not shying away from raising flops.
Yeah, no. King 5 suited again.
Yeah,
I'd
could
be
have
in.
treated himself to. Yeah, I'd be in.
I'd be in.
Yeah.
And yeah, just relinquishing that one, just kind of looking over at the dangerous looking player stacking chips on his direct left and thinking,
Might be a good timing actually to while he still has the mess of chips in front of him and the cards not even fitting his box.
yeah, I could see a couple of the lower ones.
I'll
just-
open. You keep stacking the chips. I'll just open this
I'll
for
take
you.
this one, you take the next
Yeah.
one.
You see, Andy would seems like the
Yeah.
very easiest jam
Very
ever on the
clean
button.
pickup.
Yeah. Yeah, we see it.
And there's no messing around here with half your stack or anything
Yeah,
like that.
no.
You just
Being
clear
very
short
clear
and stuff.
last in chips, you just don't want to give him any opportunity to do anything funky.
No, absolutely not.
So yeah, nice little pickup there. Maybe a bit of a change of momentum for Andy Dufresne.
Hope so. So 8 left. The player's taking a little bit of time to get themselves a bit more comfortable, moving around the table.
Yeah, Christopher asking Tommy to like, could you move a bit the other way? And he's like, give me like half an hour to move my chips. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. You'll be next on the list, pal.
yeah. Watch your words, sir. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how Tommy plays against the other big stacks here.
Yeah,
Definitely. I mean, he's shown to not shy away
he's
from any
the type of
aggression.
player that I feel might have the gear to really kick on and leave
Oh
them
yeah,
in
absolutely.
in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, that might be a problem for our Polish chip lead right now. Having a guy like that be fearless and just
Hmm
kind of perpetuating the tightness that has to follow from that.
Yep.
See, Christopher folding the offsuit king here, and Ifashi throws up both hands and says, "All my chips, sir."
Not really a decision for Jesko here.
Nah.
BS6.
You feel you have a lot of equity and be ahead a lot of the time. Same with the king jack here, which I think just has to go in.
Yeah, we're at the 120k big blind level,
Yeah.
and he does
Does
fold.
Might think there to be a couple better spots in the future for him, but it's a button jam for
12. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we're just miles ahead of all of the Broadway combinations. We're not doing terribly versus some of the weaker ace-x, of
Yeah,
course.
exactly.
Even hands like ace-10, it's essentially a flip, and
Yeah, pairs
all of his
different
pairs,
flips. Yeah.
and he's just going to have full frequency Jack-10, Queen-Jack
Yeah.
suited.
Might even offsuit variety.
Yeah, and
Stick it in.
King-7 suited,
like
as we saw as
two
well.
more people. Yeah, and King 7 definitely has the benefit of folding out a bunch of better, as you saw, two much better hands full.
Absolutely, yeah. So good job and well executed there.
Yeah, nice little pickup. And definitely don't want to be folding or bleeding to death here, especially. I mean, it's hard to when. It's harder in the spots where payouts are just that close together.
Hmm
But Fashi definitely recognizing that you can't just wait for his neighbor to bust there. As we see a walk given to the Spanish player who just has King Queen O in the big blind. Getting told nice hand? Yes, it was.
La primera mano que gano por un walk.
Seeing Andy here with 10 bigs and from +2, going for the jam again with the King Queen O. See if anyone shows up with better. Wouldn't hope so for his sake. But poker happens as we see Ace Jack suited in small blind. That's gonna be a big all-in for our short stack player. And Sayago just asking for a count to make sure to compose himself and contemplate his
Just
options.
going to go for the call
Just-
fold.
just
I
calls.
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're off to the races.
We are indeed, as it's Germany versus Spain here, 42 versus 58. Can the Germans stay alive?
Could have been a classic Euro 20 or 2006 game. 208.
Yeah, two titans of the
Yeah.
footballing nations.
So we go to the flop. Which,
Ooh, and it does come king high. Gut
With-
shot lurking with the overcard.
doesn't want to hit 2 pair here.
Absolutely not. That's a pretty safe turn.
Oh, the 8 now
Oh,
comes
that's
in.
the double gutter. I
No,
didn't
no.
see that one.
Don't surprise you.
Wakey, wakey. And there's the king. So nice clean hold in
Black
the end.
paint, but it's good.
Black paint indeed. And yeah, a little bit sweaty with the double gutter and the overcard, but does manage to fade. And that's a nice momentum shifter for the German. Got a shove through a couple of hands ago, and now with those extra blinds and antes, gets a little bit of added juice on the double up. And he's well in the hunt here with about 20 big blinds now. As Jesko does his best to muffle the annoyance at not getting that pay jump. It's a 3 buy-in pay jump right now, the 1500.
Ooh. Yeah, and those definitely count when you're on the FT being like, why can't the shorty just bust?
Yeah, please, just make my life a little bit easier here.
Just
1500 extra.
see him show up again in the rearview mirrors, be like, some objects do appear closer than they appear to.
Than
you
they
know?
seem. It's all getting a bit hazy. And Mr. Leader saying he's played lots of hours with Tommy and he is a tricky player and completely fearless. I guess.
Absolutely
Yeah,
true.
and
Yeah.
that certainly plays into his hands and his hands only, as he's
Yeah.
got himself into a rather envious situation here with 8 left and all of the momentum on his side, and we've already seen the chip leader tend to respect that dynamic. So Vaxi with the King 10-0 +2.
Yeah, opening off a very short stack, so people definitely not too incentivized to put more money in than he already is.
Absolutely.
But then it's Tommy in the big blind,
Tommy in the big blind with the 6-4.
and he's seeing 3.
We know he's not going anywhere. So could be some tricky boards to navigate with
Yeah.
the King 10 here.
Yeah, the low boards definitely in these kinds of spots are just very grim for him.
And there is
hello.
one.
Might just see a lead here.
Yeah. Do we think that Tommy is the kind of guy that's going to find leads? He does
But
go
yeah,
for the snap
snap
check
check back, which not unreasonable.
and
And
allows his opponent to catch up to a 10
Hello.
on the turn. And now he chooses to put some
Yeah.
of those newfound chips to work.
250
250.
goes again for the slightly under half pot size here.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a common theme.
A little bit of a feeler.
Yeah,
kind
and just gets slammed on,
yeah.
which yeah,
On the double flush draw texture, I think fair enough, really.
yeah, you definitely don't want to get snapped off here by big blind. To be honest,
No,
definitely.
no. You're
like,
praying
"Ah."
for 5 seconds, and once you've made the 5 seconds, you're like,
Oh,
okay,
okay,
and relax.
Okay, yeah, okay. Not 8-4. Yeah,
Yeah, good.
not 7x of diamonds or
Yeah.
6x of clubs. You know.
It's really tough to see the 4-3 off here, just beating you in the pot, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Definitely been there before where it's just
Yeah.
like lead and you just jam and you turn top pair and
Ah.
get really similar spots to these. And they just I turned the straight.
Yep. I got it.
Flopped
pal.
it. Gets called.
Whoa.
And that's,
Wow.
Yeah.
Tommy going for the jugular here.
Yeah, Tommy maybe putting his opponent on some kind of combo draw, which is definitely not unreasonable to have like
Definitely not
a couple
unreasonable.
clubs, ace high clubs,
Yeah, queen
ace high
jack
diamonds
clubs,
even.
something like that.
Yeah. Like kind of putting the. It's weird. Yeah, this is almost 4 million chip pop.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, and if Tommy wins this, it's just very much chip lead now.
Absolutely. With all
Big
the
river.
momentum in his sails.
And it's
but
the
does
ace.
brick it on the ace of clubs. As Vaxi allows himself a little bit of celebration in the limelight of a big double up there.
Get the Hakuna Matata in there.
What a
You'll have
wonderful
to see it.
phrase.
Yeah, Tommy definitely put into a spot there, and now in clear middle of the pack. Really, again, not that really discourages him from playing many pots, seeing many flops. Just it changes the dynamic a bit if he has 8 million instead of the 4 he has now.
Absolutely. Could have seen him really kick on, but instead banished back to the middle order.
Yeah.
And,
It's a bit of a roller coaster ride, which you would assume for
exactly
player like this, yeah.
playing that kind of style, that kind of VPIP. Just
probably not the first time that he's been in a bit of a roller coaster
he's been
in his
swinging.
career. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he is from Sweden, where some of the tournaments I think go a little bit under the Hendon Mob radar.
Yeah, I've been told there's right now there's some tournament in Sweden as well going on.
Oh yeah, which
Yeah.
is like untracked.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, that's I think it's the Swedish Championships. Might even be.
Right.
I saw that you got shown the payout structure. It only paid 8% of the field.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that was an interesting one. This one obviously paid only 12.5%, which I really like as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kicking it up to 8 definitely kicks up the variance as well
It does,
on the swings.
But also, as a traveling circuit pro, you're kind of looking for that in some ways as well.
Yeah, you want to have the most money up top.
More bubble time, more
Yeah.
time to apply the pressure, build the stack.
Yeah. So you see Andy announce a raise, I believe.
Yeah, fair
Again
enough.
with the King Queen O. And about Tommy, just seeing his previous results, only 1 cash
One
surprisingly
cash, yeah.
on the
Hendon.
track.
On
Yeah.
the track, yeah. The min cash in the FPS Paris main.
Who knows? He might have been absolutely cleaning up the Swedish streets ever since he was allowed to play cards.
Exactly. Well, maybe Mr. Lido could give us some
Yeah,
insight into
please.
that, because he says he's played lots of hours with Tommy. So whether they're playing cash games or tournaments remains to be seen. But we know for sure that he's going to get already 1 flag from Bratislava, from the Bratislava deep stack.
Yeah.
That went earlier on in the week, where he came 4th or 5th, I believe, after a similarly turbulent final table, as his style naturally
Yeah.
would encourage. And Cristoforo with the Jack 6 suited here.
Probably seeing 3 here.
Yeah.
High card equity is also just too good.
Mm-hmm. So you're folding some like 6 deuce of diamonds here. And,
Yeah,
and
you are folding a decent chunk of suited hands still. But yeah, just the Jack high is just
bit too
not
good at
hitting the
these low
mark
SDRs,
too
right?
often. Yeah,
flopping top pair and kind of going with it.
yeah. It's more the offsuit variants where you have to be on the very tight side.
This is interesting. Maybe a board that he might consider leading with that gut shot.
Yeah, I don't believe you want to. Like,
No?
especially what we just said, like not having the offsuit hands.
Yeah.
If this were, let's say, button big blind,
Yeah.
you would have 7-4 off.
Mm-hmm.
You would have 5-6 off.
Yeah.
4-3 off. You know all those hands.
So you'd want a bit more of a connected texture rather
Yeah, well,
than this is a bit too
Yeah,
low, I guess.
in
right?
this spot you just don't have all the offsuit hands, and you might not even defend 7-3, 7-4 suited, right?
Mhm.
So I mean, might be defending 7-4 suited, but you just end up with a lot fewer combos than you actually would think. You'd be like, oh yeah, this is a good board for big blind.
Yeah.
When in actuality, not really. Yeah, because you don't have any offsuit 2 pairs, which also lead to UTG only wanting to mostly bet big on these boards if
Big
they're
or check.
betting. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a natural progression of both of those.
Yeah. And big bets would be like over pairs and then maybe
Yeah,
like
just
a
like
10-9 of hearts.
the
or
first
something
over
like that.
pairs.
Yeah.
You can put in some spades in there,
Mhm.
like random 8-9, 10-8.
Yeah.
If you're opening those.
Yeah,
of course. Like
which is tough to find.
the king 8 suited's definitely getting there.
Yeah,
Just some relevance to the 7 mostly.
yeah, just achieve a lot by folding the king X hands that dominate us right now
Yeah,
as well.
like washing away some equity, right?
Hmm.
Like Jack 6 still a straight draw, still an overcard.
Yeah,
Yeah, they can still bluff as we've seen.
exactly. Giving himself some options and not being short of a few outs
Yeah.
versus continue.
I didn't mind the king queen check, like, especially without the suits. It's just like,
Yeah,
it's very nice to check those back and then having maybe some amount of kings and queens that you might wanna not putting all the money right away. So might use those as traps and then it nicely lines up with the king queen.
yep.
So yeah, definitely would say a well played hand.
Tommy was the second best Swede in the 2016 WSOP main event,
Oh, wow.
placing in the top 150. Wow, how can we not find him on the mob? Any idea if he's got some kind of other alias? Tommy Alm. Let's go with Alm. No, that's a bit too short.
Oh.
Oh, Bo Alm. Here we go.
Aha.
Ah, we've got a secondary mob. And yeah, we do see that cash for 148 for 50k in the 10k WSOP main. And then
Right, so
also
definitely.
some coverage across. Oh, he actually got 7th in the Bratislava Deep Stack, beg my pardon. And a min plus cash in the 2.7k EPT second chance in 2023. So it was at the Barcelona main.
Yeah, so definitely a more experienced player
Yeah,
in the tournament scene at least.
absolutely.
It might get tricky with some players choosing to opt out of the Henda mob as well
Yeah, you never really
for
know what you're
privacy
up against.
reasons or
Yeah,
whatnot.
privacy or
Yeah, so there's definitely some information that you can't keep hidden, besides not showing the whole cards as Peter has been. There's yeah, it's all part of the game, and obviously for privacy reasons, you can't really force people to get shared everything about them.
no, especially for some of those nations that fall under some pretty penal tax conditions
Yeah.
as well.
The first coming to mind being the Germans.
Yeah.
Seeing unknown player cash a tournament, you
Mhm.
can usually assume it's
It's a German online reg or something.
yeah, exactly. See Tommy limping in cut off here.
Didn't fancy moving to Vienna or something.
Yeah.
Just kind of enjoys his home comforts.
Seeing Tommy in a limp
Yeah,
here.
mixing it up, finding some limps. Got a couple of short stacks behind
Especially
him.
with the snap check with the 7s here, it's kind of interesting. Could have put it all in there.
Yeah, 30 bigs.
Yeah.
Maybe the first time that he might have seen a limp in this kind of configuration.
Yeah.
So just wanting to maybe take the passive route and
Can be hard to play with, and I've seen Tommy show up with some limp UTG with pocket queens as well. So
yeah, he had
he-
aces actually in the deep stack.
oh really? Yeah, so definitely so it takes a bit of everything in the limps. So that makes it a bit tricky to play against, of course, because you can't really assume a certain hand strength when people do it. As we see him turning the best card in the deck,
Yeah, pretty gin.
turning a bit of 2-pair, and again, yeah, just
Yeah, the 8 versus the specific holding gets a little bit less credit than the turn king, of course.
yeah,
but
exactly, yeah.
about as good as it gets. Let's go
And
for the size
river,
down
lovely.
and,
just checks.
Oh,
Yeah. Probably missed out on some value there,
yeah,
yeah.
definitely would have got half pot to
Yeah,
actually come along.
would have felt obliged to call there as well.
I think so. If you consider that he's going to have probably loads of hands like Queen 10 off and Jack 10
Yeah.
off and maybe even a random 10-9 and all of this kind of thing, the 7s would have been a very reasonable call down.
Yeah, especially it's not too big of a bet. You're just like, okay, there's a pair on board. It's our trap trips. especially when it's the ace and
Yeah.
he's assuming.
He's got some random tendencies and lots of aggression with these kind of smaller sizings, just about anything. So
Yeah. But yeah, taking the bit more cautious route there with the king eight might have hurt him a bit there.
just a little bit, yeah. Those
Yeah.
couple of big blinds, or even 4 or 5 that he could have picked up.
Yeah, they compound a bit.
They definitely do, yeah.
So you say I go opening the 10-9 suited.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't seen much of him this final table yet.
Been quite quiet, probably.
Besides the ace jack suited,
Yeah.
losing to king queen, of course. Yeah, looking to gain a bit of wind in his sails again.
Absolutely. Taking any opening can find and does get through to
nope,
the button.
never mind.
Ooh.
Nice little save on your sentence there.
I thought we'd already lost the German, but there he is lurking with the ace queen. And
being a bit of a nemesis for our Spanish player here.
absolutely, when he gets shoved on and now all of a sudden he's down at the sort of 25 big blinds. Yeah, he's just going to send that one in.
Yep. Oh, and Peter just
Wow.
waking up with the fish hooks here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be cutting the mustard.
Yeah.
Your opponent can shove hands like 10s, 9s.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, and he just
Yeah, it's gonna go with
immediately
it.
realizes it's like, if I die, I die.
I die, it's a massive flip.
Yeah.
And unfortunate not to see the underpair, but does have the equity advantage, of course.
Standing up.
Yeah, trying to eke out a couple of extra percent.
Yeah.
Let's
I mean, you
see.
kind of need an extra 10 to be a flip, you know. So you deserve to stand up. Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Peter.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough ask for the ace queen now. Gonna need some straight
Oh,
G draws.
Hello there. So 3 remaining. as
Laughing
you
it
can
in.
see. Oh, nice.
And boats up.
Yeah, very happy with that.
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunate there. Great spot, just ran into a hand behind. Not
10-9 suited would have flopped the open end,
Off the
straight
open
flush draw.
ender and backed into
Backdoor trips, yeah.
trips, yeah.
And wouldn't have seen a flop anyways.
No, yeah,
as he
exactly.
didn't. But yeah, so we lose the frame and the rest of the players locking up their first, or
Yeah, 5-figure score.
yeah,
That's a pretty nice milestone for any player.
yeah, it's definitely something you look for when playing.
500s,
500s, yeah.
300s and 250s and stuff like that, which is mostly what's on offer here for the local events.
Yeah, the events at Banco are really nice to start off playing live mostly, and
Yeah, just getting the reps in, right?
yeah, exactly.
And
When,
that's what Peter's done. I mean, his Hendon mob is 150k across like 2 or 3 years of live grinding, where his biggest score is like 15k, and all of a sudden he's now in this high equity spot, holds in a big flip, and
Yeah.
he could be looking at easily adding 20-30% onto that Hendon mob total here.
Yeah, exactly.
the
And
top
those
three,
are
top four.
these are the kind of spots where it kind of swings the career a bit, right?
Mhm.
You can, as I had last year, just
Yeah.
winning those spots, and then all of a sudden being like, I guess in Peter's case, being able to play or travel,
Mhm.
can afford to travel to EPTs and play
Yeah,
a couple 1 or
exactly.
2Ks maybe.
All of a
Uh,
sudden you're in the EPT National with the sort of thousands of runners or whatever.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
playing for like serious money.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're looking at one good run and you make 6-7 figures even.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely can be swinging at best, and then you come back to realize that it was all a flip on the final table to
Okay.
define the year of the
Yeah.
year of a player.
Poker is a quite sick game like that. You
Yeah.
know, all the opportunities that.
You don't get that in cash games, do you?
No, you don't. You
That's
just
the sickness of tournaments.
shake your head and reload.
Yeah. You're like, ooh, I want 10 buy-ins.
Yeah,
amazing.
The upside just isn't
Yeah.
there. It doesn't all change overnight like it can in a tournament. Especially here, as a lot of players have won their way through packages from some of our partners, as you can see listed at the top of the screen. Some of the live satellites even, there was seats being won across the week in just €50 satellites with
Yeah.
multiple seats on offer. And then all of a sudden parlaying that into a final table and then even the dizzy heights of a top 3 is eye-watering.
Oh yeah,
So that was your breakout score, the festival main?
I believe so. Yeah.
Had you had any success online or any kind of?
I mean, online, I was doing well at that point. Yeah.
Mhm.
Was a bit getting a bit too comfy with the previous bull run as well. So
Yeah. That's long in
definitely,
the
yeah,
rearview mirror now.
yeah. Being a bit degenerate there definitely helped that year or the year before that actually, because we went in. I remember 2021 being was 21 22. 2021 being really good, and then 2022 basically
Like a reality check.
everything burning down
And then
going to zero basically was kind of the feel. So
just the slow burn out.
yeah,
out of the
exactly.
scene. Yeah.
You know, losing 10%, more than 10% a month or something.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, when will it end?
Yeah.
But yeah, that score definitely put a big band-aid on the year, and then obviously poker-wise, it was an incredible start to an amazing year
And
that followed.
came in with some momentum from the 2K high roller.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that run? Was there any?
Oh, it was Spain, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a gigantic spot as well.
Yeah,
It
I
was-
mean 500k up top there, and they did a deal,
Yeah.
so it could have been even more with the original payout.
I believe that was 600 something up top.
Mhm.
Yeah, I ran deep in that one the year before as well, so kind of similar to this run.
Yeah.
I think I got final 2 tables in both of them. Yeah, that field was incredible.
Yeah.
We're talking about the EPT Estrella's high roller. There's so many good players in there.
Andrea Kari,
yeah.
Martin Jacobson.
Yeah, just to name a few, like Espen Sandvik, who's been at the festival a couple times as well. Great
Yeah.
Knicks game player.
Mhm.
I believe being Senge online.
Uh-huh.
See Alexander Hirsch, also top-notch online player,
Yeah.
who's been kicking into the live high rollers
Yeah.
this
some
year,
of
this
these
past year. Yeah.
5Ks in EPT Cyprus and stuff like that.
So yeah, those types of runs definitely are career defining if once you make like one or two of them,
Mhm.
especially when you're the top 3 right? So yeah, coming back from that one and then playing some seemingly lower stakes tournament, which was this festival, and then sun running this into a win. It's just like, it can be like very momentum on, especially
Yeah.
a confidence booster, of course, which you really need in live poker.
Mhm.
Where you
Do you feel that those sort of like close shaves or warm-ups do have a bit of wind in your sails when you do go into, let's say, a lower buy-in with a slightly weaker field where
yeah.
you just feel kind of going into the final table like this is mine for the taking, you know?
Yeah, you do realize that like, okay, my win rate here is a bit bigger
Mhm.
than other players, and opposed to other tournaments where you have to actually really fight for
Every
for chips.
couple of blinds,
Yeah,
exactly.
you're playing like a 5 EV pot, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
you're getting put into the blender by
You're not
by
getting
some
people
person.
just open folding Jack 7 off in the small, you know, like there's a battle going on, you know.
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
Chip leaders finding all the opens, there's lots of opens, 3 bets, a lot of the pots. Here it can be a little bit more honest.
Yeah, exactly. Just not getting put in the blender as much as you could sometimes have happen. As you see Rima picking up an offsuit ace in the big blind or in the small blind, going for the call against Tommy. So we'll see a confrontation between two of our larger stacks. Or a confrontation that's cost them both a big blind each so far.
What do we have?
Quick check.
Tommy with that backdoor flush
Just
draw.
this.
Got some absolute antics going on. We're on a 30-minute delay, of course, but almost the entire scaffolding of the setup was sent flying there.
I'm
So
definitely
absolute-
not leaving for the time being.
Plenty to look forward to.
Yeah, there's always excitement on these FTs when it's about big money.
Exactly, and it's kind of like this would be essentially the bigger event of the sort of mid to low stakes
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
um,
Especially
series.
for this location, it's definitely up there for the prize pools, of course.
Yeah, and
See some big prize pools here, but
yeah, the
yeah.
Polish Poker Championship is a 100 euro with like thousands of runners that gets also similar money up top,
Mental,
and it's
yeah.
just
It's
absolutely
absolutely
insane. Someone's going home with 70k there, and it's you know, like a field like a $1 tournament online.
Oof.
It's rather eye-watering, that's for sure. So Riemann navigating his way to a river and does face.
Yeah, getting put to the test here as we've expected by Tommy. Might be intrigued to looking up here as
Ooh,
he
he
does.
does.
Oof. And you definitely want to have Tommy show his cards here instead of
Yeah, just quickly
showing the ace high and letting him.
letting him know. It's like a psychological
Yeah.
thing, isn't it? You know, like I'm here to play.
The three might have. Yeah, let me. Yeah. Yeah, nice call.
Yeah, it is a nice call. I was just trying to think of what sort
Yeah,
of bluffs he perceives his opponent to have there. It's
I'm guessing
yeah.
Tommy will find them.
yeah,
I'll trust him
Queen
too.
6, 10, 6 type stuff.
Yeah, as he did. Yeah,
Mhm.
like the 6 or 7x.
Yeah.
Having a 3 might be a bit worse, but then having ace high is still having ace high.
Yep.
So yeah, cool little takedown there from the chip leader. Finally showing a bit of
Bit of heart.
moxie in his game.
Putting his foot down, maybe.
Yeah, maybe finally taking a stand.
Poker Bros rating us with a party of 55. Thanks very much, Scott. Really appreciate that.
Scott was Poker Bros streaming some IRL open
Yeah.
face again.
Ooh.
Raid spoilered myself. Oops. Oh no.
No, does that mean you're out of the
That-
OFC?
I mean, it couldn't be much of a spoiler when you're IRL streaming with no delay as usual, right?
Maybe for the sake of us being 30 minutes into the past here.
Ah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that could be it. Yeah. Yeah. Let's not go over to the open face tables, guys.
Nope.
Let's keep the cameras here. You see Christopher once again pick up a hand against open.
Yeah, this is
Pick
getting
up
quite
the ace queen
frustrating
suited.
for Sayago, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he did everything right in the final two tables. He made a huge cooldown yesterday with the ace-4.
Oh yeah, that was a
Um,
brilliant one. I saw that.
It
Yeah.
was, yeah. Really, really clean, and just did a great job of kind of dominating the feature table with 2 tables left earlier on today, and just getting into the spot where he's opened and faced resistance multiple times now.
Yeah.
Really frustrating, but
It's nice to see though that it's reasonable hands and not getting bullied on by.
no, exactly. It's not getting completely sent packing by the
Yeah.
one high, one low all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
I sound really low, do I? Oh, sorry. Maybe my microphone is not close enough. Apologies for that one.
Yeah, the beautiful stash is in the way probably.
Yeah, exactly. Muffled by the moustache.
Oh yeah, and Scott, as we go to a little break. Oh.
Looks like we're taking a break. We were in the middle of a hand, I thought, but bear with us. We'll be right back. So in the meantime, thanks very much for the raid, Scott. And have you done enough to close out the leaderboard? Because you
Did
were.
sound like that when.
Yeah. But now Gabriel Rima, who actually won the Bratislava Deep Stack, if he won this, could
Oof.
potentially be some serious points, right?
Yeah, I've heard someone winning a PLO last night as well, being
Yeah.
in the race still.
Oh, Andy?
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
my
so.
friend
Yeah.
Andy, yeah, he's won 2 events as well, so.
Do you have a nice stash going as
Yeah,
sarcasm?
get
You
real.
would love to see it, George.
Yeah, give
It's
a little
it's
trim,
the usual. Yeah.
tamed it somewhat. People always think I'm Australian, because that's kind
Ah,
of the
yeah,
Australian look,
yeah.
isn't it? And maybe the...
Gets reminders from some of the streamers there, and some of the Aussie bogans. Yeah. Throwing the eyes there. Yeah, just follow him on Instagram, Pokeathlete.
yeah, appreciate
You'll
that.
see much of it.
Yeah, doing some fitness stuff whilst I'm continuing to maybe not do the best in poker, but we're still alive.
Maybe I should trade off some of the pokering for the fitness as well. Maybe catch you in the.
I'll swap the moustache for a main event run. No, I think you'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take
How's
it.
your moustache skills? Have you ever tried one?
None.
No?
Not much of a mustache. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, I'll keep it with slightly slightly grown out beard when I'm a week away.
A bit dishevelled.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like not too much to the point where it's actually
Yeah.
starting, but
Kind of
yeah,
grinding DTO at home a little bit, getting orders in.
yeah, exactly. Getting Deliveroo,
Yeah.
yeah,
Same guy at the door 3 times a day.
yeah, like yeah,
Yeah,
hi.
right, mate, me again.
Hi.
Yeah. Cheers,
Another
pal.
trip to the supermarket, getting some instant noodles. Yeah, like, yeah, back again.
So whilst we wait for the continuation of the final table, we will take a short break and we'll be with you very soon.
Yeah, ciao.
And we are back in the mix. So welcome back, everybody.
As we see the tournament director show up,
Yeah.
we're like, guys,
Eyes and ears.
all right.
There will be another short break.
Coming
That's
up in
really
like
nice.
a rough half hour.
Yeah.
By the sound of it.
Mhm.
Yeah. I see Sayevsky once again. Savevsky.
I think she meant live, so I think that what
Oh,
they're
yeah,
going
yeah,
to take
exactly,
a short
yeah.
break, as we haven't had a final table break yet. So let's play
Fair
out
enough.
the final hand before that short break.
I see an interested Ace 9-0 from small blind. Definitely a contender to treat himself to a 3-bet, but goes for the call. Ooh, and this could be a
Nice one.
spot where Ace 9 just
Might
finds
just
the
relinquish
fold.
it on the fault
Yeah.
on the flop, yeah, with no additional equity with his 9.
Yep. Yeah, and
He
shows
does
as well.
show it quite proudly,
And
and
shows the
his
nuts.
opponent
Like,
saying,
I can beat that.
"I flopped the goods."
Yeah, as we see players leaving the table.
Yeah,
A bit of a chip race
Gonna
by
get
the
a
looks
chip
of it.
race, absolutely. So everybody's just going to get coloured up, and we will be with you very shortly. So sorry for the couple of breaks back to back, but doing our best to bring you the best coverage possible. 7 left here in the main event, playing for 80,000 euros up top. Watching a VOD at twitch.tv/pokeathlete. You look all grown up. I appreciate
Aw.
that. Doing a charity bankroll challenge right now over on Twitch. Going to be getting back to that as we've got an ACR PLO series, which is starting this week. So I'm going to be going back for that. Looking forward to that. Played a decent amount of PLO this week. Was going pretty well, and then I took a shot in a pretty swingy game, and unfortunately you got to live by the sword and die by it as well. And that's just the way it goes. But no disaster, that's for sure.
Might have a bit of dabble MTT PLO streams if I
Yeah,
get some
good man.
get some time free.
Yeah, I
But
feel like that's
The coming couple of weeks are gonna look a bit busy. I'm afraid, or maybe I'm happy to because
yeah, I'd be appreciate you tuning in. That's for sure.
definitely gotta tune in. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been mostly kind of propped up by my friend Sven, who gets insane viewers. Just a super high energy guy that
Absolutely.
streams and plays relentlessly. And his style and his general work ethic is pretty much unrivaled on Twitch.
Yeah, I've seen some of his photos when he's like, I'm going live, and it's 20 tables of MTTs, and
Yeah.
just like,
No, yeah.
I've never been able to do that.
And he doesn't have Streamlabs or like
Oh,
the what's the thing called
The-
that you can transition.
deck thing?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Stream Deck, yeah.
Stream Deck. Yeah, he doesn't have that. He does all of the transitions manually.
Yeah.
And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just
I
my
mean,
thing.
it takes an insane person to do either of those things, so it fits nicely.
That's for sure. Yeah, so give him a follow over at twitch.tv/Sven Calls, one of my personal recommendations. Very close personal friend of mine who's certainly rising up the ranks. Won the bracelet online. Yeah.
That's
pretty
always
sick.
nice.
Pretty sick, right?
Yeah, we had a recent bracelet winner in the cash game, the
Yeah,
PLO cash game as well,
Danius.
Danius, yeah.
Yeah.
Winning all the 8 games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As you see the link in the chat by Sidecasm, thank you very much for that.
Appreciate that one side. And I'm just going to take a quick toilet break and we'll be with you very shortly.
Lebo ten mal drapanie zlomé. Týravý vykopečky. A ešte toto je, ne? Milión, dva, jaj. Milión, dva, tri a pol, 3 milióny 755. 3 miliónov 300, 400, 500, 7 miliónov. 7 miliónov 70. Nie. Raz, dva, toto je 3. Áno, 3. 3, 5, 6, 6 miliónov 300, 6 miliónov 500, 7 miliónov 70. Áno, takže 7 miliónov 070. po vašoj relativno veľkým 2 milióny 950. 2 milióny 950. Raz, no, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 miliónov 100, 5,5, 5 miliónov 900, 5 miliónov 945. Dobre, 2 milióny, 3 milióny, 3 milióny 100, 3 milióny 200, 3 milióny 315, 3 milióny 315. A ešte stihneš.
Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chief leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed prize or anything. So I must play, hope to not catch some bad setups, play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2, I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed prize or anything. So I must play. Hope to not catch some bad setups. Play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back for the final 6 here at the Bangkok Casino. The festival series coming to a close in the form of the blockbuster, the main event. And I'm fortunate to be joined by last year's winner, Michel Molinar.
Still here, yeah.
Some insight into all of the goings-on the feature table.
As we now have had a bit of a chip race, so fewer chips on the table, which makes it a bit cleaner to look for. As we see Christopher having 7.1 million chips.
Wow, yeah.
Out of seemingly nowhere, just... I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Is- is that right?
We had some technical issues because there was a little bit of commotion around
Ah,
the table,
right.
and
Okay.
it knocked one of the monitors because one of the players, it must have been Christoforo, was celebrating his win so aggressively that almost the scaffolding went with him. So,
Definitely tearing the house down then, yeah.
yeah, exactly. But
And
for
then
good
we-
reason. I mean,
Oh, we missed seat 1 busting then.
yeah.
Oh, that's very unfortunate then that we
Yeah.
couldn't bring you that.
That was a shame because he played really well, and it did kind of feel like he was on that slippery slope out of the tournament.
Yeah.
The Spaniard, who really put up a good game and played some great stuff in the final 2 tables, as I mentioned earlier, just at the mercy of very poor card distribution and yeah, running into a better hand a lot.
Yeah,
Not get-
sometimes you just get drawn the exit.
Yeah,
Which,
get drawn the exit.
as we saw with the rivered set against the rivered flush,
Hmm.
as played, nothing you can do. And just even if you play differently, where you get to see the river anyways,
Yeah,
you're gonna be out the door in the overwhelming majority of hands.
yeah. Just kind of walking out the card room thinking,
Yep.
why the 9 of diamonds? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Why not just brick and I can check folds and
Yeah.
even. Yeah.
But yeah, again, like the double barrel was a little bit ambitious, I would say, with that.
And you see Fashi with a pretty nice spot. Getting the ace now. Definitely worthy of an open. Could have contemplated jamming this pre. There exists some 20 BB jamming and see Peter. Ooh, is he gonna?
It's gonna peel. Okay.
What?
Yeah, not sure about that. First misstep, really, I think, from Jesko so far.
Yeah, and I don't think it's gonna compound any further when
No.
Ilya is just gonna ask for all of it here, I assume.
Really clean spot to pick up the ace-10. You're not really expecting Jesko to have it.
Just call.
Whoa,
Okay, so there might be some trouble here for Peter.
Yeah.
Just absolutely dominated. Seems yeah,
Wow,
flop.
look at this for a
Wow.
board. Everyone's got a pretty reasonable piece of this. Peter with the top pair gut shot. Savievsky flops the open ender, and Vatsi
Yeah, this is a bit of a
Vatsi.
car crash flop.
Speaking
To
to my Hungarian friend who was giving me some pointers on the pronunciation.
Vatsi,
It's
yeah.
Vatsi.
Vatsi.
Yeah, with
Okay.
a double A. And if I'm still wrong, then feel free to flame me on the Instagram chat, Dan.
yeah, so this is kind of the problem. Yeah. Now,
Wow.
wow, and there might have been some stuff happening during the
During
technical difficulties that
We're not
Peter
there.
could have taken personally here, maybe. But
Wow.
this seems getting the quick fold from the ace-10, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Just not interested with the open ender there. Not
Yeah.
interested with the squeeze jam pre, which felt like a giveaway spot,
As you
right?
see, what was it?
Vatsi.
Vatsi, now looking at Peter's feet and posture, which he did a couple times yesterday and ended up folding.
Against you, actually.
Yeah, against me,
Yeah.
with the ace-5. Goes all in, gets called.
Wow.
Or is this the Hakuna Matata?
Oh, this.
Oh,
Was
this
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 the moment where the
this
scaffolding went
this
AWOL?
seems more likely of a spot where this happened. Yeah,
Wow.
Peter with the overcard and gut shot turns the ace, so only a 10
Yeah, great card
for
him
Peter to
to find a way out here.
yeah 8%.
And one was gone with the ace-10.
There you have it. Oh, oh, it's good. God, sorry for that, but yeah, that's the. Yeah.
Sorry, chat, if you're hearing what we're hearing. Device going on mute for a second. I think we're back, but wow, that was an animated celebration there from Vadzi, getting it in with the top pair backdoor flush draw and holding versus Yetko, who compounded himself into a pretty unfortunate spot there with the Jack-9.
Yeah, that's definitely what I said. Just like
Yeah.
Ace-10 probably missing a rejam there, taking it down, leading to Peter getting put into the rightful place that Jack-9
Yeah.
belongs, I
Small
guess.
misstep, and maybe you were barking up the right tree there, saying that it was somewhat of a frustration
Yeah.
peel pre-flop, and then
Which seems
compounded that.
weird because Peter just won the flip like not too long ago with the Jacks v Ace Queen.
Huge equity spot.
So not sure what happened there. Like maybe he wanted to take a stand against our Hungarian friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As it happens, they're still there both. So there's just another hand of poker being dealt, and you just have to deal with it and move on.
Just got to kind of kick on and make sure that you regroup. Still in the tournament with 80,000 euros up top.
Yeah. And still a very healthy as the buzzing continues. Someone's RTA device definitely getting the better of the microphones here.
Yeah, our deepest condolences for that. That's the aftermath of the very animated Hakuna Matata celebration there, just kind of colliding with the scaffolding you can see behind with some of the partners. And that was a big thud. We saw that in live time about half an hour ago, and we were like, what the hell is going on over there? And it's all starting to...
Yeah, a little insight in the back end there, like right at the other side of the scaffolding. There's some massive screens and massive electronics that definitely aren't built to withstand a big smash of celebration.
An animated Hungarian there.
You see Tommy betting from out of position here, betting versus out of positions, big blind. Seems very reasonable, of course. Just 8 at 6, not much connection to be had, unless the turn hits a jack for the ace jack.
Now it's rather unfortunate as
this seems like a very nice card to barrel off on with the king queen, repping the kings and queens.
The heart interaction as well.
Yeah, this seems like a prime spot to probably get stacked on the river, to be honest, in the worst case. But obviously that's why you have equity. And still, and maybe get a fold. You know, we never know. But Tommy taking the smaller line, or taking the more conservative line with Jack, and gets rewarded with a very nice queen on the river there.
Juicy card for him.
Queen of Hearts might actually stop much action. Oh no! Come on. This is definitely the second time this has cost him chips.
Yeah. He had the King 8 versus the Pocket 7s.
Yeah.
Rivered an 8 after going for 2 small barrels on an Ace 5 Deuce 8 board.
Yeah, as we see one of the technical guys for the stream reaching over the table, being like, "Guys, please, no high-fiving the microphone on top, yeah."
Rugby tackling of the technical area.
Oh, jumping out of the scaffolding here as he, you see who's to blame there.
The culprit.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's gonna care too much because he's playing for some serious cheddar here.
Yeah, like a dog with next to a broken pillow.
Yeah. The tail between the legs somewhat, but still smiling at you.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's having fun, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Just, be careful. Careful about the setup, as 100 people would have had some pretty annoying reverberations going on in their ears, and we do apologize for that once again.
But it seems fixed now. I don't want to jinx it, but you know.
Hopefully we don't
Hopefully
get
not.
the feedback.
We see the open here from Peter again, with the normal holding. And just getting
horrible run for Peter now.
Yeah. Might just jam here.
Yeah, so what's he effective with Tommy behind? Tommy's got
I think
similar kind of stack?
somewhat less, like maybe 5 million.
Okay.
Either way, you'll have 30, 40 BB effective. Yeah. It's not a spot where you're folding ace king, especially if Tommy might take some liberties with doing something to make a stand.
Yeah, it's very possible, and looks
But yeah,
like
it
he's
just makes it
leaving
a million.
the door open for that as well.
Oh yeah, just 4.4. Yeah, so.
And Tommy is not snap folded, and we
So
know.
I feel like Tommy really wanted to see a flop with this one.
Yeah,
Which
it's a pretty
he's definitely not to blame for that.
Yeah. It's a very
yeah.
sexy looking hand, 6 left. But
Absolutely.
in this particular configuration, where you've got a short stack opener and the chip leader 3-betting out of the small blind, does find the discipline to let that one go. Did look painful though.
Yeah, he's accusing Peter already of trying to steal when he had such a pretty hand.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
Like,
animosity there.
you raise fold, yeah?
Raise fold, and I can't play my 10-8 suited, huh?
Yeah.
The scallywag. As Jetsko, the lone Slovakian hopeful, unfortunately taking a couple of unfortunate.
Oh yeah, now we
run-ins
see
there. I think now we're at
Maros
the point where we
send off a bit, send off the players for a small break to actually fully fix the technical side of the stream, so we don't get our ears buzzed off again.
Yeah. So apologies
for the remainder.
for the kind of frantic and moving around a lot and lots of breaks, but we will be surely back up to speed in around about sub 10 minutes. So see you then for the continuation of the festival main event.
Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Banco Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
How many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
So we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed plays or anything. So I must play. Hope to not get some bad setups. Play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're gonna have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series. We don't say goodbye. We say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chief leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed prize or anything. So I must play. Hope to not catch some bad setups. Play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava. It's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 1,025 entries. We had total and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. And we smashed the guarantee. We're down now what an amazing run. 9 players. We're currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us on the break, as you can see. The festival series. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series. We don't say goodbye. We say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok. Welcome back to the festival series. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chief leader of the day 3. How did you do so far of the day 3?
Oh, very good.
How did you do so far?
I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards. So from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than the beginning of day 2 I was so far it's very good average stake.
So how many chips do you have so far?
Very good tournament for me.
How many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
So we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you. We still have actually 2 more players catching you up. Very close to you. How do you feel about it? Just basically catching you up. How do you feel about
poker.
it?
Anything can happen. It's still maybe anything can happen. Something about 10% of the all chips. So it's something about like guaranteed all chips. So it's not like guaranteed prize or anything. So I must play good poker and hope for the best. Some bad setups.
We have 16 players left. Day 3. We have 16 players left. Day 3. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table. And who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament. At the final table. And who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed prize or anything. So I must play, hope to not catch some bad setups, play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone.
So welcome back once again after some technical difficulties. Apologies on our side for that one, but we are going to be continuing for the money end of the festival main event here in Bratislava at the Bangkok Casino.
Had to take a bit of a swig from my apple juice there, but we're back now.
We are, and definitely back in the swing of things, as Gabriel Reimar, the winner of the Bratislava Deep Stack earlier on in the week for 14.4k, which was definitely a breakout score considering his total live earnings of around 5k before that event. Now finding himself tussling with Christoforu for the chip lead here. 6 left, playing for 80k. So all of a sudden, the young man from Poland, who was relatively unknown on the live scene, has won a big field event, nearly 400 runners in the Bratislava Deep Stack, a 250 multi-day event earlier in the week. Wins that, parlays that into the main event, and here he's sat in a rather enviable spot.
Yeah, definitely continuing the heat. Not been getting out of line at all, but definitely missed a bunch of opportunities that a more comfortable player would definitely take, as we see Ilya definitely opening it up with the 10-8 suited.
Yeah.
Very pretty looking holding, which doesn't want to face any
really
counter battery here.
Hoping to get it through. He's got Tommy in the small blind, which may deter him from...
And the big stack, of course, on the button. Is,
Yeah.
just gonna C3. Yeah, very comfortable. Bit of a shame being dominated here by the kicker. Instead of having...
Spell some danger on some 10 high boards. What's Tommy going to be cooking up here with the
ace
3? Does he fancy getting spicy? No, he does not.
Just behaves and lays it down. You could definitely see something other than a call even happening there.
Yeah, definitely.
Putting the flatter to the test mostly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, probably realizes that he's gonna get jammed on a couple times by Ilya.
Yeah.
and then you've just dusted off.
Quite an awkward stack size.
Yeah, exactly.
To go after, you've got to put in like half a stack and then.
Yeah, that's still fold.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
With the ICM.
Yeah, especially when most of the 4-bit jams are then gonna be, or on the lighter side at least, are gonna be ace-x, right?
Exactly. So ace-x or
Oh.
big pairs. Whoa.
And all these 3 hands have very good interaction with one another, so seeing this flop is it's gonna be a bit of a car crash.
Pretty spicy one for Reimar, middle pair, flush draw, and Christoforu defending the big blind.
Just jacks
Next
through.
round, okay.
Makes sense to
Yeah.
a certain extent, and both ends now chopping. There were 3 to a straight flush hands in this, which both have bricked off, as usually happens. Like you're so optimistic always, having the Jack 9 here, being like, oh
Yeah,
please,
so many good turns.
please, yeah, can check raise. I mean, he has a gut shelter as well, right? So
Yeah, exactly, the 9.
yeah, and we're just gonna see 3 here, or see a river with probably all 3. Might be interesting to see what Christopher does.
Yeah, facing the bet and the call.
Yeah, facing bet and call, especially when checked. Ilya definitely has some 7x still and a chunk of ace-x, but
Ooh.
looks like, what was it, Georgie?
Gabriel.
Gabriel, okay. Gabriel opting for the raise here, putting 10-8 into a very grim spot where I'm assuming Ilya just folds.
Yeah. Out of position here. Gabriel's gonna line up with the 7. Decent
Yeah,
amount of the time.
yeah.
He can flat 7.
Very natural to check back 7-6, 8-6.
King 7.
Or yeah, 7.
Yeah.
7-6. Yeah. Then the bluffs come from some very high equity hands if you're even ahead of the hands, right?
The
Like you can just
realization.
check back Queen Jack of clubs and not wanting to get jammed on. And now in being in this spot, seeing a 300k bet, he's like, okay, well, let's see what you have.
Yeah, and manages to tussle his opponent off of the chop.
Yep. And even when called, you still have the free roll, right? Your flush draw is always live against the good ace.
Yep.
And then even against the 7, most of your cards are live. You're just like, okay.
Finds a nice way to pick up a chop there.
It might be that that is actually switching a bit of gears. Maybe found some information, gotten some information from friends, being you could be a bit more aggressive, maybe.
Potentially, yeah. We've had a couple of breaks, right? So
Yeah.
would seem like a natural time to get on the phone. Maybe you've got some friends who
Go through the messages,
yeah, or kind of on your journey, playing live or playing some online or something, that are watching the stream, being like, you missed a couple of opens, didn't do this, maybe work on that, and definitely got some notes to bring into the finals.
Maybe target this other guy, maybe trap some people more.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely some stuff that if you've been watching the stream while playing or just before playing, you can pick up that involve changing your normal strategy a bit more.
Yeah.
Definitely had some considerations for the start of day today that I was gonna play a bit differently to
Yeah.
against some people.
Did you go through some of the coverage from?
Not too much. I got sent some hands which I thought were interesting.
Yeah.
Mostly involving Tommy and the guy in seat 6, the Hakuna Matata.
yeah.
Yeah.
The scaffolding guy.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you definitely have to adjust yourself to what information is out there to a certain extent.
Yeah,
Like you don't want to go all batshit, but
yeah, but last hand of the day yesterday we saw Tommy flat like 6-4 off.
Yeah.
Cut off versus.
yeah, that's when
Jack.
I folded fours there, being a bit more afraid, of course, of the initial opener.
But
which-
not having the cards up info and the
Yeah.
the real feel of the what's actually going on. At
Yeah,
the
just
table.
had just seen the 10-9 off, of course, in real life against the Jacks.
Mhm.
You're like, okay,
Whoa.
10-9 off got in there
Yeah.
versus UTG and I believe MP.
Yeah. The overcall.
All right, I'm like, let's take some action against that. But yeah, definitely something to take into consideration. And if you can adjust like very well to that, and know where, or at least have a good estimate of where you're pulling some extra jams from or extra 3-bets from,
Yeah.
you're gonna do really well if they
There's
just keep being at it like that.
yeah, or just keep kind of
Get punished
chucking
really.
in dead money.
Yeah,
with an
gets punished
undefended
really,
range.
really quickly.
Absolutely. So Reimar now has somewhat of a forged lead with the 8.6 million.
As we see him cutting out some chips, so definitely.
Definitely some adjusting
okay,
going
okay.
on.
We already see Tommy hitting his cards into the muck.
Yeah, that's a bonus for Reimar.
Yeah.
With the somewhere near the bottom.
So Christopher definitely with a hand that might want to play flats, but chooses otherwise.
I think he's got Jetsko in the big blind, who's quite short and might
Oh,
want
yeah,
to allow the
yeah.
confrontation between these two, but no hand for Peter to defend.
No, Peter just on a bit shy of 15 bigs now. Definitely going to be interesting to see how he plays the short stack.
Yeah.
If he's going to completely lock up, and I mean it kind of depends on the cards that he's getting, but
Yeah.
there might be some spots where you can actually go a bit wider from big blind. From these stacks, just because of, if you hit something, it's very easy to get money in.
Yep.
As opposed to being like 30 BB, 40 BB deep.
The realization becomes much
Yeah.
tougher, right?
All of a sudden, your 6-4 off or queen 4 offs start looking very good when you can flop a pair and not fold.
Yep. And get a very high c-bet.
Yeah,
From
exactly.
your
Yeah,
opponent that are gonna almost auto c-bet on
yeah,
all
and
the
then
boards.
a lot of folds, so
Yeah.
you just chip up very nicely there where possible. Definitely gonna expect an open here. Ooh. Also just folds the king 9-0 in cutoff, which
Yeah, covering the rest of the field.
works out nicely though, because this is just automatic jam.
Yeah, plain as day.
Takes a bit of time though, which is nice. Just slow peek at the cards, be like, okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, all in. Yeah. Not the fist pump in the air. I'm all in.
Yeah, the little victory lap round
Get
the
me
table.
in, yeah.
Chuck me the triangle
Keys
dealer.
in the keys on the table. Get me in there.
We actually saw that on the stream coverage yesterday. There was a guy who was a Slovakian local guy that was playing much lower sort of tournaments.
Yeah.
The found ace queen, he was kind of blinding out a little bit. Finds ace queen on the button with 4.5 bigs and literally just stood up out of his chair and like grabbed his bag and was throwing his bag into the middle. It just couldn't
amazing.
contain the excitement.
Yeah, that's the high-fiving live read that
Yeah.
is a bit of a throwback to when Helmut and some other chick both have aces.
Oh, and they're like going around.
Yeah, they're like
high-fiving
high-fiving each
the
other, basically telling them they had aces.
And
Then some other guy just
somehow
still
dumps
calls
in
kings.
kings.
Like if there's ever a spot to fold kings.
Yeah,
like,
it's
if ever.
It's Annie Duke going to the rails saying, "I've got it, I've got it."
Yeah, God.
And Savievsky here with the threes, not
Just hits
electing
the
to
mark.
take the rejam spot there.
Yeah, I would have not minded the jam there against Vashi.
Yeah, we've seen enough from Vaji to
Yeah.
indicate that he's gonna
Definitely an active player.
definitely finding the opens. I think there was a king 3 suited on the stream last night from pretty early position, last hand of the day.
You see Rimar just looks like that 10-5 suited is good enough for a 3-bet from big blind. Which I don't mind. Let's see how Vashi reacts here.
This is a real switch up from Rimar
Yeah,
coming
yeah,
back
this
from
is-
the break. We've
Is it still him? Like,
yeah.
so maybe as a twin brother, yeah?
he's
Just see.
subbed in the live ghost.
We never know if he has an earpiece in, you know. Like,
Yeah, he's got the head, the
hoodie
up.
on.
And Vaxi in a pretty tough spot with two
Yeah,
short
this
stacks.
this is usually pretty grim for cutoff here, especially if he's seen some of the folds that Rimar has been making. You'd very much not expect this hand and just
Yeah.
expect like queens plus here.
Yeah, a lot of value.
Yeah,
Maybe the odd bluff.
yeah.
But
Istano not doing too well in this spot.
no, not a hand that you'd usually consider a call.
Yeah, I mean, just play so poorly against some of the linear value range, right?
Hmm.
And then you still have to worry about, is he even gonna find three bets with like tens? And,
Yeah.
I don't know, name a hand and
So do you think he's considering four betting, or I know he's just
well,
going to continue by the looks of it.
yeah, it looks like just a call unless he, yeah, just a call. Uh,
Oh.
yeah, and all of a sudden there's 2 million here,
Yeah, wow.
and you just take, you know, it's the old cooler of 10-5 suited against ace 10-0.
The 2023 cooler.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow, both players flop a piece, and Rimar's got the backdoor flush draw to boot on an
Yeah.
ace high board where you'd expect him to employ a lot of c bets.
Yeah, you kind of expect just a range bet here. I mean, ace high is a bit different for big blind when they just have a large chunk of high pairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it can be a bit awkward, especially when cutoff is also just flatting raise calling a bunch of suited aces.
Exactly.
So it might be a bit different than you normally expect in like a single raise pop, for
When
example.
first meets the eye, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, you just see 750k and Fazi obviously still just basically a bluff catcher, of course. Looking at the feet, it's a bit far away to see the feet there.
Yeah, he loves the feet reads, doesn't
Yeah. It might be feinting a lot of weakness as well, of course. But ace 10-0 definitely a hand you could expect here in terms of actual hand strength.
he? Yeah,
Just like don't beat any value. Oh, that's almost a 10.
almost.
There could have been a
That would
sick,
have been the
sickest.
yeah, the 10 of clubs would have just been absolute car crash for
Yeah.
Rimar.
And let's hope Rimar doesn't just completely blow up all of a sudden. It's just, would be very out of character.
Does show some restraint.
Snap checks back. And yeah, again, might want to take your time there, even though you're probably never betting or never reopening the action.
Yeah, at least to give the impression that you could.
Yeah.
Might gain you some checks that you basically want at this point.
Yeah.
Right?
I assume this just goes check again, and then Rimar has to show his hand first. Yeah. It's gonna be a very interesting future game, seeing the 10-5 suited rolled out.
Absolutely. If that does get to showdown, does Rimar have any devilish intentions on this king?
Yeah, no, I don't. You're just gonna lose here, and I think you just kind of have to accept that, not
Mhm.
having any clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, there goes the hand. He's like, what's this?
Yeah, 10-5. Okay.
10 ace. Yep.
Mhm, absolutely. So that could be a little eye-opener for the rest of the table.
Yeah.
Eagle-eyed watching this confrontation. Huge 3-bet pot going on. 3.6 million in the middle. Over 20 big blinds in there. And
This is very out of character, or this particular hand going to showdown is very out of character, which might tempt people to, or might tempt the other players to be like, wait, what?
Whoa, okay.
You just seen Queen Jack suited fold, and now he's 3-betting the 10-5, and huh?
Exactly.
You know,
you can see
it's kind of mind-breaking.
the cogs whirring in Peter over
Yeah.
on the right-hand side, just thinking, whoa, okay, wasn't expecting to see that. I was
Yeah.
expecting more of like a
Kings,
queens versus
yeah,
aces.
yeah.
You know, going for the c-bet and kind of giving up.
Yeah, just being like, okay, maybe I win against nines, you know.
Yeah, some kind of inferior underpair.
But yeah, it's seems like a good moment for our guy in C2 to pick up a real hand and do the same thing, right?
Absolutely.
And then get absolute all max value from it. And then you can pretend to have set it up before. Definitely been in those spots before where you just say 3-bet and then get the showdown with like King 5 suited, some EP versus like cutoff or button. Then very next hand, you just pick up kings in the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
spot. And you're like,
I'm gonna get all the action.
Yeah,
in
and
the world
then you
here.
get the jam on, and you're like, yeah,
Let's
got,
go. I've got it.
got him.
And here he
Hello.
goes. Wow.
Wow.
It's almost as though you saw into the future there. As Reimar, who certainly will be putting the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of his table image and how he's perceived by the rest of the players, now
Yeah.
waking up with a monster in the small blind here and going to be
Just
going.
goes for the raise.
Yep.
Just wanna put some money in. Don't wanna rely on the ISOs first. Oh, and yeah,
Wow.
just straight up car crash here. Might see Tommy just flat here, but seven's way too much of a hand to. He's probably see a 3-bet here,
Yeah.
and then we might see King's Trap, but
Interesting to
I
note
don't
that
know.
Tommy's not really scouring the table and looking at the shorter stacks that are kind of lurking there.
it doesn't seem like the type to. Yeah,
Yeah,
there we go.
Just going for the 3-bet call by the looks of it.
Going for a smallish 3-bet here, which makes sense with some hands. Also, don't want to like make it gigantic when you have 4 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
With 30 bigs and being in position. It's gonna be interesting what the king does here. Could make up some click, but how are you gonna play that with other parts of your range, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, are you even gonna be balanced at all? Like, are you gonna care enough to be like?
Yeah, especially the hand after that you get kind of the tail between your legs with the 10-5,
Yeah, exactly.
And now all of a sudden it's like.
Looks like we're just seeing a call here,
Mm-hmm.
which
Seems
very much makes
fair,
sense.
yeah.
Just like all the bluffs that Tommy is gonna have, or a lot of them are gonna involve some relevance around the kings.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gotta dodge the magnet that is the ace for your safety, and then
And,
just gotta hope that Tommy decides to stick in a lot of money as well.
absolutely.
Having the spade and the backdoor straight draw here seems very natural to, I mean, just bet here.
Absolutely looking for some folds from overcards.
Looking for some value.
Looking for some value, exactly. So value / denial.
Yeah, like Rimar is gonna have a couple suited aces, both the diamonds and the spades that are probably gonna have to continue against any bet size. That's a bit reasonable.
Is he shoved?
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh, it's the
yeah,
blow
he
up
just
from Tommy.
runs in it. Just steps in it right there and just like,
And
oh,
Rimar.
look at how we set it up. Oh, but like, not to be rude or anything.
No, but
Definitely,
wouldn't be shoving his face in it at this point. Just
No.
just kind of sitting down and being like,
just
yeah,
be
cool.
like, yeah, color. Yeah.
And now just the
Just
7
gotta
and
dodge the
7 only.
7. Is it always coming? It's only one of them.
I don't know. No Germans at the table. Ooh,
close
and
enough.
a clean hold there for Rimar as we
Yeah, that
are
is-
down to 5 now.
That's good game, Tommy
Yeah,
Alm.
good game, Tommy. He gave a spirited effort, that's for sure. Had some moves, certainly was not shy to put the chips in, and unfortunately that ended up in being a reason for his downfall there, just sending it in with the 7s. I guess his thinking was, I found a relatively safe board and I'm just going to go
Yeah.
for the max protection.
Put the guy on ace king or some kind of ace x, right?
Yeah, and
And,
not wanting to
yeah.
see any more cards.
it's a bit dodgy playing that stack size type, as he doesn't forget his lucky charm there.
Yep.
Still stone as the 5 remaining players here have locked up 16,850 euros.
Yeah, and the
It's a
two
good little payday of roughly around 30 buy-ins.
Absolutely, and the 2 short stacks on the right. Peter
Oh,
can't contain
yeah.
a smile, and there we go. We got one from the Macedonian as well.
Yeah, Macedonian is a bit of a quiet guy, but definitely shared some laughs on the outer table. It's at the day started. George leaves for a quick second, does a little hike. So you're gonna have to do it with just me here. Senko asking the very nice question: is Lord Bar still in? Unfortunately, I busted on the outer table in 13th place to the Macedonian in seat 9. I jammed deuces, blind v blind against a race first in. He race called ace 9 suited, and that's all she wrote. back to the action. You see Mr. Rimar getting pocket fours on the button, now being a very convincing chip lead. Only the big blind to play against. Still coming in for a raise. Of course, yeah. And Christopher, not much of a hand. Might be tempted to defend this, but in the end, the small blind's also just not there, so it gives you a bit of a worse price. To play post flop and 5-3 off against the chip leader might not be the best types of holdings. Imagine busting the main event at the Festival Bratislava. Must be a nice experience to have on the belt. Yeah, I mean, all in all, I've been getting really lucky all week, so it's just, yeah, I just have to realize that sometimes you don't get to win tournaments. It's a harsh realization for me this past month. You've, as you return, Tobias Senkel has rejoined the chatter. So,
Being
yeah.
kept on our toes now by
Yeah.
Mr. Senkel.
Getting needled here, asking if I'm still in during the live commentary. Should try mixed games. Nah. I've had an excellent record of having 0 cashes in mixed game tournaments.
A full 0.
A whole donut of cashes.
Yeah. Not even a $1 Raz on Stars or something.
Oh no, I've won online, but like having to play live
Yeah.
when you're being sat right to the left of a guy called Tobias Leknes, who's organizing the whole festival that you're at.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
The
just
other casino.
yeah. Yeah, he really tried in Prague as well. Yeah, definitely. Wait.
Is that a 1BB stack or 1-bet stack?
Yeah,
going into the
I punted it off in limit hold'em. Yeah, yeah, that happened. That was really low morale, to be honest. I definitely might not play that one this year. I believe that either that must have been the horse. Yeah, the 1K horse or the 550, whatever it was, which was a really nice tournament to get to know more mixed games. More of hustling everyone. Yeah, you definitely hustled me to come to the other side of Bratislava and play that one. Yeah. Definitely not gonna be a repeat there unless there's a lot of buckets of beer being offered there, Tobias. So take note.
or some other incentives.
Yeah, exactly.
Just go here, flopping a gut shot with a backdoor flush draw in a limp pot. Vaxi not putting him in here with the king with 2 players on 2 million stacks. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'd like this.
I'd like
jamming.
the jam, right?
This is super efficient to.
It just ends up check folding the best of it on the flop as well. So it's yeah, just going.
Yeah,
to
yes,
show
go off. So
at this stage, people tend to be a little overly honest in
Yeah.
these kind of situations. Maybe not realizing how much leverage their jam does have there into one of the 2 clear shorties.
Yeah, especially when it's this flat and you don't really wanna. You don't really play for the win, or not exclusively for the win, I should say, because you always play for the win. But
Yeah.
when the pay jumps matter most relatively in this stage.
For the
just-
shorties.
Yeah, you just have to put max pressure as you're not the shorty and actually get to leverage that. Do we see King 7s?
Wow. Rima
Oh,
really is.
he's the best.
How
he's
does
the
he
best.
do it?
He's the best.
That's the second time that he's managed to.
Does he just have like one of the sickest live reads ever? Is that just it?
Possible.
Are we seeing the next Charlie Carroll here?
It's
Is that
possible.
it?
Is there a live tells course coming?
Yeah, I've heard of a couple. Yeah.
Can you
Like-
see it? Because I see it, but I'm not telling you what I
Yeah,
see.
it's either one of 2 things. You should. Yeah. My God, and the 9's behind as well.
Batsy as well.
But it's Batsy again. So
Who's
could
been-
it just be?
Maybe he's seen the leg moving under the table.
Yeah,
That's
maybe it's his like moving, and they would be like, "Hello, I'm there." Yeah,
Wow.
honestly, it could be something Fauci's doing. I wouldn't.
Oh my word.
Oh. And the King 7 would have. I mean, it wouldn't have gotten post
Yeah.
because
No.
aces would have 3-bet, but
Still,
my god,
what a caller here.
that is absolutely disgusting. There's already 1 million in the pot as well, so
Yeah, so 6 pots behind.
yeah. In PLO, we would barely get there.
Yeah. But in this format,
In Unlimited Hold'em,
and the
definitely gonna see.
the out of position c-bet as well, going for a pretty chunky
Yeah.
half pot.
And Fauci has snap raised sometimes. Now with the pocket nines, taking his time a bit. His color is up. Does
That's
grab a
raising
lot
chips.
more chips.
Are we going to
So-
see Cristoforo just pile it in on the flop here?
Surely not.
I feel like that's what's going to happen, kind of in line with how he's been playing, but maybe not. Could be wrong. Batsy does gonna
Makes it
have
1 mil to gets into his usual. Yeah, this is just
goes back into the Helmuth stance
Yeah.
as well. Hands between.
with the ace of clubs here as well. You're just not. You're just hoping for king queen. I mean, you're obviously fist bumping if it gets in, but like, because jacks and kings are just don't exist.
No,
Uh,
exactly. It's king jack, pocket nines, or
Yeah.
queen 10 suited, right?
Yeah, exactly. Then he still has king x, so
Yeah.
and flush draws, I guess. Some of the worst variety, like the 8-7s, the 9x, the 10x, the queen x. I mean, do expect to just see a call here, to be honest, and wait for a bricky turn. I think that's the hashtag.
The way to go here. Looks like he is going to employ that. Those are calling chips. Cristoforo does make the call, and all
Yeah.
of a sudden we're going to
Yeah, a brick turn would be.
the deuce of hearts, or the
Yeah.
deuce of diamonds, or something, and it's
The hearts. The hearts would be
whatever,
even
right?
sicker. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
the three
close
of hearts.
enough. Yeah, that's gonna spell disaster for Cristoforo
would
there.
spell the end for the Cypriot here with the overpair. Does have some worse value in his opponent's range, as you mentioned, with the king queen
Yeah.
potential, some draws.
Some king x of hearts exists, you
Mhm.
know, where you're just like that obviously gets it in, and then yeah, like king 10 of hearts, king queen of hearts.
Yep.
I don't know. 9x of clubs, 9-10, 9 queen 9 of clubs might still feel obliged to be.
What?
Oh wow!
It's gone check.
Oh
Ace
my
on the river.
god! What a river!
Holy moly!
Jeez, this is gonna be absolutely disgusting for Vashi.
How has he found a way out of this?
Wow.
Faxi going with an unbelievable check back. I never saw that coming on the turn. I mean,
Pulled straight from the grave.
wow. And just the cold, hard ace of spades on the river
As he
Cristoforo
announces all in.
goes
Gets
for the
snap
lot.
called. Doesn't get snap called.
Doesn't
it
get
seems.
snap called apparently. Wow.
That's what? He's standing up. He's walking around.
What?
Wait.
Is
You
his
what?
hand live? Yeah. No, it's
I guess it's live,
yeah.
but like,
I haven't seen this in a tournament that often, to be honest.
sir, you have 3 of a kind. There's 2 flush draws missing and
Your
ace
opponent
king
has
jams for
full ace
value.
king. Exactly. Yeah.
King jack,
Ace jack.
king 9. I guess king jack, king 9 raise flop, but like,
Yeah. Ace jack, ace king, ace 9 potentially.
yeah.
With the club.
Imagine how tilted you would be jamming ace king for value here, or
Yeah,
like slow
and-
playing pre and then, or slow playing on the flop,
On the
and
flop.
be like, okay, attacks, please call. You know, like have like I don't know jack 9.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is just. I think the entire situation is just overwhelmed in. Well, it's just.
Yeah. I mean, the check back on the turn is just so.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
how are we at the river here? And he's not snapped, and he's checked back to
He's
turn.
just like
and
shrugging, like call, of course, yeah.
yeah, there we go. And gets shown. Are we going to see the
Yeah.
scaffolding take another tumble? Ouch.
Getting told to fold, someone folding queen 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the correct table talk in this kind of situation. Just
Yeah,
stay
who cares?
quiet and allow these guys to
Who cares?
cool up.
Hakuna Matata, oh, just,
Oh, that's a brutal
That's-
needle.
oh my god. Wow.
Oh,
Holy
it's
god.
playground tactics from Christopher.
I would not have dared saying anything like that, even against
Wow,
friends.
he's a big guy as well.
Wow.
I would wow, if we weren't on a stream table and this were one of the €100 events here,
Yeah,
could have been seeing fists flying after a comment like
yeah,
that.
that would be cash me outside. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you in
Dear
the car
God.
park.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Tire slashed and all. Like that.
What an absolute abomination of a hand. I mean,
to be honest, after that much of a slow roll,
yeah,
it is some
somewhat,
Matata, yeah.
Yeah, after checking back, going back to the snap acting as well.
I would definitely have done. Yeah, but Tobias, you're just sick, and you also can't do that in mixed games, because you built like one big bet over here.
Yeah. I got a bet you didn't get.
Like, oh, I 4-bet you on 7th. Good for you. Especially the Dutch one. Yeah, I mean, you can slow roll me. Or do the Hakuna Matata. That's just...
Nightbot feels it's the time for the AI description of the Banco Casino.
Oh, yeah.
But holy moly, what have we just witnessed there?
Those big bets are
Christopher.
huge. Yeah, they're big bets. Yeah, Christopher just basically going from short stack, getting a couple very nice rejam spots. So now having almost...
Look at this distribution.
My god. How many chips are in play? Is it 30 mil?
Yeah, around about
30.75. He's just
Wow.
rocking up there with almost half of the chips in play.
Yeah.
With
Two guys with 83%
two guys
of
that
the
are
chips.
basically just waiting out each other.
Mhm.
And you're just seeing the heads up being set up here.
Wow, that is absolutely sickening for
Wow.
Batsy.
Yeah, Fatsi just... Yeah, that's disgusting. As he jams now. With the ace 10-0. For his remaining 4 BB. And Rimar not finding a hand to call 4 big blinds with the 9-3 suited. Or he might find it enough for a spin, but it's still 750k. You don't want to give away too easily here. But man, what a disgusting little river there.
Wow.
Talk
knocked the
about
wind out of
tournament
myself.
different.
Yeah.
Tournament
I mean,
defining.
tournament defining mass monster buy-ins up top. Ace on the river. Wow. I'm lost for words after that.
Barry Greenstein still finding his relevance,
Still
even in
finding a way.
almost 2024, you know.
Jeez.
Still rocking around.
And Gabriel, despite the full big blind ante, electing not to spin the short stack there. It's definitely
Yeah.
favourable for him to keep him alive and exert the pressure on the other two.
Yeah, even when you know it's like 0 EV, you're just probably don't want to, even because the Fasher can still fold some hands and make the 10-15 BB stacks kind of be forced to take spots as well, right?
Absolutely. And Roning saying sick check back on the turn there.
Yeah,
Felt like you just have to go for it versus potential aces, ace king.
yeah, you
king,
can just
queen.
bet a third there, even
Yeah.
on the double flush draw board.
Anything
just-
except check, right?
Yeah, you want to deny some equity, especially on that board. And then, yeah,
Especially so deep in the tournament, right? Obviously.
oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like you can induce so much funny stuff when you just bet small there as well.
that's
So
one of the
you
most
just-
topsy-turvy hands I've ever commentated
Yeah.
on. Honestly, I'm speechless here. That's incredible. For such big money up top as well, and then the slow roll on the river, and then the needle.
Oh,
He
it just had it all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like, and then he goes for the Hakuna Matata versus the guy that sent the scaffolding flying earlier on. We had to take a 10-minute media break because he'd rugby tackled the, the setup. Oh, it's absolutely bananas here at the festival. 5 left, and the distribution is insane. 2 of these guys here not really incentivized to be putting many chips into the pot. Remount's gonna take a stab with the bottom pair.
Yeah,
Just to clear out some of these types of hands, right? The 9-8.
Yeah, exactly. If it was suited, you might see a float here from the 9-8 backdoor flush draw, but even then,
Even
like,
then,
do you really
Christopher
want to
is-
start peeling this when you see the other side of the table having a combined amount of big blinds
Exactly.
with not exceeding 40
turn
among
a
the
straight
3 of
draw,
them?
facing over bet, and it's like,
Yeah,
oh
it's
god, here we go.
You're like, okay, fold.
Yeah. Nice hand.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just gonna be a waiting game for people to bust here.
Absolutely.
And I don't expect it to take long when Ilya and Peter have shown to take their spots.
Yeah.
Whether being right or being a bit out of line, they can. They definitely will not knit around and wait for the short stack to bust here. When they get like anything reasonable of a hand that is just supposed to get their money in, right?
Yeah, although Savevsky did miss that ace-10 versus the button open. There was the hand that ended
Right,
up
yeah, where they overcalled and then
That
Jack
was really-
9 went for it, yeah.
went for it on the 9-8-7.
Yeah, so maybe a bit of that. Yeah.
But Peter for sure, I think,
Yeah.
is not going to be one that's going to miss a spot. And actually somehow getting a walk there.
Yeah,
but
now making it just making all 3 stacks also a little closer. Obviously probably don't want to take the 8-4 off anyways.
Absolutely no.
Just
No, I
say
w- I
you
wouldn't
can
miss
just
a
keep
spot.
him alive, and even if he doubles twice, he's still like half your stack,
Mhm.
if not less. And just wait for a good hand and go from there. You know,
Yeah.
no need to torch off 5 big blinds like that when the guy might just call you with half the deck.
Any
Right?
two,
Or
yeah.
He's supposed to call half the deck, but might just be like, I haven't looked at my cards. Time for a spin. You know.
Absolutely.
Definitely see that happen before, where people just put in someone in the big blind where they just know big blind, but you can just see big blind being completely over it and just
Yeah, and just kind of after that aftermath of the set over set and
Yeah.
all of the shenanigans and the needling and I mean under the lights here in a big field tournament playing for serious money, it's so easy to lose your head in some ways. So you've got to
Yeah.
be wary of that.
then I expect this to just jam.
Surely.
Ace it off is such a nice combo to do this with. Yeah. We're just. It goes for the
Just gonna
normal
go
range.
for the raise
Oh, it goes
call.
for the 2.5x as well, which I really like.
Mhm. With the big
Um,
blind ante.
Fashi just snap jams and yeah, Jesko definitely has to spin this one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to pass up on this one, and it's a huge
Yeah,
spot.
like how much is it? It's gonna be a bit over 2, which yeah, Ace 8 just folds, I guess. Yeah.
Let's
I'd
see.
assume Ace 8 to find the muck here against 2.
Especially
to be honest.
versus the cold from
Yeah.
Peter, obviously, with no perceived. Well, not a lot of.
Yeah, I mean
perceived
he
fold
does
equity.
obviously have fold equity, but
But yeah,
it's
just a spot where he's not going to put it in
no.
that light.
Like he still has the pressure of having to beat the short stack, so it kind of is gonna depend on the difference between the 2 stacks if it's if it's a better call or not,
Mhm.
because the side pot is gonna be like so important. Even though it only costs you like 15% of your stack, you know.
But
don't-
you'd much rather it the other way around, right? Where Jessica could find some of the suited broadways and then the other guy just flicks it in, rather
Yeah,
than
yeah,
this
yeah,
way
yeah,
where
yeah.
you're just going to be pretty toast, right? Yeah.
I mean, if it were like positions reversed, the short stack might be super tight though.
Just to allow the
Yeah,
potential
just
collision.
allow the race call.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a bit of a tricky spot. I think Ace 8 still like might flick it in.
It looks like he wants to, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just kind of wants to end it now, almost.
You can just put Jesko on like pocket 7s, king queen, and be like,
Go on, then.
yeah. You know, what's the worst that can happen?
1.8 to bust 2 guys.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when he's already put in 500, right?
Yeah.
So, no, it's only like 4x more.
And a full big blind ante 5-handed as well, you know.
Oh yeah, that's a massive one as well. That's kind of why I wanted to advocate for
Just
jam
jam.
in the first place.
Agreed.
Just people can't really fold much, and they probably overdo it. Yeah, would have been interesting to see. I mean, Jesco would have definitely called against jam and call. Yeah, he calls. Or oh no, folds. Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
Okay.
immediately.
Gets out the way in the end after some theatrics and off to the races between.
Oh, and there's an 8 in the window. So,
After so much
yeah,
deliberation.
straight draw for the king queen or
Yeah,
the
no
queen jack.
hearts available
So,
for either player. So
Yeah, just the queen or the 9 for Vashi to stay alive.
oh, the Cypriot
Yeah,
gutted with that one as Jetsko finds the elimination there.
just give him a fist bump and a handshake.
Yeah, takes it well in
Yeah,
the
just
end.
like kind of whatever.
But you could
Okay.
see
Yeah.
the disbelief on his face, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
obviously disappointed with how things went there.
he doesn't really know what to
yeah.
do with himself, and you can't blame him, right?
Now, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
that's
Yeah.
going to be a rather weird 30 minutes for him to decompress after such a emotional highs and lows
Yeah.
in the space of just 10 minutes.
his head will be spinning in bed if he's. I mean, it's not even late yet. So
Yeah.
it's like
7:40
spinning
local
during
time.
dinner and then probably take some drinks and an early night sleep is probably the best of this. But
The way to go.
yeah,
But yeah, Jesus.
down to 4, all 4 remaining players 6,000 euros richer. Now having the better part of 22k locked up.
Yeah, and Jesco does a good job of getting some wiggle room between him and the fourth stack as well.
Yeah,
as it's
exactly.
All eyes on the Macedonian really now.
Yeah, the Macedonian definitely has to find a spot now as Christopher folds the queen 3 suited on the button. Just gives Jack Jesco very easy jam, of course. Gives blinds a very nice collision spot here.
Yeah, he won't miss these.
Yeah, no, man, this is the easiest ever against the short stack. And Savesky just gonna have to call, yeah.
Yeah, and
Chop it up,
it's
maybe,
choppy
sometimes.
unless we find some spades or
Both
diamonds.
both suits are active,
Yeah.
so both of them have the one. You see everyone standing up again.
Not really much point in standing up in this one, but it could get
Oh.
interesting. Oh, we do
Hello.
have 2 spades.
Backdoor
so-
straight flush for the 3 of spades.
Oh wow.
Oh, that would be 20% of the time it hits. It's a lot of times.
No.
Black paint.
And Peter didn't even realise who had the ace of spades. It all happened so fast. He was like, "You have the spades, right?" Calling for the 5 of diamonds. Didn't even realise he's got the free roll at that point.
Wow.
Holy moly. What is going
Yeah,
on?
it's a
here?
bit funny sometimes how they put the cards where it's like they don't put them in table order.
No, yeah.
So yeah, so sometimes the dealer gets confused, like the left hand one, so left hand side wins, and then it's like no wait.
Didn't I have that one, or
Yeah.
did he have? Yeah.
I definitely didn't raise jam this garbage. You got me. Yeah, on to the next one after that blind v blind collision. See Christopher with an openable hand. Just lets it go, which
It's like he's kind of retreated for a
Yeah.
little bit. Just
think it's
maybe
just
the
gonna-
emotions running high and not really wanting to make any kind of mistakes whilst he glances over at the 2 much inferior stacks.
I think Zavesky is definitely gonna limp here. Oh, no, never mind.
A respectful
Not enough
fold.
to see a fold.
Playing for a full big blind ante, you
Yeah,
really
I
want to
mean-
be pipping there a lot.
Average ante is now 25%. You know, 25% of a big blind. You just cannot really give walks anymore.
No.
Even like
Even
when
if you feel like
it
you're going to
just
get
goes
jammed
limp
on most
yeah.
of the time.
Yeah, it just goes limp check. Like still a quite high frequency of the time. You can still trap there, of course. Still have aces. Don't wanna discourage the other guy of seeing a flop. You know, like yeah, just try seeing a flop in this kind of stack size is obviously
Just got to call.
a bit important. And maybe Peter is a bit more aware of that kind of stuff.
Well,
as
actually,
you see,
this is the common format in Slovakia. The big blind ante, and Peter's obviously been
Yeah.
grinding these tournaments and making a lot of final tables and smaller events. So I think he's actually in really good shape here to take advantage of the lack of awareness for the big blind ante,
Yeah,
which is
fair enough.
something that's going to really come into play here.
That's usually what happens in like slower final tables, where the more aware loser player is gonna just win so many more chips than they might even be supposed to,
Yeah,
or at least as compared to the other players. So yeah, he might definitely be able to take advantage and win a couple more big blinds, giving him the extra like lesser luck needed to make a couple page jumps or even reach heads up in this point.
Exactly,
Which is
yeah.
a very tough ask at this point, having two stacks holding near enough to 80% of the chips in play or something.
yeah, and potentially that small understanding edge.
Because we see
giving
Jesko
him-
turn a gut shot here. Definitely a nice or interesting card to take a free one probably after check call.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what he's going to do there. It's quite
it's quite hard to. Oh,
Wow.
hello.
It's
Well,
quite hard
there
to
it is.
perceive your opponent to have like light continues here. This
Yeah,
kind of
even
player
though
as
when
well.
they're supposed to have,
The
yeah,
queen
just
X,
a
king
lot
X,
of two
backdoor
overs
flush
through the
draw.
sevens with
Yeah.
flush draw,
Mhm.
some interaction with the seven. But
But yeah.
in theory, you would see a lot of check raises on these types of boards.
Mhm.
It's like, yeah, and you see a big lead here, which
And
might be
that's
a bit overstepping his hand.
just a
Like, you
little
definitely
bit.
want this with a seven. I don't know if Christopher assumes that Jesco is gonna check back some turns with ace ten, for example,
Mhm.
which might be a good option.
Can be definitely a thing.
Yeah,
just with the
obviously
big blind.
chops with ace five here,
But I think he's
chopping with
mostly
ace five now, but like,
trying to target like under pairs to the ace, right?
yeah, but still, like, a small bet that chiefs out as well and doesn't get hurts as much when you just get raised there. And maybe just like snap folds first raise, which seems fair enough. Yeah, I don't see any other option than just putting in like 2 million here.
Yeah, he's gone for the non all-in
Yeah.
raise sizing. I really like that.
Yeah, at least some chips behind if it's actually like, yeah, it goes for 2 million exactly.
Mhm.
Just a just a touch on the 3x. You could go smaller here, especially given stack. Could have gone. I don't know what was it. Like, I guess 1.5 is a bit too small, so like 1.7 or something. But just putting in half your stack basically,
Yeah.
which is what he's doing now. Yeah, and then the ace deuce all of a sudden becomes yeah, not a great hand.
Pretty rough spot.
Yeah. And Jesco can easily just have nines here, right? I mean, he has Jack 10, so
Nines,
that's
Jack
a good
10,
hand.
where the bluff's coming from, like a Queen Jack or something like that.
And they probably want a 10 in there.
Yeah.
It's like King 10, Queen 10,
Queen 10, yeah, that makes more sense.
10 8. If he's opening that. I don't. It's hard to find bluffs here, right? I mean, it's hard to find bluffs in general in these types of lines. Like, what do you do is with an underpair? Seems unlikely.
No.
Yeah, maybe sixes takes it, you know, but gotta find it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just very comfortable fold to big bet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not really consider the other options like fives, like blocking 7 or blocking the weird floats with 6-5. We have 3 through a straight flush there. So it's a funny spot where you're probably not gonna see bluffs here a lot. Because I don't see tens or jacks bluffing here, to be honest.
No. More of a cool fold kind of
Yeah. Yeah.
decision.
Which might make it even better of a bluff. If
Yeah.
we're saying like, oh yeah, you can bluff those.
Exactly. But we are faced with Peter fortunately running into the backdoor straight and Cristoforo
Yeah, just
deciding
show fold.
to show fold.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Like something like one is ace 6 is a very interesting one, or ace 10.
Mm-hmm.
ace 10 obviously beats
Interacting with some of the
some
value
ace
range.
X as well,
Yeah.
right? Like an ace 10 might bet call, might bet lead call. Ace 6 does chop with everything but blocks the 5-6 straight.
Hmm.
Peter might have opened and then went for the same line, even though I'd expect 5-6 to barrel off because
Yeah,
it's 6
the
high.
under.
The two unders, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been a more natural bet, whereas his Jack 10 didn't really want to face a 10
Yeah.
check raise and fold out a load of equity.
Is he considering the king 9 off here for tat on 10 bigs with the big blind ante to come as well? Just folds, awaiting a spot.
Take king 10? Would you take the king 9?
I'd be strongly considering the
Yeah,
king 9.
that's right at the bottom for me, isn't
yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like being in the big blind next hand and the antes being so massive, while you have two big stacks on there who are very disincentivized to, like, I mean, they can't really rejam,
That's true, yeah. And
so
close
they'd have
calling
to
is awkward
call,
for
and
them.
then
Yeah.
the other player has to like find a hand to be in an even tighter spot, right?
Hmm.
And then you have Peter in the big blind who is also like kind of disincentivized to call, of course.
Definitely, yeah. With that leg up on you at present,
Yeah,
5.6
exactly.
versus your 2.
Yeah, it's still a healthy chunk of your stack. I guess Peter doesn't mind if he actually has a hand, but yeah. Ooh, this is an interesting board, or
Definitely.
could at least come to an interesting board.
Despite the
Still is.
monotone texture,
Yeah.
both players flopping a decent piece here. Christopher with the open ender, Reimar top and bottom.
Christopher could have considered some kind of leads here if it weren't mono. But yeah, just opting for seems to be just a range check.
Reimar electing to retreat further and further into that hoodie.
Yeah.
Almost not even seeing his eyes at this point when he retreats there.
Yeah, just going fully Darset mode.
Yeah, the Phil Lark special.
Yeah, the Unibomber. And speaking of a Unibomber with the big sunglasses, Christophoru here as well. Kind of deliberate in his actions at most times.
Yep. He's going to peel one off.
As we see another heart on the turn up here, which might be a bit of an action killer,
Yeah, dissuades both players from...
putting in a lot of chips. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. That the other players at the table might realize as well. Like, it's gonna take some very special cooler for a heap of chips to come out here.
Yeah, whereas the offsuit 4 could have really been fireworks.
Yeah, exactly. And Christopher does have a nice bluffing hand here with 7 high, of course.
Can't really have a worse hand at this point, right?
Nope. No,
Oh,
I just fully gives up. Yeah, you have to show for everybody. 7 high. Yep, I can beat 7 high. I win. Yeah.
I will show one card and win. And Christopher there tending to lean towards honesty. It
Yeah,
feels.
I would have loved to see a bluff there. Just
Yeah,
might not give give our Polish friend a couple of flushes that check turn,
hmm
even though he might have to. But like,
he might. Yeah, but
Yeah.
you've got to ask the question. I feel with arriving to the river with such a weak part of your range.
yeah, exactly. As we see Susanna here talking to the players a bit, congratulating them, and really telling them to not take down the scaffolding before the tournament's over.
Please don't rugby tackle the technical area. It's really important. I think that things have cooled down a little bit after
Yeah.
some heated incidents there.
You
And
see the
Reimar,
sixes open
yeah, it's gonna.
again into the short stacks big blind. Jesco might be tempted to do something here
He's
in the
definitely
non-main
the
variety.
player I think that is the most capable of finding these out of the 4.
Yeah.
We did see the
Just goes for the very relatively quick flat.
hmm
And Savevsky in a bit of a interesting spot here where small blinds flats are gonna be a hand that do a bit better against our end, right? The queen jacks, the I mean, Jack 10 suited gets in there as well, right?
Yep.
So it's a bit of interaction between small blind and big blind, and then between small blind's range and your exact hand. But then you still have queen to know, so you have to c3 anyway.
Getting a prize with the big blind
Yeah,
empty
exactly.
as well, just kind of coming along, but not really.
This is
King X suited and King Jack off, and can we get?
do we see the? Looks like the stream is down at the moment, or are we wrong?
I believe we are down for the time
Yeah,
being.
our
Do bear with us, guys.
Rip.
Just rebooting it, and we
Yeah,
should be back very shortly.
our video does appear to be frozen. If you can still hear us, yeah. So it looks like the sixes have checked, or we're in the motion of checking. So we'll be right back when the action on our monitor resumes.
Be right back, guys.
Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed prize or anything. So I must play, hope to not catch some bad setups, play good poker, and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed plays or anything. So I must play, hope to not catch some bad setups, play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed plays or anything. So I must play, hope to not catch some bad setups, play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed prize or anything. So I must play. Hope to not get some bad setups. Play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series. We don't say goodbye. We say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
So we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed prize or anything. So I must play. Hope to not get some bad setups. Play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed plays or anything. So I must play. Hope to not get some bad setups. Play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon. Welcome back to the festival series here in Bangkok Casino in Bratislava. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Peter from Slovakia, the chip leader of the day 3. How did you do so far?
Oh, very good. I have some lucky runs. I catch my cards, so from the beginning of day 2 I was bigger than average stake.
Okay.
So far it's very good tournament for me.
So how many chips do you have so far?
3.25 or something like that.
Yeah, so we still have actually 2 more players who very close to you, just basically catching you up. How do you feel about it?
It's poker. Anything can happen. It's still maybe just something about 10% of the all chips. So it's not like guaranteed plays or anything. So I must play, hope to not get some bad setups, play good poker and hope for the best.
Absolutely. We have 16 players left, day 3, and today we're going to have a final table. I wish you best of luck. I hope to see you at the final table, and who knows, maybe you will take down the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the festival series in Bratislava 2023. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Aneta, professional poker player. So how long do you play poker?
I play poker like originally, I don't know, like 5 years maybe total, but I started like a dealer, I think 18 years back I started, and I'm mixing. Sometimes I dealing, I was like a floor manager, and sometimes I playing online or live on tournaments, cash games, I mix it.
So your life is surrounded by poker because also you met your future husband in poker.
Future. That's it. Oh my god. Future husband. Okay.
Well, we hope, yeah?
Everybody hope. Oh, okay. I love poker. Poker it's my life. Exactly, but yes, but it's so stressful, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah. That's why I have this. This is natural color, guys. Yeah. It's from poker and from guys, what I see on the tables, yeah, I deal with and playing with, and yeah, exactly, it's stressful.
Such fun. So you're here now in Bratislava with us with the festival series. How did you do so far? First question, so what did you play?
Now I play tournaments, I prefer tournaments, but I start learning cash game. And I go for US for playing cash games. Like I was be there like 2 weeks back for 6 weeks, and going pretty well.
So how did you do so far?
We can enjoying with my boyfriend Sylvester in I don't know, in some Turkish side something. Istanbul. We're going to Istanbul and we go back to Texas. And we playing poker there, like cash games. Yeah, it's perfect.
Oh, it's great to have a family thing together, you know, it's like a hobby. Also hobby which brings money, which is very important, but also you are online player. You know, it's hard to be only online or only, you know, it's different game.
Absolutely different job. It's absolutely, yes.
You're doing really well, you have a big win.
Yeah, I was big win on Poker Stars. My nick is Alice, ALYZ. Like 1800 18,000, sorry, 18,000. Sorry.
1,000, baby, go more.
Yeah, sorry, 18,000 is in W Cup, and I'm first lady in Czech and Slovak. What have the trophy from this events? Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love this life. You know.
So how do you feel being here on the festival series? We travel a lot. We have 3-4 stops a year. Is that your first one?
It's not my first one because I'm living in Bratislava so long, and I know and I know Frankie and something and all buddies and all people here, and I love the Bratislava and I love the Banco Casino, and it's very good, you know. Location and guys so friendly here and doing job so fucking really good and really fucking well.
It's a lot of people behind the scene to make this event going. A lot of people working so hard that they barely sleeping. You know yourself, you're in the poker business, come on. You know you work 18 hours at least if it's a big event.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's worth it. I mean, you work hard, but then you get paid. Just seeing people here, just seeing them happy like you, look at you.
I try my best. You need be every day happy. When you sad, you need be a little bit, you know, you're working with people. And people like nice people.
In poker world, honestly, I did not meet bad people. Nice people all the time.
Yeah, exactly. You say right, everything what you say, it's good. Yeah.
So thank you so much for bringing juice for me. We said it will be nice in front of the camera, so thank you so much. You're a lovely girl. I really see you running around you like a little sunshine, no matter where you are. Thank you so much for coming, and cheers. Welcome back to the festival series in Bratislava 2023. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Eva from Sweden.
Yeah.
So you are one of the loyal players of the festival series. You travel to 4 stops, is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's 4. 4 or 3, I can't really remember. It's too much partying, you know.
That's so true. I think this is the first day when I see you a little bit different, normal.
Yeah. Normal is a definition. Yeah, it's who is normal here? I'm not sure. No.
So what makes the festival series special that you really want to go travel and play poker with us?
I think it is a combination of so many mixed games, and I really love mixed games. I'm a passionate mixed game lover, and it's also like a huge party for adults. Yeah. I like that too. Maybe not the two together, but anyways.
Exactly, and actually you love mixed games so much that you missed ladies today because you were playing Omaha.
Yeah, Omaha High-Low. Yeah, but I went out with aces and sevens, so that was a little bit sad. I would have liked to sit here and grind all night.
Oh, you can cry on my shoulder always.
But,
I love our players. You guys are amazing, really. We're a family.
Yeah, we are. We are a big dysfunctional poker family.
Exactly. So how did you do so far this week in Bratislava with us?
When it comes to the poker, it has gone almost just down the cellar. Everything has gone wrong except from one poker cash game challenge. I won a table. So that was nice.
You were on the TV table actually, so it was streamed and you done really well.
Yeah, I won that one, so I'm very happy about that. And the rest has gone really, really, really bad. But I'm doing good in life. I'm having fun.
That's important because you are socializing so well. I see you around always so happy, walking around, chitty-chatting with everyone. This is
so
also
nice
this is also part of the festival.
Yeah.
It's not only poker, but also you meet
It's a big part.
Did you make a new friends?
Many new friends. And I love also because it's Franke's baby, and it's like Frank and I, we are maybe siblings. I don't know. We could be because we are equally crazy and loud.
But do you play poker better than him?
Yes.
No siblings. No siblings.
I'm not sure he will agree about this. I think he's very good, and sometimes I'm good too. But it depends. I think he's good, and I'm sometimes good.
But that's all matters. The balance of a bit of poker, a bit of social life.
Yeah.
I think it's very important because if you play poker all the time, it's a different style, you know, of the festival. But like you say, balance, I think it's very important, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very important. And if you go out there are like 100 tournaments here all the time, they are pumping out. Then you can go and play a cash game, or you can go and have drinks, or you can do whatever you want.
Or drinks with a cash game.
Yeah. I do not recommend drinking too much and playing cash game. No. Don't be like me. No, I think it's like cash game. If it's late, you have been partying, then maybe you should stay away from the cash game. And if you should play cash game, because there are a lot of nice cash games, you shouldn't drink so much.
And I saw it's actually a big queue. You need to put your name in the queue to play the cash game.
Yeah. It's very popular, so it's opening all the time. And they have right now, they have both Sviten and Super DC.
So that's what I wanted to ask. Is probably there is barely Hold'em. Probably cash games, mostly mixed games.
I mean, this is the festival. There are some people who love Hold'em, of course, but a lot of players here want to play this kind of games like Pilo, High-Low, or Sviten, or Super Dealer Choice. So that's what's special with the festival. And I think next time it should be a Pilo, High-Low tournament that is pure, like with a good stack. So I think that you can tell Franke.
Yeah, that's a great recommendation. We love feedbacks, no matter they super positive or a little bit negative, but still feedback for us to grow, to make things
like
better.
Not negative, it's more like proactive, and how can we do next time, and what should we include, and so on.
Okay. Frankie, this is a message for you. Okay, anything else?
Omaha High-Low with a very nice start stack and a good structure, Frankie. Thank you, because I want to win and have my face on the wall here.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
So I guess you're going downstairs now to socialize with people.
I think I will play a little Sviten and socialize, but and drink water and eat my apple.
You're one of those people who never leaves casino, basically. I see you from early morning till really late evening. And
I have been out also with friends in the city, and today actually I had a day where I had to recover and come back to myself. So I was in massage, I was doing meditation, I was walking in the rain, and I was singing and stuff. So I have been out of the casino today at least. Yeah.
That is nice. This is something you spend time with yourself.
Yeah.
It's also socializing.
It's because like everyone think that I always like go 100%, and I actually can't. No, but finally it just and then I have to reload my batteries.
So from tomorrow, I guess.
Then I have a huge battery again.
This is a battery person, really. I never saw you like. Your battery never goes down. Seriously, she's like some energetic person, which you want to be with you. You want to chat with you because it brings so much energy.
Want to hug me?
Yes. She's a very hugging person.
Yes, I love to hug. I love physical contact with people.
And Frankie loves hugging people. You know that.
I know. That's why we are siblings, probably. I'm not sure. We
not in poker.
We drink, we hug, and everyone knows that we are. Hi there, hi. This is a new friend from Vienna. He wants to buy me drinks. I'm drinking water, I tell him. He doesn't believe me. So strange.
I can confirm she is drinking water today,
which is water and eating apple and cucumber.
I can confirm that.
Yeah,
she's a good girl.
Oh, thank you.
We love good girls. To see good girls in our festival.
I love you. You are doing a fantastic work.
Thank you.
You and the whole crew.
It's all team. It's a lot of people doing that.
It's a lot of hard work. I understand.
Sure. Look, thank you so much for being here. You're our. She's amazing. She is a little sunshine for everyone. Guys, if you're around in casino and if you see this lovely person, just come to her and she will be happy to give a hug and her energy to you.
Yeah. If you're sad or something, I can give you a hug. It doesn't matter who you are. Come to me.
Hi everyone, it's time for the final recap of the festival series in Bratislava 2023. It's a fantastic week behind. Yesterday we had day 2 of the main event and we're down to the final 9 players. We had total of 1,025 entries and we smashed the guarantee. What an amazing run. We're down now to final 9 players. Currently our players are on the break, as you can see. Don't forget to watch us the live stream. The festival series, we don't say goodbye, we say see you soon.
So welcome back. After some unfortunate technical difficulties, we are remaining with 3 left here at the Festival Series main event. And it's a battle between Macedonia, Poland, and Cyprus, or was it Greece?
I believe it was Cyprus, yeah.
Cyprus.
Good to see the stream back live.
Yeah,
Hope
apologies for the downtime.
we did seem to miss Jeska's bust, which was, I mean, we couldn't really catch from here if it was the actual sixes hand.
The king high, maybe a 6 on the turn.
Yeah,
or
that could have happened, or maybe just an all-in pre.
Yeah.
In one of the other hands, we've had to unfortunately miss out on a lot of action. As of you guys.
Yeah. The last time we saw was a 3-way sixes versus queen 10 versus king 10, and it was a king 5 deuce, 2 clubs board. Sixes had the 6 of clubs. Have we missed out on any slow roll attempts after the 9-9? Your guess is as good as ours.
Yeah, we would not know, as we see some chips being colored up here. We see the introduction of the red 500k chip. Always a good one to have. Especially when it's the majority of your stack. And there's... hate it when a good slow roll doesn't work out. It's kind of poetic justice though, when you slow roll something and they turn out to have better, right? Just get put into place again. Yeah, stacks are being counted by tournament director Matos. We're just gonna have a little update on the stacks. Well, we're 3-handed right now. We're not quite sure if they made a deal or anything. I'd assume not. Given especially the stacks distributions.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
waiting game to get the short stack out and then maybe look at some numbers or just continue. But a huge spot for all players involved.
I think the payout structure also doesn't really lend itself to too many deals.
No. It's at the moment 36.8k, then 57.8, and then 80. So extremely flat.
Yeah, they might just be like, okay, it's only a bit under 15k for the next jump. Is it a bit over 20? Because if my eyes don't deceive me. Yeah, I just see. So the stacks get the proper update right now. Do you try to keep the 100k ones, making the rest having to deal with the strange 25ks? Well, we're, I believe, going into big blind 125k, 250k soon. So I'd very much like the 25ks to still be in there.
Yeah.
Instead of having to deal with whatever the consequences are of just having 100ks and 500ks. I believe last year we still had 25ks in our stack. Definitely at this point. If we even... Yeah, we did make it to this point, I believe. Yeah. So we're back in action. See Christoforu having 8 million chips.
Yeah, following a small blind.
Sayevsky having 5.4, now 5.5. And the rest of the, what looks like 17 million chips. Go to our Polish chip leader right now.
So some information on Christoforos Christoforou.
Powerful name.
Yeah, you have a very classic Cypriot kind of name, right? Just as long as possible with almost the surname and the forename being exactly the same. And he's had some decent results. Came third in the Greek Poker Champions main event here, the 175 euro bind for 13k. And not a lot apart from that, but does have a deep run
seem
under his
like
belt.
a more recent Banco regular by the looks of it.
Coming over for some
Yeah.
of these, the Polish poker, the Cyprus series of poker.
Results only dating back to early 2022, kind of indicating that he's maybe not been playing poker for that long.
No.
Or not been playing tournaments for that long, because
Yeah.
he might have been more of a cash game player
Certainly possible, yeah.
prior, but getting his fair share of results right now.
What's going on here is
See.
3.5x the button.
Yeah, seems like it. Like a okayish candidate to do it with if you're pulling a strategy like this.
Yeah, and Rima in the big blind with the ace-10. Always
Yeah,
interesting to see how people react to these massive sizings, because they are rather...
Just jams.
Just jams.
That's very good. Yeah,
That's fair enough.
Yeah, it can be a bit scary to just jam into it the first 3.5x.
Yeah.
But he might have been doing it for quite a long time already.
Yeah, because we're just catching up with the action. It
yeah.
could be something that he's now starting to implement and just does get out the way.
It does kind of put both stacks in a blender where calling becomes really bad or really rough at least, and just drives overall VPing down to forcing jams and forcing 3-bets.
Yeah.
Which get a much better price to steal, of course, because there's way more chips out there to win.
Added incentive of that, the PP ante sizing up does make a lot of sense. Interesting to see.
Would be interesting to see if he also adds limps to that. Then we get more in my ballpark of playing the game in a bit of a different fashion than the old 2 to 2.5x.
Yeah, the old classic autopilot 2x, which I don't think makes an awful lot of sense with big blind ante. It does make sense size up or limp, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit weird with ICM implications.
That's true.
So it kind of drives down the incentive to limp too much, like from button here at least. But I still believe you have, that's just not a fold.
Wow.
10-5-0 just hitting the muck when the ante is worth a third of a big blind per person. About the chips again, Tobias, you just just make it easier for the next blind level, you know. Just don't wanna be a pain with the big jumps when you can just have 125 to 250k. I get in mixed games you don't get enough runners to even reach this level, so you know.
Ouch.
Maybe it's the old school stacks where you start with like 5k and then
then it's like
BB 100 and BB 250.
25 only chips.
Yeah, exactly. You have the blue hundreds. And your poker star set there.
Grinding out. And Christoforu with the ace-9. Top 3 list of favorite islands in the Mediterranean.
Ooh, that are bigger than Liechtenstein.
Christ.
Ooh, I'd have to say Malta is definitely up there.
Malta, yeah. Not so much
probably
for culture,
Malta,
but
Cyprus. I mean Mallorca. It's
Sicily.
Yeah, I was thinking Sicily, but it's a bit big, right?
Yeah,
it's a bit much of an island.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't quite cut the mustard.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's definitely having been to Cyprus recently. It's on the Turkish side at least. It's definitely an experience, and it seemed like a very beautiful country.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
No love for the Greek ones. Ooh, yeah, that's a lot of islands to consider, to be honest. God,
quite stand through all of those.
Yeah. Let me think. Lesbos could be an interesting one as well.
Where was I? I went to there was like a poker cruise that was running with some it was like run by an Italian company, and we went to a couple of nice spots in the Greek islands. The names
Limassol, is that
Limassol is the capital of Cyprus, no?
Oh right, yeah. There goes my Mediterranean geographical knowledge. Please don't spread that around. Isn't it Lefkosa? So there goes yours as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought it was Limassol, but maybe I'm getting confused with the only Cypriot football team. A something Limassol that kind of rear
Okay.
their head in the Europa Conference League.
Oh yeah, could be a bit of a mental games there. Picking a Greek stop where they
Yeah.
well, having foreign teams just show up at the wrong island.
Missing by one letter.
Yeah.
Savievsky, just another walk with a really playable hand, 7-6 off. Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of these kind of...
At a single set. Greece has
23
23.
How did you find it? Is that straight into chat GPT potentially?
Ooh, yeah, that could be it.
so
Yeah.
23 is very specific.
I mean,
didn't have
maybe
time.
Senkel isn't young enough to understand ChatGPT. Yeah.
The wonders of AI.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna type that in when I get back. How do I get better at mixed games? See what ChatGPT
Step 1:
says.
learn Norwegian. Eavesdrop every conversation that Senkel and Ciololini are having. Like, you're halfway there, buddy. As we see a very pretty hand in small blind disorbit. In 10-5 off deserves its respect as well. Interacting with
was kind of an interesting ISO candidate, no, or like a raise first in. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it makes every straight.
It does.
So
You've always got some kind of backdoor, maybe.
Yeah, sometimes.
Or a blocker at least.
Blockers.
Yeah.
It's like somewhat connected. Yeah.
The 40 bigs with the king queen.
Yeah, just got an ISO and then.
Would expect to see what sort of 650, 700 or.
I mean, you could go bigger. He's been going for bigger sizing schemes with the open. So and then with the bigger ante, you might just.
Yeah, he goes 850.
850. Okay, nice. I mean, Jack 9 suited just always calls. Guess you could. Yeah, I mean, just call.
Yeah.
Don't treat yourself to a jam here.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, no. I mean, just calls. Would be weird if he grabs another couple of 500k chips in there and then stacks it on top of the call and then.
The 3-bet, yeah. All in. Getting murky, and here we do have an interesting development as Remar flops the backdoor straight draw with the front door flush draw.
Christopher.
2 overs, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, the king with spades is going to be a key card, but just checks back. And this board obviously very much interacts with the small blind limp calls.
Yeah.
And king queen kind of yeah. This isn't really the board for the ISO anyways.
Already trying to maneuver towards showdown with the king high.
Well, that's a turn. Could be some spice on yeah, I don't think we're gonna see a river here, to be honest.
No.
Seeing this bet cut out, he's gonna go full pot here.
Big old bet.
Maybe full pot minus 100k. Just a little scroll down. Yeah, a little half a bit small blind scroll down.
Yeah, read into that what you will.
The exact half big blind scroll down is an interesting one for our non-mixed game players. Take some reads into that one. Yeah, this board obviously is
just smashing him.
Yeah,
it's not
overloaded
really
in EV.
Jammed on the turn that often unless his
I
opponent.
mean, even if you're getting jammed on there, it's like call.
Yeah.
What does the half big blind scroll down mean? That's a specific read you have to figure out yourself. All I'm saying is,
think about what the scroll up might mean, and then scroll down. Yeah, kind of indicative of
certain
levels of comfort.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. That's good. You protected yourself with the old school mouse. Just the 2 clicks.
Tobias seems like one of those touchpad type players. Yeah,
with the with the pizza juice from yesterday.
Yeah. A whoa slip. Mouse slip. Let me see. Nice suited days.
Yeah.
Nice suited days here.
Yeah, Remar motoring on and.
Let's see if he uses 2.5x instead of min raise. The most insulting thing. Is that like a compliment? It's like the opposite of insulting.
Yeah, he has gone for 500, so he does.
Yeah.
We did see him in the
Maybe-
Bratislava deep stack having the same structure with the big blind ante going for the min raise, and in spots where he could have been jamming. Obviously, in this configuration right now versus 35 and 20, it's not really open jamming territory just
no.
yet.
And obviously, Silvevsky having a suited hand is just going to C3. And flopping second
Flopping a
pair.
piece, yeah.
A6 with some better than wheel backdoors. It's always nice to have the A6 when you have the straight draws. And just make the wheel versus someone else's wheel, but you still have a 6 kicker with it.
Yeah, didn't see that one
unlucky,
coming.
buddy. You know that doesn't count the PLO, yeah? The 6 when you have A6.
Yeah, exactly. You've just got the airball.
Yeah.
Double blocking each end. So it's so nice when you're in Hold'em to actually have something.
You see Ilya going for the actual block after check, protecting his hand a bit.
Yeah, rainbow board, no backdoor.
Oh yeah,
But it's a good one to
that's a very
blast
bit
off.
bad beat. Yeah, you just see bet flop and then Badugi turn comes.
Yeah.
So you're like, ooh, but I'm unblocking all the
I'm
floats.
blocking all the floats,
Oh,
and there you go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
clean river, although
Might see a double block here. No, S5 is just gonna be good. Maybe just goes check and win. Like I don't see ace 6 ever
reopening
bluffing
here,
hand.
that would be
6 is particularly bad.
Yeah, you want some 6-7, 6-4,
Yeah.
6 deuce.
Just want to see give ups from actual bad hands. Like some spade variations might. I'd be curious if Ilya is gonna value bet like 9x of spades on the river. I'd assume so.
You'd hope so, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, facing such a what would mostly be capped
Yeah.
check back.
Like I have a hard time seeing the pole there show up with a queen.
Yeah, unless he's got 2 of them or something like that. That's
Yeah,
as far as
fair
check
enough.
backs go.
And even then, you'd probably want to keep up the aggression.
Yeah.
Like hope that your opponent has some equity on the 5-3. It's gonna be interesting 3-handed to see if Christopher folding the 10-8 off. And him and Ilya are now somewhat close together, so this is gonna be an interesting dynamic of trying to get in probably as few pots with the chip lead as possible, but also not bleeding to death to either of them.
Yeah, kind of tiptoeing around each other, allowing the dogfight for the other player.
Kind of maneuvering, yeah.
Hoping that Gabriel can dent the other guy whilst you just sit there and
Yeah, lick your
lick your chops, exactly.
See Ilya just flopping the double gutter here. And Remar is just having absolutely none of it. There it goes.
Ooh, there's the 5, completing the bottom end of the straight.
Yep. Putting out the 4-liner, probably wants to check again, to be honest. Just allow big blind to blast off, but just go for the slightly over half pot bet.
There's the click up.
Yep. Okay.
The scroll up from
Might
Sebevsky.
see something here utilizing the 3 of hearts, but you just don't have any equity when you can just use a 10 and yeah, just give up the hand. It's easy enough. It's small pot. No need to get all fancy just because when
and
check and then
also a board where when you do start to see small blind going north of half a little bit there, you're probably not going to be expecting many air balls.
Ooh. Which online poker site would you prefer getting a sponsorship with, Mr. Molnar?
Puts you in a tough spot
That's yeah, that's great. It's definitely not GG Poker.
there. Yeah, I agree.
Definitely not. Um, good one. Let's see what have we got. So we've got all the iPoker skins, which are some of the partners on this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could be a nice
WPT Global. chucking a load
WPT
of
Global
money at it.
actually.
Yeah,
That would be nice.
Just signed
Getting
Dave Styles.
getting a few buy-ins for the live WPT event.
Yeah, and the WPT, the steps that are on there as well.
Yeah.
There was like at the start of that site, there was some decent overlays for the weekly 10k package thing.
Ooh, that would have been really nice. Yeah.
Mhm.
And then obviously I think Stars is the main contender.
Still pretty clean and consistent. Yeah.
Yeah. Very safe.
Yeah.
Still
Great
trusted
security.
site, Yeah, that's.
Games have died somewhat, but as you say, they are like.
I think if they sign me, the games are gonna be more alive again. It's like, oh, this guy's getting played. Yeah, I think.
I'd chuck ACR in the hat.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
But
I wouldn't be against any offer. Let's just say that one. So if any site reps listening,
yeah,
just chuck me a DM on the Insta.
Yeah.
With an actual professional account and not some spam.
Yeah, let's talk.
Yeah, let's. My ears are open. You see Christopher with the ace 10-0 in small blind. Getting to play against a similar stack here.
Yeah, the Macedonian bridging the gap somewhat now. I think
Yeah.
they are between just a couple of big blinds in it. I think Christopher has the slight advantage. Looks like he's going to go for the raise first in.
And I'd expect something like 3.5 to 4x again.
Yeah, 700, 750, something like that.
Very spot on, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of always in that ballpark. 8-4 suited is an interesting one.
I think Peel with the
Yeah.
did the ante right.
Yeah, and you just have 2-2 straight flush, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
and 8-3 suited. Would you just?
Yeah, I'd feel hard pressed to fold.
Yeah.
Like much of the suited variety, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially with like a third BB ante.
Defending exactly
Yeah.
the big blind ante suited hands, I guess. Just
Yeah,
more
you just
playability
yeah
in
you just
position.
play in position,
Yeah.
so it's like, and we're 30 bigs deep, start of hand, so like, if we flop like pretty good equity, we're mostly getting some chips, and we're easily getting it in across multiple streets or across at least 2 streets, right?
Yeah.
If you just bet some normal size over like half pot.
Yeah, so just allow him to get loads of faults from your.
Ooh,
weaker
and
offs
we're
stuff.
seeing.
Whoa, what's going on
Ooh.
here?
That seems like
That's a huge bet, is it?
1.2.
Yeah, 1.2.
Okay,
That's two
this
thirds.
is a bit grim for the 8-4, but I think you still have to peel one.
Yeah. Kind of.
Kind of
disincentivizes
ideal,
any, yeah. There's like not even much room for bluff raising now.
Yeah.
Just kind of peeling one off in position. Still have loads of strong hands that are just going to call in position, so it's not like we're super capped or whatever, and
Yeah,
it's going
no.
to be easy to maneuver off on the turn. We're just going to be peeling all of our 2 pairs straights, even some 9x as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. And that's one of the cards he was hoping for. Yeah, now you're just with this big bet. You've set up a SPR of 1, and just like, what do you do now? You have ace 10.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
Like, are you just gonna blast it into a range that has all the straights, all the 2 pairs?
Mm-hmm.
No, it just checks, and now 8-4 high probably sees a free one. I mean, you don't really wanna. I don't think there's much incentive to even.
To just slam here in position? No.
He does go all
It
in.
does.
Yeah, I mean, and now you just have ace 10 high and are just getting left off the pop. Yeah. So, thanks for spotting that, Tobias.
Ticking things
yeah.
off the list.
Yeah, check. Podcast. Any chip races somewhere? Any Twitter threads, burning bridges, you know?
Anyone needs some gossip from the festival?
Oof.
Ooh.
Slide in.
Christopher there with a little bit of a misstep on the
Yeah, and
connected
just
board.
all of a sudden he's very much in the trouble seat when Ilya is definitely
Yeah.
shown to be very much the most
Consistent, I would say.
consistently aggressive as
Yeah.
well. Like not really misstepping. He might miss some rejams in some spot. Like he missed the ace 10, I guess, which we were pretty convinced to just jam versus raise and
That
call.
was really clean, yeah. Especially with the small blind being so capped there. There's not really any other traps. And,
Yeah. But yeah, other than that, he's been very on point, it seems,
Yeah.
in his post-flop play, and the other guys kind of have to deal with that. Like
Yeah,
Christopher, who has arguably misstepped once or twice.
Some random over-aggression, some
Yeah.
complete under-aggression as well. And Rima has... he's in a big spot, and he does have, obviously, the bolstering confidence from the win in the Bratislava deep stack, but now we're playing for 5.5 times the money.
Yeah, exactly.
In the same week, potentially some leftover adrenaline running from the previous run, and now he's got to compose himself and regroup. And he's done a decent job of it so far. He's found some really good spots.
Yeah, once again going for the ISO, this time with a suited hand. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this, to be honest. I mean, at least he's taking the bottom end of it.
Yeah.
Like the bottom high card suited hands.
Yeah.
But you mostly want to just pull from the bad offsuits, like the 7 deuce, 6-3, 8-4 off, like all that garbage, and not the, the stuff you don't really regret not checking when the guy just all of a sudden slams it in your face, right?
Yeah.
Or makes some kind of 3-bet.
Yeah, this kind of class of hand has almost got such middling equity.
Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah. Like the middling hands want to play the middling against the other middling hands, and that happens in limp check. Especially when Ilya might be playing some kind of RFI spree. I just see him check fold the king 9.
Goes with the old serve and volley.
Yeah. It's a bit of aggression paying off there, of course.
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
Can't be bad, especially as Christopher, after the misstep, is kind of sat there lurking with just a shade.
And Ilya is gonna recognize that as well, being a more clear second place now.
And Senko makes a nice point. I feel like Ilya would be capable, but we might see him refrain from the counter aggression strategy there with the 4-bet non-all-ins that maybe he could. And
yeah, that's a valid point. But then again, you're still ISOing against the flatting range, or you're ISOing against the range that can just call.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, then makes problematic for post, I guess. That's not more of the issue when you get into all the other nodes as well, when you just like start ISOing everything.
Yeah.
Because the guy doesn't do anything. Like the times you don't ISO, all of a sudden you're missing a chunk of hands.
Yeah.
From that game tree, at least. And you can always just pretend to still have everything, of course.
Less hands to defend down the streets, less playability, less suited hands if you're just popping it up with whatever looks half decent. Yeah.
Yeah. All of a sudden you're on like a motherboard and be like, oh, I have all the flushes.
And
when in reality you've ISO'd all of them.
Yeah. It can leave you a little bit exposed, but Raimar here, picking up the 9s.
Picking up the nuts on the button.
Yeah. Great spot for him. 500k seems to be his preferred size.
Yeah, seems fair.
Just definitely.
Absolutely nothing in small blind again. And yeah, Savetsky just comfortable call here. Could argue.
There's some jamming, I think.
Yeah. Like
this kind of hand.
Not exactly with the shorty in there.
No.
I mean, it might make it a bit better, but Roymar isn't exactly gonna fold 9s, is he?
No.
No, especially when he's basically gonna be even in chips, even if he loses that board. See a similar type of board, but this is a obviously different situation.
Just going to go with the lead.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this against
Hand
Button.
selection. Button's still going to have like relatively decent coverage as the chip leader. Obviously more incentivized to open. Not
There it is.
necessarily going to be shooting a blank on this kind of texture.
Yeah, probably like he's blocking basically to not have to face a big bet. I'm thinking.
We had a similar spot to this earlier where I think
Yeah, I would just definitely raise.
raise. Yeah, there was the jacks yesterday on the stream where I misinterpreted the spot and he did end up calling, but I think in actual fact you need protection and to just start getting some money in versus Atex and
as he does
deny
now, yeah.
versus gutters and stuff like that. And even this hand has an overcard, a backdoor flush draw, and a backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, now you kind of put yourself in a spot with the suited ace that pretty much had a pretty comfortable check call against normal size, and now just ends up putting in chips and not even seeing a turn.
Yeah, and just picking them up and moving along.
Bit unfortunate.
It's a good execution there from the Polish player.
Yep.
A little bit commotion in the background, so just going on pause there for a couple of seconds. And as far as hand classes go to lead, Senko making the point that that was a rather peculiar one, which was also my intuition. What sort of hands would you prefer to see?
Well, you see a bunch of interaction with the actual board, right?
Yeah.
So you wanna have like 5x, 6x, 7x, and then add 8x, like all those hands, and then you have depending how wide you defend big blind, you're gonna have so many hands already that's fall into that hand class that you don't really need to pull from the ace-x.
Yeah.
The problem becomes when you pull this strategy and you have some backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, ace highs, that all of a sudden when you check, now what you have.
Yeah.
Like maybe you check the nuts, right? Sure.
But you're just going to have much less coverage if you go for
the you just carve out a big chunk of your range by even implementing leading range.
And yeah, the Jack 10 and the Jack 9.
They still build, yeah.
Yeah. But he was saying that leading with those maybe to get some, the naked king high, queen highs to fold.
It would be a very small part of the range that he actually gets to fold for that small of a lead.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to fold like, I don't know, 10-15% total.
What do you think about Reimar's fold with the king 9 versus the...
just for star 5?
3.5 again. He went to 700k.
I'd just C3.
Yeah, seems a little tight, I thought, as well. King 8 off, I mean...
I think you can still probably defend king 6 off with this big of a chip lead.
Yeah.
It probably stops there. I'm assuming Christophorus is doing it linearly, so not implementing limbs, or we haven't even seen any limbs, so it's just yeah. Just you could use that as a 3-bet.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the thinking there is, oh, this looks like a good board for me, I'm going to lead, I could take this one down now, right? Rather than have to face a bet and be in an uncomfortable situation out of position versus someone that is going to implement a lot of aggression against me. So why don't I make my decision easier and just try and take it down and not worry about having to face too many raises.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see Ramar not giving a walk with the Jack 3 off? Definitely changing gears now that he's this big of a chip leader, holding pretty close to 2/3 of the total chips in play now.
Yeah.
Like just quietly picking up those spots, getting another, was it 500, 600k from Ilya just now?
Yeah.
Now this one.
Just so big to pick up these, just the 2 big blind pickups.
Yeah.
You
I mean, there's 5 big blinds in the middle now, so, or 7 even. Like if he wins this spot, that's just compounds, right? And we see a very good board for his RFI.
Yeah.
I mean, the jack of clubs and the three both interact with both parts of the board. So
Mhm.
I'm thinking if this just goes, I don't know, 350k, still gonna get a call, or it should probably get a call. But yeah, then obviously aggression looms.
I'd be interested to see if Cristoforo defends this type of hand class.
It goes bigger.
Okay, so probably just gets an easy fold now.
Oh yeah, both of them just interact with backdoors. Yeah,
Mhm.
backdoor wheel, backdoor Broadway, backdoor flush draw. It's a pretty interesting one. So went for B40, I guess.
Yeah.
Like 650 into 1.4 again.
Yeah, shade over. Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of like the hand selection, of course. So there's just so many turns where you can just barrel equity.
Mhm.
On the other side of that, you kind of don't want to barrel equity when you can just get slammed on.
Yeah, and you've already driven down the SPR and also the continuing range to a
Yeah.
point that's kind of thin versus this type of player. Once he does call the turn, then flop, then all of a sudden your turn
Yeah.
barrels become a little less efficient. I feel,
Yeah,
rather
exactly.
than
Yeah.
going for the smaller size.
You're already like race first in, or
Yeah.
big size, then you bet flop a chunky bit.
Yeah.
You're already getting into the territory of oh, it might just be my flush draw that's live.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we see him actually jamming here, or the graphics wrong here. No,
It goes for the.
no, it
ace
just
into
goes for the 500k.
Yeah. Cristoforo, Jack 7 suited.
Yes, probably just hitting the mark. If this were Chip EV, I'd want to see a call here, to be honest. He's minning now, so we're in the new blind level.
Oh wow.
So change of gears, going back to the strategy that you've mentioned, him doing in the deep stack.
Yeah.
Just min raising a bunch of hands, which
Mhm.
obviously makes sense. You have the button and there's a big ante in there.
Mhm.
Uh,
And people are under defending all over the show, and for good reason. In some
yeah,
ways.
yeah. And small blind's probably not CP picking enough in general. But yeah, there's definitely a very big looming sign of who's gonna actually come out victorious here with the last few orbits.
It's looking rather
going
ominous,
the Polish way,
isn't
yeah.
it? Yeah, absolutely.
It's getting-
Gabriel closing in on back-to-back wins here at the festival in
Oof.
2 big field events. That's something that you don't see that often.
Yeah, back to back would have been nice. Yeah, Ilya going for the limp with the A60. I'm assuming this is just purely to limp jam or limp call versus jam, maybe. It's a bit weird with the shorty being on the button here. King 5-0 going for the check, which could have opted to just pile in
Slam,
everything.
yeah, slam,
Yeah.
exactly.
I've
Getting-
definitely taken a couple of those, and Solver definitely likes some offsuit King X variety of those. But yeah, just see check, and probably gonna just see showdown here, two hands that don't really benefit from putting in much money when they can just win a decent amount of the pot quite often. Somewhat interesting river, but ace high is still ace high, and king high is still king high.
Yeah, not
With
likely to
3
see
BB in there.
any kind of chips being moved into the middle here. Unless Reimar decides that he doesn't feel like he's actually got showdown versus the
Yeah,
check,
no,
but
and you're just gonna get snapped off by ace high or a bunch if you
Yeah.
bet or like 375 here. Yeah, it's kind of a gentleman's agreement of, oh yeah, high card, which one's better?
yeah, no need to get too out of line.
Yeah, exactly. No need to be all fancy and put in 20 big blinds for no reason.
Mhm.
Oh, and we see Primer folding King
King
6-0 in the
6-0?
small blind.
It's closer to a jam than a fold. And
You what, mate?
yeah,
What is that? What happened there?
it was really starting to look like he'd kind of
You
gathered
just
a comfort in the spot, you know, and was going through the motions and picking up all the dead money, and he just let 7-3 get a walk.
yeah,
Um,
this seems not it.
Yeah, wow.
Not to be rude here, but that's just like
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
No.
Don't want it to use too harsh of a word, but there are certainly.
Certainly some alarm bells going, and now he has 9-6 suited on the button. And I'm not gonna predict what he's gonna do.
Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes he's finding the opener, sometimes he's just mucking it.
Maybe he's just very much afraid of 20 big blind stacks. Well,
overly concerned, yeah, but
yeah,
I mean, you need to take some solace from the job that he's been doing over the
yeah,
last
of
5
course.
orbits, right? He's just
Yeah.
been cleaning shop with
just been vacuum chips
without really having to do much.
King the suited might have treated himself to a jam here. Doesn't.
Yeah, it would have been a decent one.
Yeah, just if you can assume that button is actually finding the fee pips, which
Yeah,
honestly probably might not.
the big brace
I'm
hold
guessing
jam.
at the I'm guessing at this point that the Polish God, the first name is just blanking out of my head every time.
Gabriel.
Gabriel, yeah, thanks. Gabriel's might even be supposed to be jamming a large chunk of the deck.
Versus 20 and 20.
Yeah, and just min raising top and bottom basically.
Yeah, it's already getting into that territory, isn't it?
it's very clear having this much of this big of a chunk of all the chips. You just
Where even if you double someone, you're still a convincing chip leader.
yeah, exactly. And then like the guy doubling just can't really play pots against you, right? It's the ace trio limps here where I would
Some jamming?
Yeah, I'd probably consider jamming, and then obviously we're versus ISO. I'm always jamming.
Easy
this.
one.
Yeah,
Exactly. We've seen that Rymars could be rather too linear or too happy to ISO in position.
Yeah, especially with hands that have very nice playability, as we see Sofevsky taking the lead back from the flop top pair, checking back.
This is all getting a little bit in the weeds now, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's just
very
strange. And is he going to now bet the turn on the A's?
Yeah, this is all very strange to me.
Might need a little fresh air and a bit of a break outside or something. Is kind of losing a bit of control over the dominating performance over the last 5 orbits or so.
Yeah, exactly, and just hits him with a call, which you can. I mean, I just raise.
Yeah.
We have 2 pair versus a guy not betting quite often, and now we're now just checking and goes check, and we always win. Yep, seems like it. Yeah, 9-6 probably struggles to get value here again. And 2 pairs is announced, and you're like, what? What are you doing? Hey, what?
Yeah, I've got you.
Like, you got me.
Well, he actually somehow managed to get away from losing a pretty big pot there.
Yeah, I mean, should just go bet flop call and then
check big bet.
Check big bet call.
Calling, yeah.
You just block all the straights. You just got a pair of life blind, you know. Like, what can you do?
Yep. Chips in the middle. Nice answer.
Yeah. Yeah, and Ilya kind of laughing. Like, probably somewhat realizes that he could have played that hand in a multitude of different ways and gotten more money in on basically every street.
Yep.
Especially after check flop, you just so easily turn raise when I don't know even what Gabriel is trying to rep. It's just some kind of check back ace that doesn't check back, you know. And I'd like to slam this.
Yeah, let's see.
Just put him in the blender, just 10 million. Yeah.
There we go.
There we have.
So
finds that.
Yeah, finding some stuff, kind of completely not understanding the small blind versus big blind P-pip strategy.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Yeah, I mean, this just falls.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. But
Yeah, it is sad. He's got double third, right?
yeah, yeah.
And not that incentivized to take a
No, I
quote
just want to
unquote
play jump.
thin
Yeah,
spot.
yeah. I mean, you're just mostly gonna be behind in the 60-40, which isn't great.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
the
most
times that you're flipping is
the most
not gonna
natural
outweigh
fix.
that.
It's always going to be like pretty ace-x tense.
Yeah,
Despite
yeah,
what
exactly.
other hands.
And it's
should
supposed to be, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's just many fewer combos of the suited broadways that you're doing well against.
Yeah, exactly. Much rather race call like ace-9 suited, right?
Yeah. Yeah, get in all of the offsuit wheels and
just
ace
win
two
against
suited.
deuces again,
Yeah.
and you're there. Yeah, he's talking about it being a flip, but like, yeah. Picking up some nice hands here on the button definitely helps.
It's always nice when a guy raise folds and starts talking for 30 seconds about how he just doesn't want to flip.
Yeah. Oh, you don't want to flip, and
it's a nice little momentum boost.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Now we're getting into the.
I think this is too big of a hand to
too
jam.
good. Yeah.
Don't want to
Ace-7 off or
criticize too
something.
much, but yeah,
Might
gets two hands to fold that could have v-pipped both of them.
Yeah.
Like the king six suited from small blind could have re-jammed to over min raise. Queen jack definitely would have seen 3. Which might not be bad for ace 10 to fold that out, but you know.
Just pick up some variance
Some additional
chips
chip.
here, kind of in a bit of a dogfight for second right now.
Yeah. But it kind of is waiting for Christopher to pick up a hand to actually play hello.
Whoa.
Hey,
There
whoa.
he goes.
Pick up a hand. Shaky hands. Yep, just goes for the min. Oh, 600.
A little min plus.
Yeah. They'll scroll up and probably just gonna see 2 folds.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's not been too active in this period of the game. Just, you know, nice hand. Next one. Don't need to battle for every pot. Seems like a fold. Yeah, it's a pass. Yeah. And you're like, ah, aces. Yeah, double look back.
Yeah, a little look at the camera as if to say, come on. Thought that was my double up there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately not.
Not quite it. As we go on to the next hand with Ilyana button. See if he finds something to play with. Folds to Jack 7-0. Seems reasonable in this kind of distribution, and rebound might just give him a walk. Yeah, it must be a bit frustrating for Ilya, just seeing massive chip lead just give walks like that.
Yeah, walks
like
quite frequently as well. It's like 3 in the last 5 small blind versus big blind or something around that ballpark. And
might just try to force Ilya to open more buttons and then play back at that, as we saw with the was it the ace 3-0. It might just be a bit of a game of that where, oh, you want to not open button.
Yeah, I didn't see what the big blind
Oh,
had.
look.
Christopher in the blender here. Is he gonna find some fight back? Can't quite remember what the Macedonian had there. How many? He's
Don't think we caught the hand.
no.
Or you mean
In
chip
terms
stack?
of chips,
I
similar,
think
right?
like
3.54.
no, he had a bit more, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll see a bit. I think this is an interesting one to just call, thinking and playing against range. I think you kind of have to call this one, to be honest.
Yeah, if you're bottom, right, and you just know that Rimar is going to be shoving loads of worse King X,
Yeah.
some worse 7X suited, obviously. 7-8 off even just gets slammed in, right? So 7-6.
Yeah. Like especially with the idea that Rima might stop giving walks
Yeah.
right now and just be deck jamming every hand and
Yeah.
just be like, this is mine now.
It's
I'm
quite an
winning.
addictive thing to go through once you realize how powerful it is. You know, like
Yeah.
it's quite easy to just
always getting
autopilot.
folds. Yeah.
You know, just like, all right, I'm going to be all in until one of you guys does something, and then I might reconsider.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, with that kind of game flow dynamic as well, where it's
Yeah, you might just have to put a stop to it, or at least put the stop to it where you're
He's
not the shortest stack anymore.
yeah, and he's in a kind of favourable spot here. If he's going to think that Rimar is still deep enough to have some of the top of his range going for a non-all-in
Yeah.
RFI or
It might be a bit tough on like sub 15 or a bit over 15 as it is here,
yeah.
but still like. That seems like a fold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
that just shows you the power of the.
bit of a painful one for Christopher there if you watch that back.
Gonna feel like he was done or had.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's gonna be more than one spot of these where he feels like
Yeah, it just feels like
might
I'll
have
get
might
it
have had
next
to
time.
take that one, or
Yeah.
might have misplayed a certain hand. Where
Kind of.
if something else happened, then I could have been there with the 21 million.
Yeah, kind of handing over any faint chance of winning the tournament in some ways.
Yeah.
right?
I
Gotta
mean,
make
at some
those-
point you kind of have
gotta make a
to.
thin call.
Yeah.
It's not really that thin either.
Yeah.
7
No.
Suited.
King 7 suited does way too well, as we see
Yeah.
another like very comfortable one.
Yeah, it's just gonna.
I mean,
send this one home.
the two other players have 8 million between them at best.
Yep.
And you have two broadways. Like, yeah, just start jamming button and might see some I'm over it calls pretty soon. Especially after the Christopher just had to tank fold.
Yeah.
The old
What do you
King
think he's
7
thinking in
suited.
the tank there? Just like, am I ready to die yet? Or
I'm not quite sure what people think when they tank that long, to be
neither?
honest.
'Cause there's the pre-flop spot, right? So
Yeah,
It's,
it's just like,
what's the
oh,
deeper
this is
thought process?
Yeah,
I think it's more like, do I want to go here?
yeah, exactly.
Do I
I
feel
think
this
it's
one?
more of a consideration, being like, oh, this spot is so, and if I fold, I have this much behind, and could find a better spot.
The
But
kind
not.
of defensive thought process starts
Yeah.
to creep in the longer it goes on.
Yeah, exactly. As we see the V pips now creeping to a level we'd expect them to be at.
Yeah.
Um,
If not, should
yeah.
have seen Rimar hitting around the 50 mark because he just missed
Yeah,
so
definitely,
many of those.
definitely.
The limps. Or
Yeah, now you just, yeah, that's just, that can definitely take, but, you know, just picks up the aces.
Yeah, got a limp here, surely, right?
Yes.
With the current dynamic.
Yeah, I don't think you'll play any RFI here as the shorty besides jamming. Have they done a deal? I don't believe they have done a deal, no. And I don't think the payouts make it incentivize deal making at this stage anyways.
Yeah, it's quite flat, so
Yeah.
just put exclamation payouts just to show you, but we're...
Oh, as we see Jack 4 off flopping bottom pair against the aces of Ilya. Definitely gonna see more than one, than just a flop here. Yeah,
just peeling along for the ride. Flop the pair and a limp pot.
I'd have made a 2/3 deal. I'm not sure how that will work. But if you have any suggestion of what that would look like, I'd be happy to entertain the thought.
Yeah.
As not much of a deal maker myself.
No, I don't really get what you mean by 2/3. Like you want 2/3 of the remaining prize pool, which would be
or 2 or 3 getting the same stack, which would probably kill. Oh, and that's yeah, that spells the end of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a.
Oof. Check on turn. This is just such an easy value bet call.
What, they chop up second and third and you get first? Is that
Yeah,
what you're
no.
saying? Yeah, I think that's quite ambitious.
It's no. I don't think either of the players in the second and third place want to relinquish any shot of playing for the 80k.
Spinning it up, right?
Yeah. Like, when your head's up, more often than not, it's very close to still having a definite percentage chance of winning. Probably close enough to 30 to 40% even.
Getting back to this, as we do see,
as we see the aces just get put in, yeah, and I mean you're just never getting away from this. You can have check back some kings that just value jam now. You can make some bluffs with 3x, right?
Yeah, some random 6 or something.
Yeah. You can think like 3 deuce being a card that he might want to bluff instead of just call.
Yeah.
And maybe get a fold from the.
We've like bet check blocked as well, so in terms of like where we're at in our range, we've got the absolute nuts.
So not like this, nothing relinquished. Side deal if you both second or third. Yeah, I'm
really understand.
I don't get it. I'm sorry.
Might need a little bit more detail, JJ. I'm pulling a blank on that one as well. So nothing relinquished. So what's second if they both 20k ladder split? Yeah, so that's
just taken off
third. Just get half each.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and you raise. You just bet calls and then
Savevsky, as he has a wry smile, might have been a little bit worried about the Jack 5, Jack Deuce, Jack 4, but not really much of a consideration there.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate spot to be in. In the end, you just have.
It has worse value. So.
Yep. And the means will be on a short break, setting up the heads up here. We'll probably be back in right around 3-4 minutes, probably at most.
And we'll see if Gabriel can close things out for his second win of the week and a career-defining score of 80,000 euros.
Make 58.
Hi everyone, Anastasia here from the Festival Series. As you can see, it's a lot of poker action behind me. Let's have a look at some highlights from yesterday, day 6 here at the Festival Series Banco Casino in Bratislava. I took our beautiful hospitality players to play bowling, and as you can see, it was both and strikes and smiles for all of them. The action was in the full swing, and some of the players managed to show their extraordinary skills. Going back to Banco Casino, we had the last 2 flights of the main event, the final of Hand and Mob Championship, and the most beautiful tournament in the entire festival, the Queen's event. We had a lot of fun and girly chats at the tables. Fantastic to see so many gorgeous women entering this tournament. Today is day 2 of the main event. Follow us to catch up the news on thefestivalseries.com and on the social media. Welcome back to the coverage of the Festival Series in Bratislava 2023. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by Roland, the commercial manager.
Yes.
And I saw you also playing, you're here around, so can you please introduce yourself to us so we know who you are?
I'm Roland Boothby, Head of Partnerships for THM and GPI. We, as of this year, have had a event partnership with Franke and the festival. We've had a Hand and Mob Championship side event at every festival that's run this year, and they've all been extremely enjoyable. The Hand and Mob Championship is a concept that we started about 5 years ago to add a kind of fun element to existing festivals, and also run some cool kind of championship festivals all around Europe. Whoever wants to partner with us.
You have a very huge database of the players in the Handball Mob, and I'll tell you, I do chat a lot with the players, and when we talk about poker, they say, check me on the Handball Mobs, check me there, look how well I'm playing, so it is important part for players. They always look how cool I am.
Well, the Hand and Mob database has become a sort of powerhouse within live poker in terms of bragging rights for players and their friends, in terms of having one sort of go-to place for everything in live poker: player results, upcoming events, schedules, rankings, and we feel like we sort of cornered that sort of area of poker extremely well, and that gets an incredibly positive response from players. We're everywhere we go, people love to tell us how much they love what we do, and we're very flattered by that. It's a testament to our team, which works extremely hard. We're a very small team, only 7 people, with a million players on there. We're getting results and festivals from over 2,000 venues around the world in over 50 countries. So
you guys are so busy, and only 7 people. You guys doing an amazing job.
Well, we are very busy, but it's, to get to come out and hang out at festivals like this with the festival team and their brilliant team on the ground is the kind of reward that we get for all the hard work we do. Maybe the kind of less glamorous side of things. So this is the kind of the sort of cherry on the top when it comes to working in the live poker environment. It's just brilliant to come to these events and meet all the brilliant people who work for the festival.
Yes, and we are happy to see you and your team here, which means a lot to us. And at the moment, just right here behind us, there is a Hand and Mob tournament.
Oh, absolutely! Right behind where we stood now, the Hand and Mob Championship Bratislava is playing down to a winner. It's slightly unconventional start time for day 2. We actually had 0 tables available until about 20 minutes ago. Every table in the festival is currently full up, and there's a lot of. Those who are here will know there's probably 5 or 6 rooms, all full of tables. So what an incredible atmosphere on a Friday night here in Bratislava to see every single table full at the festival. Hundreds of players playing all sorts of events, mixed games, Hold'em, Omaha. There's a PLO/PLO8 going on right behind us. There's open face Chinese. There's a ladies event going on. I saw you in the ladies event actually.
Yes, I tried.
Why aren't you playing in the ladies?
I bubbled on the final table.
I'm sorry to hear that, Anastasia. I'm sure you were very unlucky.
Poker. But we had a great time. So let's try to forget that you're here working. Let's try. So say as a player, So you're here. Tell us, how do you feel the atmosphere, the players itself, because you're meeting new people at every stop.
Well, the festival is made for someone like me, Anastasia. You may have seen I often go around with a beer in my hand. This festival fits well if you like to socialise, if you like that side of poker. It's not too serious. There's far more than No Limit Hold'em here. A lot of events are very heavy on the Hold'em. There's all sorts of mixed games. There are non-poker variants played. I mean, I tend to stick to poker myself, but if you wanted to play craps or slots or roulette or blackjack, there would be a tournament for you. I've enjoyed. I just played a PLO tournament earlier today, so just a phenomenal experience for a recreational player. You know, there are obviously some pros here too, but certainly the people who like to come and have a good time. Everywhere I look, I'm seeing friends and people I know very well, and people I enjoy hanging out with. So I feel very lucky. Friends and people I know very well, and people I enjoy hanging out with. So I feel very lucky. It's a blessing to be able to come here and meet and play with friends, and it doesn't feel like work sometimes. It feels like a blessing. And just to be involved with the great team that work on the festival is a privilege.
I mean, we all take.
Okay, you tell me.
So we're here for the heads up, and it's the last two remaining players as we play down to the winner of the festival series. And you wouldn't need to be too clued up to guess who's going to probably walk away with this one. If you just look at the stacks there,
Yeah, God.
Gabriel Reimer is in an insane position for
like
his.
I would say it's David via Goliath.
Yeah.
It's David via
Yeah.
Gabriel.
Exactly.
Here.
It's he would really have to to screw this one up.
Gives a walk with
Gives a walk
with
on
the suited hand.
Yeah,
That's
on the big blind ante.
strong start.
I actually looked at this heads up big
No
blind
folding,
ante.
sir.
3 deuce off. It's the only one. 99%.
People under ISO. So
Yeah, whoa.
yeah. Winning a hand with 3 deuce suited heads up is very fun though.
It is.
I can very much appreciate or very much recommend it.
You always talk yourself into having a good bluff candidate because I'm at the bottom here. So.
Yeah. But I show up with 3 high. Like you'd never expect this.
Never see it coming. I've got the back door cleaned out there.
Yeah, exactly. You
And,
see.
Yeah.
Extremely strong hand here.
Yeah. Probably just gonna jam.
I got scared there for a second.
Oh God, the fold would have been outrageous.
My lord.
It's just taking some time to get used to the situation.
Well, fair enough. You don't want to make any mistakes here. Playing for this amount of money, knowing that Gabriel's just coming off a live score, kind of boosting his bankroll in the multiples, and now
all
just
happening at once, right? It's he probably came into this week just thinking about I'll play some of the smaller events and see how I get on.
play the 125 turbo and then
the
see what
250
happens.
maybe, and with the Hendon Mob 5k cashes, and all of a sudden you've won one of the biggest side events, and now you're just heads up in the main.
Yeah. Having well over 50k locked up.
Yeah.
Playing for another 23.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
In all seriousness, though, he has composed himself in the sense of like his outward emotions. I think quite well.
Yeah. He has a good table
presence.
Yeah, presence.
Yeah.
For sure. But yeah, let's see how he handles the heads up. There's very wide ranges, of course, and
can be easy to be quite uncomfortable with that.
Yeah. Yeah, and also sometimes people feel the need to always be bluffing. As we just see 10 high, show it down here, lose to the king high.
Yeah.
Very fair hand here.
Trapping prey with the king 8, just going for the limp call.
Yep. And just, there's just a fair amount of giving up, or basically taking it to showdown or giving up. And heads up, just because there's so many combos that you can use that definitely are gonna outperform in certain spots.
Yeah.
And you can just Once you have all the combos, you can just much better pick and choose what you
Calculated
pick instead
aggression,
of
right.
having some kind of low jack versus high jack 3-web pot, where ranges are so extremely narrow that you cannot pass on certain bluffs and have to. do some
Yeah,
other.
you just got to take this combo and that combo. It's easy to like autopilot learn those. There's Queen
Oh,
4
yeah.
off. Goes
Yeah,
into the
Christopher is definitely locking up here and trying to hope for some top 10% hand instead of
yeah,
taking the spin with his 10 BB and the full big blind ante.
There's 2 bigs out there, and we've got a Broadway card. It's like
Yeah.
we're in. Unfortunately, that's just the way it works. If you think about like a calculation I used was that let's say they usually play a tenth of a big blind and an ante.
Yeah.
So there'd usually be
That's the
1.2
usual,
out
yeah.
there. It's like 2 divided by 1.2, and then it's like this is essentially playing like 6 bigs average if you're looking at like
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
normal
yeah, yeah,
chippy
yeah.
V, right? Whereas they're thinking that I've got 11 big blinds, like I don't want to take the Queen 4, like
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When in reality, you just have. I think some old school calculation of it, which I don't use, is M.
Yeah.
Like the number of orbits that you have.
That's a good one, yeah. because
Yeah.
That's
that
actually
kind of comes down to the same thing, I guess.
Yeah,
Where
similar
the number of
calculation,
orbits.
the other way around, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
See another limp from the king for off. Would have
I
maybe
prefer
liked
just
the jam here. Yeah.
This one, yeah, especially.
You know, gets the dominated 10 for off to C3 cards,
Yeah,
which is not a bad
not a bad outcome in the end.
so far, at least. Oh, and
Queen high 10. Oh,
Yeah.
10 for Cristoforo. There we go. Middle pair. Just go for a.
goes for the check. I expect some amount of betting here.
Apologies for the lagging.
Just goes check check. Turn.
guess-
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's been a pretty rough stream with some very energetic celebrations happening, kicking
Yeah.
off some cables under the
Yeah.
behind all the stands that are here.
Really threw a
Uh,
curveball in the production team that was.
Oh.
Wow, Jesus.
And I
Just gonna.
just
bet the
forward with a
river
quick
and
check again, and
Get
yeah,
beaten in the
of
pot
course,
for any kind of middling sizing.
very much so. You think you can even just go for pot here? Given it's gonna check 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 check.
Yeah.
I would bet the house that Christopher never has better than our holding here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes for half pot here, or oh no, 2/3. Okay, yeah.
That's a pretty good sizing, I think. I thought
A
he
bit more
just
reasonable, yeah.
It's all in.
Ooh, okay, call, and we win. Right. Ask for a count, which is at least yeah, seems good.
Do you think Christopher is just kind of over it at this point? And
Yeah, I believe this is
it's not
more.
really,
This definitely isn't the value jam at all.
No.
I would have expected the easiest one chip ever from Christopher
Yeah.
versus bet, and now he's just turning a hand into a bluff that's jamming into a bunch of flushes
Better hands.
and king X.
Yeah, King
right?
X and.
Like you beat all the bluffs that he's betting.
He's
and,
gonna have some like 5-4 off with the
oh,
club or
and we have the call.
There we go.
Yep, that
And
seems
Reimar
to be the end of
sniffs
it.
out, and that's gonna be him.
And that is
crowned
congratulations
already. 6
to
hands
Gabriel.
into the heads up.
Wow.
Manages to defeat Christoforu from Cyprus, who kind of waved the white flag in some ways there with the rather defensive approach to the heads up match, and ends up just slamming it in at the end.
Yeah, and see the realization there.
Wow. Yeah, it's
Just
all gonna start
of the entire week. Yeah, that's amazing. See the bright smile.
Yeah, great smile, and he's executed that really well. He's got a friend on the rail. Maybe he got a little piece, or just a good buddy of his. Happy to see him take it down. And 1,025 entries here at the main event in the festival in Bratislava. And Gabriel
What a week
Reimar.
it's been. What a week it's been
That's
for this guy.
2 headline wins. He won the Bratislava Deep Stack earlier on in the week for 14.4. Now closes out with no deal for 80,000 euros in the festival main event, outlasting 1,024 players. Thanks very much to Michel Molinar for joining me, getting some expert insight, despite not making the final table, unfortunately coming up just short for the back-to-back defense. But it's been a great couple of hours, despite the technical issues, and that rounds out a fantastic week here at the festival with excellent participation across the mixed games, the cash games, and some of the other big bet games running. What are you most looking forward to in 2024?
Am I allowed to say anything else but the next
locations.
festival series?
So
no locations,
you're
the next
gonna be at the
festival
next
series.
one.
I'll be looking at my schedule.
Be looking at the schedule.
I'll be looking out for the announcement, and then I'll see where I'll be at that time.
Keep your eyes peeled over at festival.com for all of the updates on those locations, as Franke is the man with all the power and will decide to share those once he sees fit. Give us a follow over on our socials at the Festival OG on Instagram and Facebook. And for us, that's going to round out the week here at the festival from Bratislava. Until next year, it's goodbye from us.
Thank you, George. Goodbye.